Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Ultimate Guide. This 5-hour monster is a compilation of all of our existing soap guides, 59 bricks, 2 years in the making, put together into one in order for your convenience. In this video, we will break down every single Dr. Squatch bar, OG and limited, current and discontinued, highlighting the scents, the unique ingredients, and their benefits, as well as their initial review and ranking. So with that, I present to you the ultimate guide to every single Dr. Squatch brick. I hope you enjoy. Deep in the wooded wilderness of the world, there exists a man. Although some say he is more beast than man, perhaps he is somewhere in between. In any case, he is seldom seen, which only adds to his growing legend. But make no mistake, my friend, this being is very much real, and he rules as king over his green realm. He hunts with wolves and he feasts with bears. The deep forest is his palace, and the tallest pine his throne. Man or beast, it matters not. He is a strong, unwavering king, and his name is Pine Tar. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Pine Tar, a charcoal black bar as rough as bark, truly for the manliest of men. This is a hardy, gritty bar that is not for the faint of heart or for those with soft skin. Now, I do believe this is the most popular OG bar Squatch offers, and it's no surprise that this is their flagship, as it certainly stands out from most. It's among the roughest, if not the roughest, bars as well, existing to say frick you to your dead skin and leaving you feeling rejuvenated, like a bear waking from hibernation. The first thing you'll notice is that the bar is pitch black. This is unique to the Pine Tar line of products, and is almost like a crown, symbolizing that it is the biggest and baddest flavor of them all. Now, while its obsidian color is a major selling point, it may also turn some away as it has the potential to stain things, such as the shower, towels, or clothes. A common complaint people have against the Pine Tar. Although if you rinse properly, I don't think you should have that much of an issue. Still, as you'll soon learn, this brick is rewarding, but unforgiving. The soap's trademark black color is reminiscent of its namesake, pine tar, which is tar that is derived from basically heating up the pine wood with little oxygen and without burning it. The result leaves you with charcoal and pine tar, both of which are represented in this bar and both of which have their benefits. Now, pine tar has been used in soaps for well over a century due to its medicinal properties. It's been touted for its benefits in skincare as a remedy to treat skin conditions, such as acne, psoriasis, and eczema. Similarly, charcoal is said to be great for cleansing and smoothing your skin. Now, Squatch takes it up a notch by adding some serious grit to the bar, giving it the texture of freshly poured asphalt. This is through chunks of oatmeal and grains of sand. Oatmeal is, of course, one of the most popular skincare ingredients due to its anti-inflammatory, deep cleansing, and exfoliating properties. Sand, well, it's also good for exfoliation, which, spoiler alert, this boy has quite a bit of. The pine tar has a relatively strong scent. Actually, it's probably one of the more potent bars. Now, its scent isn't pine tar, which isn't all that pleasant. Instead, it's basically pine. It's reminiscent of a campfire deep in the forest, as burning wood and charcoal fill the nighttime air. The scent is often compared to pine sol, which I don't think is all that inaccurate. I think this is probably because both use pine essential oil for scent. Regardless, it's a very clean, rugged smelling bar. In fact, the pine tar flavor is generally like this, with a very potent smell. Strong and manly, like Smokey the Bear after beating the frick out of a forest fire. There are few bars that can compete with the deep clean the pine tar offers. The pine tar and the activated charcoal clean deep without drying out. However, the scrub this bar has is where it'll either make it or break it for you. The oatmeal and sand give the bar heavy grit, meaning the bar is highly exfoliating and will remove all your excess dead skin and then some. If your skin is basically leather, then you'll probably enjoy tanning it some more with this rough brick. but if you have soft or sensitive skin, you're in for a very rough time in the shower. In fact, I think most people will find the bar too harsh, and are probably better off with a less excessive bar, such as the medium grits, as the Pine Boy can almost be like a rock wrapped in sandpaper. Just be careful with your pine nuts. Still, this bar will leave your skin refreshed, and aside from some occasional red slashes, much less dry or irritated than you may think. In any case, when stepping out of the shower and having damn near skinned yourself alive, you'll quite literally feel like a new man. Now, as for my thoughts, I like the pine tar, and while it isn't one of my favorites nor a go-to brick, it has a lot going for it as well as some added style points. Overall, I'll rank the pine tar soap as something else entirely. It's a great bar, but not the best in the grand scheme of Squatch, in my opinion. The bar is pretty polarizing, it seems, with a love or hate it sort of approach, but it also is highly popular for a reason, so I think this is a fair spot. I know that this is sort of the poster boy brick for Squatch, and is seen as the manliest of the manly, but I can't help but think this bar is pretty niche in regards to Squatch soaps. It's too rough for everyday use for most people, as keep in mind you're not usually recommended to exfoliate your skin every day. I do think though it's good as a detox of sorts, as if you're making the switch from disgusting, unnatural soap, the pine tar will cleanse your skin of the trash your old soap left behind. But that's only my opinion. I'd like to hear yours in the comments. Where would you rank the pine tar amongst Squatch soaps? Do you think it deserves its place atop the Squatch bar hierarchy? Again, it's not for everyone, but this pine cone of a brick really knows how to make a name for itself, even if it is a bit more niche than most. Still, there is certainly appeal here, and there's a reason the pine tar reigns as king. Sailing the seven seas, there is a seafaring pirate, a captain of his ship and ruler of all that is seen from the crow's nest. No ship and no flag is safe from the wrath of Poseidon. He brings as cannons claim their treasures as his own. He drinks his weight in rum and can still steer his ship straight. His man of war flying the Sasquatch flag is an unwelcome sight for all, as there is no outrunning nor outgunning the natural soap's revenge. He is a swashbuckling pirate feared by all, and his name is Bayrum. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Bayrum, a bar as intoxicating as it sounds. This is a sweet Caribbean spiced brick. That scent will leave you feeling like a drunken sailor. Now, the Bayrum is one of Squatch's most beloved scents, and it's easy to smell why. But as with any good brick, there's much more to it than just its scent. I think this bar is also the most affected by Squatch's more recent additions to mainstays. And well, you'll see how this pirate brick holds up. There isn't much to say in terms of this bar's description. When you first pick it up, you'll be greeted to its pleasing scent, but that's about it. Its highlighted ingredient is coconut oil, which of course is great for your skin, but its spotlight here can be a bit misleading, as coconut oil is a staple ingredient in literally every Squatch bar, along with olive and sustainable palm saponified oils. In fact, on the old Squatch packaging, shea butter was the highlighted ingredient, which is another staple in every soap. So all that is to say that the Bayrum has no unique or standout ingredients. It's basically a bare bones Squatch bar. There is no rum, there are no actual spices, and there's no exfoliation. The only thing noteworthy here in regards to its place amongst Squatch bars is the natural fragrance in it, as its scent is basically where this bar makes its name. Speaking of that, this bar has a somewhat strong smell. It's not one of the more potent bars, unfortunately, which you'd like to see from a scent-based brick, but it is there. Thankfully, the Bayrum does treat you to one of Squatch's better overall scents. It's the sweet smell of Caribbean spices, cinnamon, nutmeg, allspice, and cloves. It's like transforming your shower into a tropical island. Like that time Jack Sparrow was deserted on that island with only a bunker full of rum. But while you may be feeling like Captain Jack Sparrow, you won't be nearly as dirty. The Bayrum is a smooth bar, almost like butter. There is of course no exfoliation and really no unique ingredients. Basically your standard Squatch wash. It's a much better clean than anything mainstream soap companies offer, but not as good as just about any other Squatch bar, with more unique properties. Now as for my thoughts, I think the Bayrum has almost lost its place in the Squatch lineup. As I've been saying, there's really nothing that separates the bar besides its scent, which is great mind you, but with the more recent additions of Wood Barrel Bourbon, Fresh Falls, and Birchwood Breeze, all of which I feel are objectively better bars and have scents at least on par with, if not better than the Bay Rum, it's really hurt its identity. Once upon a time, Bay Rum was the best scent Squatch had in many people's eyes. Remember, this was the only candle flavor offered for a while, but it has sort of fallen from grace. The Bay Rum scent is still one of the best, but as with every natural bar, you'll really only smell it in the shower. And if you like that smell, why not instead go for the flavor's other products, such as the deodorant, which you'll actually notice throughout the day. In fact, I would say something like the candle or the deodorant does the flavor much more justice than the actual soap and are great in their respective categories. Overall, I think the Bay Rum is quite aight, meaning that it's a good bar but not great. It's just missing that X factor and has sort of been overshadowed recently. But it's still an amazing smell, and if you don't like any sort of grit with your brick, this may actually be the one for you. That's of course just my opinion, and I'd like to hear yours in the comments. Do you agree with my assessment on the Bay Rum, or do you think I'm wrong? Regardless, one can't help but feel like a pirate at the helm of his ship with this bar, with a bottle of rum in hand and a spyglass in the other, through which a beautiful tropical island is waiting. Frequenting the local establishments, there is a hipster, a purveyor of the latest trends, and wearer of all that is Gene. His long beard and Ray-Ban sunglasses, his only shields against the tyranny of the system. It's said when this man introduces himself, he does not give his name, but will ask for what you have on tap. He is an eco-friendly Radiohead fan, and his name is Grapefruit IPA. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Grapefruit IPA, a refreshing bar that's up to date with the latest fashion. This is an often overshadowed bar that would seem as if it should be much more popular than it is. It rocks a great scent and features beer and hops, so why has it not gotten back the love it provides to the earth? Well, let's see if this bar is criminally underrated, or just pretentious. Like a strong IPA, you'll smell this bar before you even see it. However, in this case, it's a good thing, as the citrus scent the IPA boy has is nice. That citrus, of course, being grapefruit. Now, grapefruit is often seen as a superfood. It's also good for brightening and toning skin. Unfortunately, grapefruit isn't in this bar, aside from maybe its natural fragrance, essential oil, but we do have beer and hops. Firstly, beer is pretty good for your skin, believe it or not. The fermented beverage is full of nourishing vitamins that cleanse, brighten, and replenish. Now, hops is also solid in the realm of skincare, as it is known for its moisturizing and scar-reducing benefits. While it's not highlighted, the Bricc also has annatto powder, which has soothing and healing properties, but is also commonly used in soaps as a natural colorant, which gives our Bricc here its amber hue, reminiscent of a cold one. The bar that was once Crisp IPA changed its name to Grapefruit IPA, likely in part because this Imperial Bricc smells just like you'd think. It's a heavy grapefruit smell with a hint of hops. It's not an overly hoppy bar, it's definitely more grapefruit, but there is a bit there, like pale ale levels, and it leads to a revitalizing, healthy smelling Bricc. It's definitely its strong suit, even though it isn't all that potent, being a bit more of medium strength. Still, after a long, hard day of day drinking, there may not be a more welcoming scent. Now, as we know, scent isn't everything in a good Squatch Bricc, so how does the soap hold up in the shower? It's not bad. It's a solid exfoliation-free bar that does leave you feeling quite clean, though it's a pretty standard Squatch soap. The beer and hops do help to moisturize and tone your skin. It's actually one of the more refreshing bars to use, especially in the summer, and especially if you're someone who enjoys a shower beer. The nifty combo of this bar and a brew is unmatched. Now, as for my thoughts, every time I'm about to use this bar, I smell it and wonder why it's not a more popular scent. And when you use it, it's a bar that has nothing wrong with it. Yet this hoppy Bricc just doesn't feel like it holds up well against a good portion of others. Even though its juicy scent and moisturizing qualities are great on their own, it just lacks that extra something that some other bars have, and for that, I have to rank it as rather nifty. It's a good brick, and being considered more middle of the Squatch pack is by no means a bad thing. It's just overshadowed by great company. Still, I do find myself coming back to this hipster soap every now and again, as it really is a refreshing bar. I also think the Grapefruit IPA flavor does need to be shown some love outside of just the soap. But that's just my opinion, and I'd like to hear yours in the comments. How do you feel about this citrus and beer bar? Do you think the flavor deserves to be the next deodorant? Or do you think it's a fading fad? Like a good IPA, it's not often ordered by most, but every once in a while you'll see this grapefruit brick on tap. And remember that it can certainly hit the spot. Where the water crashes on rocks and rivers alike, there lives a hunter, sheltered behind the aquatic curtain of the falls, and showered by its cold splashes. He is a daring man, unafraid to take the plunge into cold Alaskan water. Like the mighty Kodiak, the man fears not its icy embrace, but only thinks of the salmon swimming upstream, who fall into an icy embrace of his own. He is a cold and calculating hunter, and his name is Fresh Falls. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Fresh Falls, a brick that feels like showering under a waterfall. The soap is one of Squatch's more recent additions to their main lineup, and ever since its inclusion it's been a favorite of many for many reasons, so it's time to take the plunge. The brick is one of the more visually striking bars with a deep blue color, reminding one of a deep blue ocean. It also has a strong scent and a very good one at that, so you immediately know this bar is unlike others. Let's take a look at its ingredients first though. Now there's two ingredients worth covering here. The first is the highlighted Alaskan Glacier mineral clay. With a name like that, you know it'll be good. The clay is great for cleansing and purifying skin. It gently exfoliates and absorbs toxins, leaving your skin much healthier. It's often used in mud masks for these reasons. The other ingredient is indigo powder, which gives our brick here its indigo hue. It's not just a colorant, it's soothing and anti-inflammatory, helping to heal the skin. Overall, you've got a brick perfect for an Alaskan frontiersman as he uses the Fresh Falls to clean his wounds from a walrus fight. Even with its deep cleaning potential, the bar will always be known for its scent, and that's because it's both strong and clean. The smell is hard to place. It sort of reminds me of Squatch's take on a more mainstream soap smell, like the scent you'll find in a lot of body washes. That's not to say it's bad or unnatural, it's actually the opposite. It's a crisp, manly smelling brick that really does remind you of a chilling waterfall. The Fresh Falls flavor might be the cleanest smell in the entire Squatch lineup. It'll have you feeling like you just took down an entire herd of moose without breaking a sweat. It's rare you get such a potent, refreshing scent in a deep, refreshing clean in just one soap, but the Fresh Falls continues to prove itself a flawless dark sapphire of a brick. There's no grit here, but there is a deep, restorative clean. It's smooth like a water-worn stone and manages to clean up pores as well as moisturizes. It's a purifying brick that's as pure as glacier water. It's like diving into the Arctic to wrestle a seal to the surface. Now, as for my thoughts, I think this is a top-tier Squatch brick in just about every way. It might be the most perfectly balanced out of them all, and Thanos would certainly approve. It really might be some sort of god, and it's easy to rank it as such. The Fresh Falls is one of the most unique bars offered, as its different scent competes with the best of Squatch. It also has one of the most refreshing cleans without grit, so if you're someone who dislikes any grit, check this Fresh Boy out. The Fresh Falls in general is one of the best flavors there is, if you want a clean waterfall smell. There's really not a whole lot more to say here. It deserves to be considered a top tier soap and flavor. But that's just my opinion, and I'd like to hear yours in the comments. Do you agree with this bar being god tier, or do you find it overrated? In any case, this brick will have you standing atop a waterfall, cascading to a deep blue pool below you. The only question is, are you daring enough to take the plunge? In the vast void of forgotten knowledge, there exists a philosopher. Since times before you or I, my friend, he has harbored his ancient wisdom, sharing only with his own kind. Even the combined mental prowess of Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates could not fathom the ways of this scholar. He leads his devout followers to the promised paradise, filled with an abundance of forbidden leaves. He is a wise man with wise thoughts, and his name is Eucalyptus Greek Yogurt. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Eucalyptus Greek Yogurt, a brick that will have you feeling like the smartest guy in the shower. This is a no-nonsense type of bar that can be described merely by its name, which promises what sounds like a nifty duo, but let's see how it holds up. This soap is rather straightforward, although it has a few unique ingredients. I suppose we should start with eucalyptus essential oil. Eucalyptus comes from a tree almost exclusively native to Australia. Now from its leaves comes its essential oil. It's been long used by Aboriginal Australians for medicinal purposes. When used in skincare, there's a number of properties it has, including being anti-inflammatory, antiseptic, and antibacterial. It's used to treat skin ailments and wounds, being noted for its pain-relieving and moisturizing properties, as well as its cooling sensation that is applied. While eucalyptus has its fair share of skin benefits, it's much more well known for its scent. It's a pungent smell that is quite unique to the plant and is popularly used as a fragrance, just like our brick here. Eucalyptus leaves are also known for being the primary food source for koalas, who will eat the leaves all day as they almost refuse to eat anything else, despite it having practically no nutritional value and being poisonous to other species. Though I suspect these wise creatures have simply discovered something we haven't. That brings us to the highlighted ingredient, oatmeal, which provides our bar with its medium grit. These small chunks of oatmeal give the bar added exfoliation. On top of that, oatmeal also soothes and moisturizes skin. Last, we have Greek yogurt. This ingredient is highly moisturizing. It's used to brighten, tone, and protect skin. The lactic acid also gives the bar some extra exfoliation that leaves skin cleansed and healthier, as well as younger looking. Overall, we have ourselves a well-balanced bar, with just about a bit of everything in it, much better than only having one toxic plant. Now this bar really puts the bear in koala bear, with a powerful eucalyptus scent. While it isn't the most potent bar out there, I do find that it is stronger than most. Now as for the smell of it, that's probably going to be what makes or breaks it for you. Eucalyptus is a very unique, clean smell. It's almost like a mixture of minty, herbal, floral, and medicinal notes that many absolutely love, while others maybe not so much. This brick does have a nice clean to it. It is of course said to be medium grit. Now I don't find that to be accurate, to be honest. In my experience, the oatmeal was so non-existent that I forgot it was even in the bar. It's small and barely there to the point where it's practically zero grit, or at least light. There is some in there though, and likely differs to an extent depending on the batch, but it does add a little bit to the brick, just not as much as you'd like. Still, with the oatmeal that is there and the Greek yogurt, you have a solid clean, and one that leaves you feeling fresh. Now as for my thoughts, I like the eucalyptus Greek yogurt, but it's far from a personal favorite, though I can see the appeal. It has a strong scent and a strong clean, so there's really not much to criticize here. Overall, I have to rank the eucalyptus Greek yogurt as rather nifty. Which means it's a great bar, just not elite or god tier. For now, we'll put it right behind the Grapefruit IPA. Personally, nothing about it really stands out enough to elevate it into the higher Squatch nobility. It reminds me of a cross between the Alpine Sage and the Deep Sea Goat's Milk, both of which I would prefer over this bar. Also, I'm not the biggest fan of eucalyptus. However, if you are, I'd certainly recommend this bar. Its pungent, almost minty smell coupled with its moisturizing properties create a brick that certainly has appeal to the right person. Of course, that's only my opinion, and I'd love to hear yours down in the comments. What do you think of the eucalyptus boy? Do you think it's underrated, or is that scent just not for you? Regardless, should you use this brick and find yourself in Australia, Be wary of your surroundings. With your now strong eucalyptus smell, you may fall victim to the koalas there, finally breaking their unusual diet. Or perhaps, you may find the creepy little bastards worshipping you as their god. In the chartreuse meadows of tall grass and lush flora, there exists a witch doctor with the power of nature at his fingertips, or rather claw tips. The shaman can guide you on the path of physical and spiritual healing. He is unconventional yet effective, controversial yet perceptive, unlicensed yet corrective. The good doctor is many things. He is a cure for ailments and a remedy for curses. He is a mender of flesh and soul, and his name is Cool Fresh Aloe. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Cool Fresh Aloe, a bar that will leave you feeling right as rain. This is a springtime brick that is both simple and efficient. A fan favorite for many, this is a great starting brick for new squatchers. But can it run with the big dogs? Well, let's start by looking at the ingredients. So this bar has something a bit weird going on. As you can see, the highlighted ingredient is coconut oil. Now, if you're familiar with Squatch bars or these soap guides, you'll probably know that usually isn't a good sign, as coconut oil, while great for you, is present in literally every Squatch bar. And when you see it as the highlighted ingredient, it can mean that the bar has no unique ingredients, which, you know, is boring. Thankfully, that isn't the case with our aloe boy, as believe it or not, the Cool Fresh Aloe has aloe vera. That may seem obvious, but originally the brick only seemed to have aloe fragrance in it, at least from what I can tell, and Squatch has since upgraded the bar to include the real thing. Now, aloe vera is the only unique ingredient present here, but lucky for this brick and us, it's one of the best skincare ingredients to have, and is a household name in home remedies for a reason. The natural gel that comes from the plant is used for relieving skin, including cuts and burns. It's also extremely moisturizing. Hell, people even use aloe vera gel to shave with. Now, what's also interesting about this evergreen ingredient is that it seems to be good for all skin types. It moisturizes dry skin, but also is very absorbent, so it's good for oily skin as well. It's also used for irritated skin or skin suffering from things like acne or sunburn. It's anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial. The hydrating natural gel is also full of vitamins. Basically, this all-natural brick is good for just about everyone, and is just what the doctor ordered. The scent of the Cool Fresh Aloe flavor is a unique one. It certainly has a spring feel to it, like the smell of dew in the early morning. It has a bit of aloe smell to it, but mostly it just reminds me of a rainy day. The smell is actually quite potent, even if not one of the strongest, and transforms your shower head into a rain cloud, slamming you with that fresh spring smell. Now, this is a smooth brick, maybe the best Squatch has in that regard. It's highly moisturizing and hydrating, a restorative bar that will benefit just about any skin type. While there is no grit, the bar gives you a very restorative clean. The scent will have you smooth with the ladies, but the brick itself is what's smooth with your boys. Now, as for my thoughts, I like this bar a lot. The aloe vera certainly carries it, and carries it quite far to be honest. It's actually the first Squatch bar I used, and one I definitely recommend to new Squatchers and veteran Squatchers alike. I really like the texture and scent of it, as the bar just really feels clean and healthy. That being said, I think this bar suffers from the same problem many Squatch bars do, and that's just there are so many fantastic Squatch bars that some simply don't get that high of a ranking, even if they do nothing wrong. So personally, I think it's a high-end, rather nifty. I'll slot it right between the Grapefruit IPA and Eucalyptus Greek yogurt. It's a great brick without question, but there are some I just feel are better. With its moisturizing and healing qualities, it has its unique place in the Squatch lineup, and it's a good idea to always have a bar on your shelf for the days when you may have been in the sun too long. It's one of the most restorative soaps out there. While its spring scent may be hit or miss for people, it does a lot of things right. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Aloe Boy? Do you think it's cool and fresh? Or do you have springtime allergies with this brick? while he may have gotten kicked out of med school and his methods may be unethical, there's no denying this bar will treat you well for your skincare needs. Some call it witchcraft, he calls it natural, but in any case, you'll be feeling like you're drinking pina coladas while being caught in the rain. Although maybe that's just the mushrooms he gave you. Stranded across the vast seas on an uncharted island, there exists a castaway. Forgotten by the world and his wife, the man lives in solaceful solitude. There are no rafts to be constructed or SOSs to be arranged. Instead, the man chills like the ocean breeze, surviving and thriving off the isle's endless supply of coconuts. He is lost, but has no desire to be found, and his name is Coconut Castaway. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Coconut Castaway, a brick that feels like escaping from everyone's nonsense. Now this boy has been a long-awaited addition to Squatch for many years, and is finally ready to hit the soap savers. So let's find out if this brick is worth the wait. This bar is cuckoo for coconuts, and your nuts will be equally as nuts for them as well. With this Island Retreat soap, we are treated to 4 coconut-based ingredients. There is, of course, coconut oil, which is standard in every Squatch bar, but there are still 3 unique ingredients to get into. The highlighted ingredient is coconut shreds, which gives the bar its light grit, and then there is also coconut water and coconut milk, completing the coconut quadfecta. Now this is a bit confusing, so let's see what the difference between these ingredients is. Now the coconut, which is actually a fruit, is a rather complicated thing, but I'm going to keep this as basic and unscientific as I can. Basically, when you crack one of these bad boys open, the first thing you'll notice is the liquid, which is the coconut water, and the white flesh part, known as the coconut meat, which is unfortunately what it's called. From the meat comes the coconut flakes, or shreds, which are often dried. Now when the coconut meat is pressed with hot water, coconut milk is created. Coconut oil is similarly created when the milk or meat is pressed. Okay, with all that out of the way, what type of skin benefits are we talking about? Well, we're looking at increased moisturizing and hydrating qualities. With its source of vitamin C and vitamin E, the coconut ingredients will aid your skin's complexion, helping to tone and brighten. It will also provide a natural cleanse that purifies skin of dirt and microbes. Overall, we're left with a bar that promotes healthy, hydrated, and cleansed skin, perfect for nourishing your skin after being stranded for days on a tropical island. The exotic scent of this brick is simply intoxicating. Coconut is, of course, the main note here, but it's a little more complex than that. It smells a lot like a pina colada or some other tropical drink, with an almost sweet or fruity background scent. It's a very refreshing smell that's actually stronger than most Squatch bars. If he smelled like this when he came back from that island, Tom Hanks' wife would have instantly left her new husband and daughter behind to reunite with him. Now this coconut boy is the first ever light grit bar, courtesy of the coconut shreds. And honestly, that description is pretty accurate. There's some exfoliation here that allows for a deeper clean, but nothing harsh. You'll notice the grit of it, but I don't think many will find it to be too much. Other than that, this bar is smooth and almost milky. It's extremely moisturizing, and you can almost instantly feel your skin being hydrated. Next time someone asks you what item you would bring if you were Tom Hanks on an island, this brick wouldn't be a bad answer. Now, as for my thoughts, I think this is a really good bar. It does everything well, and there's nothing to complain about with it. I love the scent, I love the grit, and I love the moisturizing qualities. Honestly, I think it might be some sort of god. It's going to knock your bar down a tier later, but I think it is just a god tier brick. Even better than the Fresh Falls. This is the treasure pirates hide away. Speaking of pirates, some of you may be wondering, is this the Bay Rum Killer? Kind of. It's certainly a better soap than the Bay Rum, although I think both scents are still great. They smell nothing alike, and aside from the tropical island vibe, they are very different bars, although I think Bay Rum fans will enjoy this brick quite a lot. I feel like the Coconut Castaway is quickly going to become a fan favorite, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the Coconut Castaway flavor wash ashore on Hairkit and Deodorant Island. Overall, you're getting a strong smelling, deeply moisturizing bar with no issues. The coconut scent, the light grit, and the bar as a whole is a welcome addition to the OG lineup, and one that we've waited a long time to discover. I can't say that it doesn't live up to expectations. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Coconut Boy? Do you like it, or are you disappointed? Let me know if you've tried this tropical brick yet. Lost in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by deep blue ocean, the island becomes your home. But who's to say your stay here has to be a bad time? You've escaped from your family, and this island is all yours. And having this brick with you can be the difference between insanity and sanity. Because after all, who needs a Wilson when you have a coconut Castaway? On great oaks and great forests, there exists a guardian. Wrapped around the trunks like mossy armor, this man refuses to allow these wooden giants to be killed. The woods are his home, and the canopy of the trees his shelter. He weeps with joy when their leaves return, and he weeps with sorrow when their branches fall. He weeps quite a lot, actually. He is an emotional, tree-loving protector, and his name is Gold Moss. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frick Cast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Gold Moss, a brick that promises the riches of the forest. This bar feels like returning to your roots. Tree roots, that is, as this oaky soap is about as basic a bar as you get with Squatch. There are actually no unique ingredients in this bar, which is unfortunate. You would hope to see some actual moss or something in it, but there's nothing. The highlighted ingredient is sea salt. However, that's present in most Squatch bars, so it's not really unique. This brick also seems to have undergone an appearance change as well, as its brown, textured look has been replaced with a white, smooth look. Unfortunately, I don't have the old bar to show you a side-by-side comparison, but the old style is the one still shown on the website, so you can clearly see the difference. In terms of ingredients, it's still the same, just maybe without the same colorant. And from what I remember of the old version, it's pretty comparable overall to the newer one. And that's about all there is to say here, so let's get into the details on this tree-hugging brick. For a bar that has no unique ingredients, you'd hope for a killer scent to bail it out, such as with the bay rum. Yet, this bar has one of the weakest, faintest scents of any OG. It's an earthy yet somewhat sweet scent that reminds you of moss growing on the forest floor or clinging to the bark of an oak tree. Again, I like the scent, but it's almost non-existent. This natural, earthy aroma is what I feel hippies think they smell like. However, thankfully, this bar smells nothing like them. I remember the old version having a thick-ass lather that this one seems to lack now. In any case, this is a silky smooth bar that has no exfoliation and is basically a standard clean for a Squatch brick. Like Oberyn from that awful Wonder Woman movie said, it's good, but it can be better. As for my thoughts, the Gold Moss just really feels like a bare bones brick, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some may even prefer it that way. Still, overall I feel I have little choice but to rank it as quite aight. Behind the bay rum, which at least has its scent going for it. I just don't think this bar can be justifiably ranked above others with much more character. Remember, quite aight doesn't mean bad, it means quite aight, as in it's a quite aight bar. I feel this bar could really use a revamping. Then again, there's maybe something to be said about having a bar like this. It is a testament to Squatch that even a bar with no added unique ingredients and a faint scent can still be a good bar. Still, this soap has little appeal when compared to the others. There are much better cleaning bricks and bricks with better woodsy, earthy scents. But that being said, I wouldn't blame anyone for liking this bar and its simplistic approach. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think about this golden boy? Do you agree with me, or do you think I'm missing something? Chained to the tree like moss protecting the oak, the brick refuses to allow the basic beauty of nature to be destroyed. The bar may not be flashy or unique, but it stands strong in its principles of being a basic bitch. Wanted in the harsh and untamed Wild West, there is an outlaw. Slinging guns and slinging bottles, the man is not without style nor taste. He is wanted dead or alive, living his life on the constant run. No posse can hope to match the bandit gang, and no banks can hope to secure their riches. He is wanted by the law and wanted by the ladies, and his name is Wood Barrel Bourbon. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Wood Barrel Bourbon, a brick that turns your shower into a Wild West saloon. This has been a fan favorite for many Squatchers ever since its release, and that's for good reason. The Wood Barrel Bourbon flavor boasts one of the best scents on the menu, and the brick has what many feel to be an ideal amount of grit. So let's have the bartender pour us another round and get into this cowboy brick. The Bourbon Boy has some of the more unique ingredients amongst OGs. We have two highlighted ingredients, Jimmy Red Corn and sand. Now both of these are what give the bar its medium grit, as well as its deeply exfoliating abilities. Let's start with sand, as that's the most straightforward. Sand is basically just an exfoliant that helps to remove dead skin or impurities. Sand is present in a few Squatch bars and always gives the bar a consistent grit. Jimmy Red Cornmeal is probably the standout here. So what even is Jimmy Red Corn? Well, it's basically a red colored corn that differs a bit from your traditional yellow boy. It has a sweet taste, and the Jimmy variety is apparently the best version of it out there. In the case of our bourbon brick, the cornmeal essentially acts as another exfoliant, and it also contains antioxidants that leave skin smoother and cleansed. It has no actual bourbon, but it does have brewer's yeast. Now if you know a bit about distilling versus fermenting alcohols, this may sound a bit odd. Brewing almost exclusively means making beer, and the yeast here is mainly used for fermenting alcohols such as beer, wine, or mead. You basically just let it sit, let the yeast do its thing, and turn it into alcohol. Distilling is a much more complicated process, but that's how you get liquors such as vodka, gin, or whiskey. They get fermented first as well, where the alcohol is created, and then distilled, where the alcohol is separated. It usually has its own type of yeast, but in the case of whiskey or bourbon, you may see some brewer's yeast being used, especially during its fermentation period, so it actually isn't all that out of place here in this bourbon brick. Now, brewer's yeast has a number of benefits when consumed, but what does it provide when used in skincare? Turns out yeast is rich in nutrients and has deeply restorative and hydrating properties. It leads to healthier, more flexible skin that helps reduce the aging process. Our last ingredient is annatto powder, which is full of antioxidants and vitamin E. It helps soothe irritated skin as well as cleanses impurities. It is useful against blemishes and signs of aging. With all these beneficial ingredients, we're looking at a bar that seems to prioritize young, healthy-looking skin, and one that doesn't seem to just be a snake oil salesman. Perhaps the biggest strength of this brick is its scent. It's about medium strength, on par with most, but the smell is much more complicated. It is actually hard to place. It is reminiscent of bourbon aging in an oak barrel, but is also much sweeter, and really gives off the vibe of fall or autumn. It walks a middle ground between manliness and pleasantness, and despite being full of bourbon, it walks that line pretty straight. The medium grit of this bar gives it a more intense exfoliation and a deeper clean. Medium grit is accurate, although it may be on the heavier side of that. Not quite the level of a bar like the Pine Tar, but still much more than the Eucalyptus or Goat's Milk. It's not the most moisturizing or hydrating bar of the lineup, although if we're being honest, every Squatch brick has those qualities. The bourbon brick maybe just not as much, but it still makes for a fantastic scrub, one that'll have you stepping out of the shower, feeling like a Peaky Blinder. Now, as for my thoughts, I really like this bar. It's one of the more well-rounded bricks out there and excels in just about every area. Some may find the grit level to be too much for their liking, but I do think most will appreciate this bar, and I know just about everyone is going to love its sweet bourbon scent. I think I have to rank it as something else entirely. This is one of the hardest ones to rank for me, as I feel it could easily be some sort of god. However, I already have a few spots reserved in the pantheon for others that I feel just edge it out, and it kind of forces me to drop it a tier, but it's almost in between. Think of it like some sort of demigod, like Hercules, not quite Zeus, but Hercules is still Hercules. Still, I would say the Wood Barrel Bourbon is one of the better, more serious grit bars out there. It's a lot like a more relaxed version of the Pine Tar, toned down just a notch and with a more sweet, bourbon-esque scent. There's a reason this is a favorite for many. It also reminds me a lot of the Birchwood Breeze, which if I recall correctly released just after the Bourbon Boy. Both are some of my favorite OGs. The Wood Barrel Bourbon is one of the best overall Squatch flavors out there, and if you're someone who likes some grit in your brick, check this gunslinging one out. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Bourbon Boy? Do you like it, or do you find it overrated? Locked in a standoff, the outlaw knows he is fastest on the draw. No matter the gunman across from him, and no matter how many lawmen the sheriff brings, he is much too quick. The dead eye locks on, and soon he's sitting at the bar once more. In the quiet whispers carried by the wind, you may hear of a warrior. A man unlike others. He fights for the old ways and for long-lost tradition. As far as the breeze carries it, his name is known to all around the forest. They have learned to fear the rustle of leaves. They have been taught to tremble at a gentle zephyr. They dread the sight of his blade, and they dread the name that is Birchwood Breeze. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Birchwood Breeze, a sweet brick that will have you channeling your inner battle cry in the shower. This is one of Squatch's most underrated overall flavors, and I feel it is often overshadowed by its big brother Wood Barrel Bourbon, but it is by no means inferior. So let's see how this Birch Boy holds up. The brick has a few unique ingredients, the two highlighted being birch bark and pumice. Let's start with pumice, as that's what gives the bar its medium grit. Like sand and some other bars, pumice always gives a Squatch brick a consistent grit. Now pumice is actually a volcanic rock. It is formed during eruptions when the lava is rapidly cooled and is known for its trademark porous or foamy appearance. It is also surprisingly light. Pumice has been used medicinally for thousands of years and is a household staple used in both cleaning and gardening. Still, this versatile volcanic glass is also beneficial in skincare. People just straight up use the stone on their face and feet, but when used in a powder form, such as with our birch brick, it is very fine and not as rough as you may think. It exfoliates and removes dead skin, leaving skin soft and smooth. It also has cleaning and rejuvenating properties. We should also cover Niaouli essential oil, derived from a close relative of the tea tree. This is often used against skin ailments and minor wounds. Among other things, it's purifying and is antiseptic and disinfectant. It is also a toner and helps to remove blemishes. Last, we have birch bark. Now admittedly, I'm a bit of a birch bitch. They are like miracle trees, and nearly every part of them is great for something. These beautiful trees not only provide excellent, clean-burning, sweet-smelling firewood, as well as birch syrup and birch beer, but even the bark on these bad boys is great. It's easily recognizable for its white color spotted with others like black. However, it's much more than just a unique look. The bark has a storied history in the realm of medicine. It is often used in tea and is known for its pain-relieving and anti-inflammatory properties. It aids against a number of conditions and also improves digestion. While it's often ingested, it can also be used topically. For skincare, birch bark has many restorative properties. It helps to tone and smooth skin. It's also known for its anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and antioxidant qualities. It leaves skin rejuvenated, balanced, and soothed. It has healing and collagen-boosting qualities as well. It's no surprise the birch was highly regarded amongst the ancient Celts for its purity and resiliency. It was seen as a symbol of rebirth and renewal, and that's how you'll feel stepping out of the shower, like a druid who just spoke to a god. The scent is like being lost in a birch forest. It's about a medium strength, but is on the stronger side of that. The smell is sweet, like you may expect from a birch, but in my opinion, it's almost like vanilla. It has a bit of a robust woodiness to it, but is overall a crisp, sweet smell that makes it very pleasant, but also one that doesn't smell too feminine. Instead, you smell like a mythical warrior who just massacred countless adversaries. The pumice gives this bar one of the better scrubs of any Squatch brick. It's a medium grit, so it has some weight to its punches, but it shouldn't be too much for most people. The pumice dissolves and the bar almost seems to melt when you use it, and that combined with its scent reminds me somewhat of ice cream. Although that's not necessarily bad, the lather has a creamy texture, and combined with the grit give the bar a deep, restorative clean. It seems to have a soothing, healing feel to it, like a mystical salve used for wounds of battle. Now as for my thoughts, I love this bar. From the moment it was released, the Birch Brick has been a personal favorite, and I think it's not only one of the best OGs, but one of the best overall bars. I have to rank it as some sort of god, above both the Fresh Falls and the Coconut Castaway. This bar does everything very well and easily deserves the ranking in my opinion. Like I mentioned, it reminds me a lot of the Wood Barrel Bourbon in just about every way. While I really like both, the Birch Brick gets the slight edge for me. It has the perfect sweet birch scent and is an ideal medium grit bar with plenty of rejuvenating and restoring extra benefits. It's a very unique brick and one I feel deserves much more recognition. The Birchwood Breeze is one of the most well-rounded bars out there, and I'd highly recommend it to anyone. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Birch Boy? Do you think as highly of it as I do? Or am I just a birch bitch? Standing in the midst of an ancient battle, survived only by the surrounding trees and haunting breeze, you may hear the war cry of this brick, ready to slam you into a new life. Behind the smoke of the open flame, there is a grill master. He has perfected the art of the cookout and is well trained in all barbecue weaponry. There is no cut of steak too delicate, no slab of lamb too thick, and no limit to the amount of chickens he can cook at once. Armed with a fork and knife, he is ready to feast, and his name is Cedar Citrus. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Cedar Citrus, a bar that's ready to just throw something on the grill after the shower. This brick is one of Squatch's most recognizable soaps and is one commonly offered in stores and bundles. But does it deserve to be up there with some of Squatch's greatest OGs? Well, let's get the fire started and test out this well-seasoned brick. The bar actually has a few unique ingredients, and some very good ones at that. Let's start with the highlighted cedarwood oil. This of course comes from cedar trees, and is known for its soothing and anti-inflammatory capabilities. It's also antimicrobial, and is used to treat irritated, dry, or even injured skin. It is also useful against skin conditions like acne or eczema. It's a bit of a do-it-all type of ingredient. For the citrus side of things, we have orange essential oil. This boy is also antimicrobial and is useful against the aforementioned skin ailments. It's also rich in antioxidants such as vitamin C and helps to leave skin radiant, clear, and just generally healthier. To spice things up, we have some herbs as well. First is rosemary essential oil. Now I love rosemary and I pretty much always cook with it. Rosemary is also one of my favorite essential oils as well. This is one of the best skincare and hair care ingredients out there. Rosemary oil is deeply hydrating and is antimicrobial as well as anti-inflammatory. It also has toning, cleansing, and healing properties that leave skin refreshed, and its extreme antibacterial quality is great for many skin ailments. Lastly, there are peppermint leaves. These are also anti-inflammatory and contain many antioxidants that help treat skin ailments. Vitamins A, B, and C leave skin brightened, toned, and cleansed. The leaves clean out pores and leave skin hydrated and moisturized. With some added zest and some herbs, our brick is one that leaves skin healthy and vibrant. It appears ready to go on the shower grill. The scent of the bar is rather straightforward, cedarwood and orange. Although the cedarwood is definitely the strongest note here, you can also get a bit of background notes of the peppermint and rosemary, which makes for an interesting smell. However, the bar really does lack the potency you would maybe hope for. It's not the faintest scent out there, but I find it is relatively weak to most bricks. You'll smell it, but personally, I prefer more seasoning on my steak. With the intriguing array of ingredients, you would expect this bar to be one of the best cleans amongst the OGs, yet it really feels standard. The bar has peppermint leaves in it, although they really do not add any grit, and the bar is instead a relatively smooth one. The bar lacks that wow factor that some others have, but the bar really does leave your skin moisturized and soothed in the end. In fact, I think this may be a brick that is better than it actually seems, if that makes sense. Remember, you can always throw it back on if it's undercooked. You can't if it's overcooked. Now as for my thoughts, I do like the Cedar Citrus, but can't help but find myself a little disappointed with this bar. I don't think it's bad by any means, but every time I try it again, I'm left feeling as if the bar is missing something. The dish has great potential, but I feel the recipe may need an extra dash of something. I have to rank it as a high-end, quite aight. The ingredients are top-notch. Rosemary and peppermint are some of my favorites for any brick or meat, yet I don't think they have a strong enough presence in this bar. Instead, we mostly have cedarwood, which is not the most pleasant scent in my personal opinion, but it dominates the already weak scent of this bar. Still, cedarwood is a great skincare ingredient, as are the rest. The bar does leave skin noticeably healthier, and is nowhere close to being one of the worst bricks. In the grand scheme of Squatch though, I don't see it holding up against some of the more dominant OGs. The Grapefruit IPA has a much better citrus scent, the Spearmint Basil has the herbal minty smell locked down, and there are of course many woodsy bricks as well, and I'd argue all with stronger, better scents, as well as many of them with the same hydrating and cleansing properties. The bar just needs a bit of reseasoning is all. Ditch the cedar for some hickory, increase the rosemary, throw in some cayenne pepper, and let me cook the bitch over the fire. Then we'll have ourselves a perfectly seasoned, medium rare brick. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Cedar Boy? Is it an iconic Squatch brick, or has it been cooking way too long? The sizzle is the sound he lives for. The sight of even grill marks brings joy to his eyes. With the perfect temperature and the right amount of seasoning, it's time to eat. Tending to his glorious gardens, there is an alchemist. He has created mystifying elixirs and marvelous potions. He has tapped into lost, forbidden knowledge that allows him to transform dirt into life, lead into gold, generic soap into Squatch soap. He is an immortal, all-knowing transmutation master, and his name is Spearmint Basil. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Spearmint Basil, a bar that will have you ditching the shower beer for the elixir of life. This is one of the strongest scents of any brick, and its minty, herbal smell certainly has it stand out. But like mint in a garden, does it overpower and overtake the other OGs? Well, let's get into this philosopher's stone of a brick. To start, this boy has a number of unique ingredients, including the highlighted spearmint essential oil. Now, spearmint is of course the most common species of mint. It is known for being a strong flavor of many things like toothpaste and gum. When used in skincare, spearmint oil has a lot of benefits. It leaves skin soothed and cooled. Spearmint doesn't contain as much menthol as peppermint, so you won't get quite as much of the fresh, chilling sensation the Frosty Peppermint bar gives you, but this is still a fantastic ingredient. It's antimicrobial, antiseptic, and anti-inflammatory. It helps to heal and protect. It's also a great cleanser that cleans deep and tightens skin. The calming benefits of spearmint make it great for irritated skin. We also have basil essential oil. This herb is similar to spearmint in many ways. It's a great cleanser that soothes skin with its anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial properties. Basil brightens, repairs, and is rich in vitamin C. It's a nourishing, calming ingredient that is great for many skin ailments. Next, we have spirulina powder. Now, spirulina is not an herb. It's actually a blue-green algae, which is often used as a dietary supplement. It surprisingly has a lot of benefits. It too is anti-inflammatory and contains many anti-aging benefits, such as toning, brightening, and repairing qualities. It's also high in vitamins and amino acids, helping to promote healthy skin. Lastly, we have peppermint leaves, which are anti-inflammatory and are high in antioxidants that help treat skin ailments. They're rich in vitamins, leaving skin brightened, toned, and cleansed. They clean out pores as well as have hydrating and moisturizing qualities. Overall, with its restorative and cleansing properties, this garden brick is ready to take over your skin, leaving you feeling fresh and alert, like your squatchy senses are tingling. I only need one word to describe the scent of this brick: mint. The scent really reminds me of gum. It smells just like spearmint flavored chewing gum, and you may or may not like that. It's a heavy spearmint smell that is one of the most potent of any Squatch brick, and might be the strongest OG. If put with other bricks, the Spearmint Basil will be the one you smell, and may even make the others smell like it. A good reminder to never plant mint in your garden with other herbs. Regardless though, this boy is taking over wherever it is. This Zero Grit brick is a very smooth one with a clean and refreshing feel to it. It's a bar that leaves your skin cooled and soothed. It may not be the deepest clean of a Squatch soap, but it is very solid. Combined with the scent, you'll feel extremely fresh after using it, and ready to slam the rest of your day. Now, as for my thoughts, I like the Spearmint Basil. It's not one of my absolute favorite OGs, but it does pretty much everything well. I think it's a lower end, something else entirely. Overall, it's a very solid bar, and I want to give credit where it's due, as I do try to keep these rankings somewhat objective. It's a refreshing, restorative bar that has one of the most potent scents out there. I'm not the biggest fan of the Orbit gum smell, but it is powerful, maybe almost too overpowering. Still, it helps the bar stand out from the other OGs. It may be a bit of a love it or hate it for a lot of people. Still though, there is a lot to appreciate here with this fresh brick. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Spearmint Boy? Do you love its strong scent? Or do you not like this bar? Let me know how you feel about this minty fresh brick. With immense capabilities and immense wealth, this brick is ready to leave the garden and set its sights on anything and everything that exists. Hanging out at the local cafes, there is a writer. Page after page, coffee after coffee, he is hard at work with the next bestseller. Driven by caffeine and by MacBook, nothing but the coffee shop Wi-Fi will hold him back. He wants the eyes of all there upon him as he finishes his masterpiece, and his name is Cold Brew Cleanse. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Cold Brew Cleanse, a bar that will get you through any morning. This is the second Heavy Grit OG bar, released after the Pine Tar. The latter, of course, a much beloved brick amongst Squatchers. But does this Cold Brew Boy have the same appeal as its woodsy counterpart? Well, let's get into this caffeinated brick. The bar, of course, has two unique ingredients. To start, we have the highlighted coffee grounds. These ground up coffee beans are what gives the brick its intense, heavy grit. The grounds here help to clear away dead skin, leaving it more vibrant and allowing for a deeper clean. Now the soap also contains coffee, that is, like the actual liquid, so you're getting 2 doses of the boldness. Coffee has a lot of skin benefits. The caffeine in coffee is also great in many ways. Coffee is antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory, so it leaves skin healthier and fights against skin ailments. It has anti-aging properties and leaves skin brightened. It's also rich in antioxidants, helping to repair and promote healing. Overall, coffee leaves skin cleansed and much healthier looking, just like that first sip of morning coffee. Now this barista brick looks to be one that will turn anyone into a morning person. But like many specialty coffees, let's see how it actually holds up. I'd say the best part of this bar is its scent. Just as the box says, coffee and brown sugar is the smell of this brick. It's about a medium potency as well. The scent is one that any coffee drinker will love. It is reminiscent of a coffee shop. Still, unlike a chill cafe, this bar is anything but relaxed. If the scent is a nice latte, the clean is like 10 shots of espresso. Now this mother fricker is very much a heavy grit, but the coffee grounds are a bit different. I find that they don't work as well in a soap as, say, oatmeal, sand, or pumice. The grounds don't dissolve in the shower, but easily come off of the soap, embedding itself in your skin like shrapnel from a Starbucks grenade. It can also make an absolute mess and litter your shower floor. Honestly, I don't like the grounds in this bar. It's not so much that it's too rough, it's just unpleasant in my opinion. There's not as much of a deep clean to go with the grittiness like with the pine tar, but if you can get past the coffee grounds, there is a solid bar. The coffee, that is the liquid coffee, not the grounds, I think is good in the soap, but otherwise, there are much better Squatch options. As for my thoughts, it's probably obvious I don't care for this brick. There are few Squatch bars I don't like, but this is one of them. I have little choice but to rank it as... Oh god! Oh god! This tier basically exists for this bar, as the rest I feel are at least aight. This is the only OG I don't like using. I think this bar sounds better in theory than it is in practice. Behind the Coffee Grounds is a solid bar, but unfortunately I think the grit makes this bar almost unusable for most people. I can appreciate a good heavy grit, like the Pine Tar or Moonrock, but this one is just unpleasant to use. Which sucks because I actually really like the smell of this brick. If the coffee grounds were removed or at the very least toned down, I think it'd probably be a rather nifty. But as it stands now, I think it's easily the worst OG, and the only one I would say I dislike. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Cold Brew Boy? Do you agree with this being the worst OG, or do you think it's actually a good bar? Let me know how you feel about this dark roast brick. It's always nice to start your day with that extra jolt of caffeine, that boost of energy to get you going. But much like my morning coffee, I prefer my OG heavy grits black. In the isolated, misty mountains, there is a wizard, a sorcerer of unmatched and unrivaled wisdom. He understands the mysteries of the land better than all, as he guides heroes on their journeys. A warlock locked in a war for the fate of the world. He is no old man hiking with a walking stick. He is a mage with a staff capable of great deeds, and his name is Alpine Sage. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Alpine Sage, a bar with some arcane properties. The soap that was once nautical sage ditched the sea life and has since taken up residence in the alpine slopes of the mountains. What nautical and alpine have in common, I have no idea, but the flavor has seemingly remained the same, boasting a signature floral scent. But is this Alpine Boy merely a lunatic living in the mountains? Or is this one of Squatch's best OGs? Well, let's get into this mystic brick. This bar has a few unique ingredients, including two highlighted ones, cypress and sage oil. Let's start with cypress essential oil, which of course comes from the tree. Now this is antimicrobial, so it's great against many types of skin ailments like acne. It's also a great cleanser that cleans out pores and tightens skin. It tones, heals, and purifies. Clary sage oil is a soothing ingredient. It's not from the sage you may be more familiar with, the peppery herb that's great for cooking, but it's a close relative with a bit of a sweeter, more floral profile. Clary sage is known for its anti-inflammatory and calming benefits, so it should pair very well with cypress. Last but not least is lavender essential oil. Now lavender is perhaps more well known for its purple color and floral scent. However, it's also great when used in skincare. The Purple Boy is known to be antibacterial and anti-inflammatory. It also has toning and calming capabilities, as well as leaves skin moisturized and cleansed. All in all, this concoction seems to do a bit of everything, but mostly seems geared for irritated skin or skin conditions. In short, this brick will keep you from looking like an orc. Like flying on the back of giant eagles, this bar is an intense breath of fresh air. It's a heavily floral smell, mostly dominated by lavender. It may be one of the more feminine Squatch scents out there, but I think it has enough of an earthy or herbal undertone to make this brick unique. Still though, it smells a lot like perfume or even air fresheners, likely due to the lavender. It's a very crisp scent, like freshly cleaned linens. While the scent can be sort of intense, I'd say it's about a medium potency, so you won't smell it unless it's basically in your hand. Although it's also one that seems to get stronger when it's actually used in the shower. Like Gandalf the Nautical coming back as Gandalf the Alpine. With such a clean scent to it, you'd expect the bar itself to feel very clean as well, and for the most part, it does. It's a restorative brick with a smooth texture to it, although it lacks much of the moisturizing qualities many other bars have. In fact, it can feel a bit basic, and it may not be one of the best cleans Squatch offers, but it is an all-around fresh brick. As for my thoughts, I like the Alpine Sage. It really feels like your traditional standard OG, and as such, I think rather nifty is where it belongs. I like it slightly more than the Eucalyptus Greek yogurt, but not as much as the cool fresh Aloe. Overall, it's a great bar that offers a unique floral scent, but doesn't quite hold up to some of the more top-tier OGs in my opinion. The scent is the main selling point of this brick, and I think it may be a more polarizing one. Personally, I go back and forth on it. Sometimes I find it really refreshing, other times it almost gives me a headache, it's so intense. Still, the brick features some interesting ingredients. It feels overall like a very clean bar. It was one of the first Dr. Squatch bricks I used, and one I've always felt was good, just not quite as good as some others. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Alpine Boy? Do you love or hate its scent? Let me know how you feel about this mountain brick. The Alpine woods are filled with many strange creatures and perilous danger. Keep this brick in your hand so that the 3-in-1 soaps, shampoos, and conditioners will be warded off. Deep in the depths of the ocean, there is a deity, a long forgotten god of bygone eras. Some he curses with madness, others are blessed with cosmic divinity. Still, there are many powers he holds and grants, from the ability to conquer worlds to restoring your skin's microbiome. The potential is limitless. He is the king of gods, the greatest of all time, and his name is Deep Sea Goat's Milk. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Deep Sea Goat's Milk, a legendary bar that turns any man into Superman. Coming straight out of the Mariana Trench, this is one of the greatest bricks on the menu, one that is extremely underrated. The Deep Sea Goat's Milk is one you'll see many veteran squatchers speak highly of, yet it doesn't seem to be one of the more popular bars. That's okay, because just like its namesake has shown us, it doesn't matter where you were drafted, only that you perform when it matters most. So let's get into this milky brick. The Goat Boy has just 2 unique ingredients, but these are 2 of the best you'll see in any bar. Let's start with the highlighted oatmeal. Oatmeal is present in a number of Squatch soaps, most notably the pine tar. It's mostly known for the grit it adds. In this case, it's a medium level of grit, but aside from exfoliating your skin and allowing for a deeper clean, it also contains a plethora of skin benefits. Oatmeal is deeply moisturizing and hydrating. It's antioxidant and anti-inflammatory, helping to nourish and protect skin. It cleanses and improves complexion, as well as soothes irritated skin. The second ingredient is goat's milk. Yes, that's right, and it's the secret to this brick's success. Believe it or not, goat milk isn't just for eating and drinking. It's often used in a lot of skincare products as well, such as lotion and of course, soap. It's been used in soaps ever since someone got the idea to start milking goats for some reason. Goat's milk contains a lot of lactic acids, fatty acids, and cholesterol. It helps to moisturize and hydrate skin, as well as cleanse and nourish. It's rich in nutrients, and it restores balance to your skin's microbiome with its probiotics. It's an anti-inflammatory, soothing ingredient that helps fight against skin ailments and clears away unwanted bacteria. Goat's milk also has anti-aging and skin brightening properties. It basically does a bit of everything, and this soap is one of the best all around out there. This brick feels like the wisdom Odin sacrificed his eye for. The scent is one that is hard to specify. I think the best way to describe it is sea foam. It has a bit of a salty, almost sour ocean smell to it that somehow manages to be really clean and refreshing. It's like a Viking's oar splashing up seawater while on their way to frick up England. The potency is also actually quite strong, although the scent is more subtle than many. Personally, I love the scent of this brick. It fits well with the theme of the bar. You'll step out of the shower feeling like Poseidon. Seafoam isn't just the smell. as this goat bar has a rich, thick, foamy lather to it. The oatmeal is good in this bar, and while it doesn't provide a lot of grit, I find there is enough there to add a good bit of exfoliation. It allows the soap and the goat's milk to clean deep and leave your skin moisturized and nourished, like you just swam in the fountain of youth. This is probably the best all-around clean of any Squatch brick. It does just about everything, and does it extremely well, having you feel like you just transcended reality. As for my thoughts, I absolutely love this brick. I think the Deep Sea Goat's Milk is easily the best OG, and possibly the best Squatch bar ever made. It's the most well-designed, balanced soap that excels in every area. It's as close to perfect as a brick can get, and for that, I think it's well-deserving of being, it might be some sort of god. In fact, it's more than that. This is the God of Gods, the All-Father, the Great Old One. It could almost be in a tier of its own. The scent is one that I really like in this bar. It is very unique compared to the others. I also find that the Deep Sea Goat's Milk is one of the deepest cleaning bricks, and its otherwise smooth texture is complemented well by the inclusion of oatmeal for a bit of added grit. I don't know how they got Tom Brady on board with it, but goat's milk is one of the best ingredients out there. Altogether, the result is an incredibly well-made soap that is deeply hydrating and nourishing. I would say the Deep Sea Goat's Milk is literally the goat. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of this God King of a brick? Do you love it as much as I do? Or are you wrong? Let me know what you think of this Hall of Fame brick. While out at sea, be careful of the siren's call, promising you lies, like the existence of a good generic soap. Instead, look for the goats, swimming and breaching the water like a dolphin. Dive in, follow them to their underwater home, and let them take you to their god. There is an old wives' tale about a spirit that makes an appearance once every year. Around Valentine's Day, he makes his rounds, delivering chocolate, wine, and love wherever he roams. A mysterious gentleman, the spirit has all those in his vicinity head over heels. He is a kind, thoughtful ladies' man, and his name is Chicka Wow Wow. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Chicka Wow Wow, a delicious bar that has everyone getting lucky. This limited brick, of course, is the Valentine's Day edition. With red wine and chocolate-covered strawberries in its description, this bar has everything you need for a date with Squatch in the shower. But how does that date go? This bar certainly makes a first impression. It has a lot of unique ingredients, perhaps the most notable being red wine. Yes, this bar actually has red wine in it. So is that actually good for your skin? Well, surprisingly yes. Research shows red wine cleanses and refreshes your skin, tightening and brightening up your complexion as well as reducing the aging process due to its antioxidants. As for the other highlighted ingredient, Lang Lang is actually a tropical tree you'll find in Southeast Asia and Australia. Its flower often has its essential oil extracted from it, and as is the case with our brick here, is often used in perfumes, being known for its floral scent. It's also apparently an aphrodisiac that has relaxing and calming properties, so this romantic essential oil makes sense in this romantic bar. But there's more. When we put Lang Lang in our Wow Wow, we get its hydrating and moisturizing properties, leaving this brick as a rejuvenating and refreshing one. Not highlighted but also worth mentioning is rose quartz powder, which is also used for brightening and toning skin, but more importantly, according to the internet, promoting emotional healing and love. We also have yahimbe bark, which is another aphrodisiac. It's clear Squatch had some intentions with this bar when designing it, and went above and beyond to ensure your Valentine's Day does not end in disappointment. I have to be impressed with Squatch's effort on this bar. The scent is said to be chocolate-covered strawberries, and that's exactly what it is. Although if you're worried about smelling like chocolate, I'd say the strawberry is much more prevalent. Now if I were to eat a Squatch brick, it'd probably be this one. Succulent strawberries and melted chocolate are the main notes here, but it also does have a sort of candy vibe to it. The scent is also pretty strong relative to Squatch, and has the power to turn 5s into 10s. Given its plethora of rejuvenated ingredients, it's no surprise this bar is one that is a refreshing one to use. It has no exfoliation but does moisturize your skin. As far as limiteds go, it holds its own in the category, quite well actually. It may not be the deepest clean, but your skin certainly feels cleansed afterwards and not dried out at all. Now, if I'm being fair, I have to rank this bar as it may be some sort of god. This is a top tier limited soap. It wasn't a bar I thought I'd like this much, but it has become a favorite of mine. It's the blueprint for a good limited Squatch bar. It has its gimmick and is designed with that in mind, while still adding unique and beneficial skincare ingredients. I got to give it to Squatch on this one. They somehow made a Valentine's Day men's soap, and a solid one at that. It's underrated in my opinion. It's everything a bar like the Choccy Milk wants to be and more. It's clear Squatch set out to make a sexy time bar with about Chicka Wow Wow, and that they did. The scent may not be everyone's glass of wine, but I think if more people get their hands on it for themselves, this would be one of the most popular limiteds. That's of course just my opinion, and I'd like to hear yours in the comments. Do you like this bar as much as I do, or do you not like it at all? Let me know if you managed to get your hands on this lovely brick. It may not be the manliest or cleanest scent Squatch offers, but there are multiple reasons as to why many fall in love with its date night aroma. Adventuring the Emerald Island, there is an Irishman. The wayfarer is often not without drink. Beer, whiskey, or both, it's all the same to the vagabond, as he finds shelter in Ireland's pubs, and of course, with good company. He is a strapping young lad, and his name is Irish Cream and Whiskey. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Irish Cream and Whiskey, the perfect brick to add a little kick to your morning routine. This bar is of course the St. Patrick's Day edition. With stout beer, whiskey, and cream, it certainly has promise. But does it have the luck of the Irish? Ireland has given the world many amazing alcohols, and this bar brings all of the best together. This brick has a lot of unique ingredients, but let's start with its highlighted one, stout beer. Now, as we learned with the Grapefruit IPA, beer is a surprisingly good skincare product. So how does stout differentiate? Well, it seems Irish stouts such as Guinness may be even better for you. The beer contains natural antioxidants that leave your skin moisturized and smoothed, as well as having some health benefits. Now, there's no actual Irish whiskey in this bar, but there is a frick ton of other ingredients. Let's just quickly run through them. Cacao butter has great hydrating qualities, as does potato water or potato juice. Also, similarly, reishi mushroom powder is known for its deep moisturizing properties and ability to slow the aging process. Milk thistle powder is known for its anti-aging properties. Oat milk has healing benefits, repairing your skin. Irish sea moss is once again great for hydration, while Rasull clay is great for cleansing. So with that hefty list, it seems we have ourselves a deeply hydrating and restorative bar. The scent of this bar is one that transforms your shower into an Irish pub. There's a lot of notes here, but I think the most prominent has to be mocha. It has a creamy smell like Bailey's mixed with Jameson. Although the potency isn't all that, and it may not be the cleanest scent, the bar has a very nifty smell as the perfection of the Dublin drop takes over. As you've likely guessed from the ingredients, this bar is a deeply hydrating and moisturizing one. It feels creamy and smooth as it restores and heals your skin. It's one of the better moisturizing limited bricks out there, and overall there's no complaints as you emerge from the shower strutting like Conor McGregor. Now, as for my thoughts, there is something very satisfying about this bar. It's what Irish Spring thinks it is. It's like Squatch saw an Irish Spring bar and was like, bet, hold my Guinness. They took it personally and gifted us one of the better limited bars. Overall, I think it's something else entirely. There's really no negatives to this bar, and there's a reason this is a fan favorite for Squatchers. It's another example of a limited brick done right. It has its gimmick of St. Patrick's Day and Irish drinks, but puts it all together into a brick that won't leave you hungover, but instead, hydrated and ready to go a few more rounds at the pub. Like the Chicka Wow Wow, this bar is better than many of the OG bars, and I'd recommend you nab it when you can. But that's just my opinion, and I'd like to hear yours in the comments. What do you think about this whiskey and mocha bar? Do you like this bar as much as I do, or do you not like it at all? Let me know if you managed to get your hands on this 100 proof brick. Like an Irish coffee during a rough morning, there's not a better greeting than seeing this bar sitting on the soap saver, welcoming you in with, "Top of the morning to you, laddie." In the harsh, brutal north, there lives a man. In the barren landscape of scarce life and sparse colors of an icy palette of white and blue, this hefty and hardy man is easily recognizable. His red hues separate him from the scenery, like a polar bear covered in the blood of his prey. But unlike the mighty polar bear, this red and white image brings joy rather than fear, as this man is a jolly one, and his name is Frosty Peppermint. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Frosty Peppermint, a bar so chill, you'll get the sensation of an elf escaping from Santa's sweatshop. This brick is of course a Christmas edition, and is just like a peppermint candy, so let's find out just how cool this frosty boy is. This bar has a number of minty ingredients that drop the temperature to below freezing. The highlighted one being peppermint essential oil, which has soothing, antibacterial, and anti-inflammatory qualities, cleansing and healing the skin. There's also spearmint essential oil that is pretty similar. It's also a great cleanser that relieves irritated skin. Lastly, menthol crystals are again very similar. They also have healing, pain-relieving properties that soothe dry or irritated skin, leaving it smoother and healthier. Now, the peppermint oil, spearmint oil, and menthol all have one more unique benefit. That is, the cooling sensation that is applied to your skin. This allows the Frosty Peppermint to live up to its name, as it will literally chill you to the bone. I think you probably know what this brick smells like. It's peppermint. It's about a medium strength bar, so you can smell it without having to put the bar right in your face. While the scent is heavy notes of peppermint, smelling much like the actual mint, it does have a hint of sweetness to it as well, giving the brick the vibe of peppermint candy. The smell is one that will wake you up, but the clean is what will energize you, as this is where the Pep Boy differentiates itself, as all of the minty ingredients will cleanse and relieve your skin. If your skin is irritated, then this is probably the brick for you, as it has the added benefit of a literal coolness factor. Your skin feels chilled with this bar, and your balls will get the sensation of being Santa's hefty sack. Now, as for my thoughts, I really like the Pep Boy. Peppermint was the flavor I wanted most before its release, and I can't say I'm disappointed. The bar leaves you feeling fresh and revitalized, and for that, I think it's something else entirely. It's one of the better overall bars in my opinion. It has some really unique properties to it and a smell that's perfect for the winter. It does have a bit of a chalkier texture to it, and it's not as smooth as others, but overall it's a great bar and is one of the best choices if your skin is irritated or hurt. That's only my opinion though, and I'd like to hear yours in the comments. How do you feel about the Pep Boy? Is this a bar you'd love to chill with, or will you leave it out in the cold? Let me know if you managed to get your hands on this frost-bitten brick. It may not be the strongest scent, nor the deepest clean, but the Frosty Peppermint certainly has a lot to offer, the most prominent being its chilling quality, from which you'll get the sensation of conquering the North Pole. In the frost-bitten north, there resides a woodsman. Where winter meets forest, where snow claims its territory, resting on evergreen branches and a needle-strewn floor. The landscape touched only by the elements, and the woodsman's axe is his, and his alone, chopping down trees and chopping off trespassers' heads as he survives off the land. He is a tough, rough lumberjack of a man, and his name is Snowy Pine Tar. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Snowy Pine Tar, a brick that feels like it was plucked from a Christmas tree branch. This soap is of course a Christmas edition, and is also the snowy counterpart to the ever-popular Pine Tar. However, this bar is not just a gimmicky one, and, as you'll see, holds up quite well on its own. Now, the Snowy Boy has several unique ingredients, the highlighted one being balsam fir powder. This is what gives the brick its medium grit, as well as its Christmas tree scent, as balsam fir trees are often slaughtered in the name of Christmas. In terms of skincare, it's a very healthy ingredient, as its antibacterial and antifungal properties fight off impurities and leave skin moisturized and cleansed. The bar, of course, has pine tar, which is a deep cleaning ingredient that is also anti-inflammatory, often used to fight against skin conditions. Also, bayberry wax is often used in salves as it soothes irritated skin. Altogether, we have a bar here that seems great for anyone with irritated skin or skin that's prone to acne, eczema, or other conditions. If you're one of such people, using this bar may feel like Christmas arrived early. Obviously, the main selling point of this brick is that it smells like a Christmas tree. Now, if you're a Christmas nonsense person, you'll love it just for the thought of that alone. If you're like me and don't give two fricks about Christmas, I think you'll still like the scent of this brick. While it's strong like its snowless counterpart, it's also a lot different than the OG pine tar. To be honest, I think it's actually a better pine scent or evergreen scent, whatever you want to call it. The snowy isn't as deep cleaning as something like the OG pine tar, but it is a soothing bar that leaves your skin refreshed and moisturized. Now, the grit level here is said to be medium. I find this a bit misleading though, as with a lot of medium grit bars, it's closer to 0 than heavy. Something like light or mild I think is more accurate. There is some exfoliation there, but nothing major, but it does give the bar a little more added depth. The balsam fir really does a lot for this bar, and it'll have every morning feeling like Christmas morning. Now, as for my thoughts, I really like this bar, more so than its OG counterpart personally. The scent is something I think everyone will enjoy, and the soap itself is not bad at all. Given the juggernaut landscape of limited soaps, I think Rather Nifty is about where it belongs. It's a really good bar, but there are others that are just a bit better. The bar doesn't have as much of a gimmick as some other limiteds, and almost feels more like an OG. It's one of the better forest or tree scents Squatch offers, and unlike Christmas, should be celebrated anytime. Of course, that's just my opinion, and I'd like to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Snowy Pine Boy? Do you like it more or less than the OG? Let me know if you managed to get your hands on this Christmas tree brick. Whether you're someone who spams Christmas down people's throats, or a person sick of Christmas being celebrated in August, I think we can all come together on this foresty bar, as your balls will surely love some balsam fir. In the dark streets of Gotham City, there is a vigilante, tirelessly fighting crime and undermining the most brilliant but twisted of foes. Some say he is a bat, others say he is a man, but he himself will tell you he is but two things. He is justice lurking in the shadows, and he is vengeance watching from the rooftops. He is the hero this city needs, and his name is the Batman, Bricc. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Batman Bricc, a bar that will have you feeling like the Dark Knight beating the frick out of Gotham's worst. This is, of course, one of two bricks that are part of Squatch's collaboration with the Batman film, starring the boy Robert Pattinson as Batman himself, and this is his brick. Just a heads up, I'll be referring to the Riddler counterpart throughout this video, including its mysterious scent. But we of course have a separate soap guide if you're interested in that bar as well. Now it's time to see how this newest rendition of the Dark Knight holds up. To start, this soap has some cool unique ingredients, the most interesting being the highlighted Life of Man, otherwise known as American spikenard powder. Now spikenard or muskroot has a lot of medicinal properties, both when it's ingested, which I wouldn't recommend in this case, and when it's topical, such as our brick here. While you may find it being used to loosen up the respiratory system, treating ailments such as asthma, coughs, and colds, it can also be used for treating skin issues as well. This musky ingredient is said to be both anti-inflammatory and antiseptic, leading to soothed skin. Now we also have Chase Devil, more commonly referred to as St. John's wort. This flower is similar to spikenard, and that it's been used for much of human history as a home remedy and medicine, and an extremely popular one at that. It has many benefits. It's anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, antioxidant, antibiotic, basically anti-anything negative. It's used to heal burned or wounded skin. For our third and final noteworthy ingredient, we have bamboo powder. Now this is often used as a natural exfoliant, clearing away dead skin and allowing for a deeper clean. I suspect this is where the Briccs grit comes from. However, bamboo powder isn't just an exfoliant, it too has healing properties. Most prominently, it is abundant in silica, important in the formation of collagen, which is used by the body for a number of things. But in the case of skincare, it is required for healthy, flexible skin. Overall, we have ourselves an extremely restorative bar. It seems as if it were designed for Batman himself to treat his wounds and regain his strength after a night of fighting crime. The dark brick smells like freshly served justice, aka leather. It's a musky, worn scent that fits well amongst Squatch's manliest. Now at first, I didn't care for the smell when I opened the box. The smell reminded me of Batman's sweaty batsuit after a night of crime fighting, and the potency was easily overpowered by, spoiler alert, the Riddler's strong apple scent. But once we hit the shower, both issues quickly vanished like Batman when Gordon's talking to him. Both the potency and pleasantness of the scent became positives rather than negatives. I found that it actually overtook the Riddler boy. It's just one of those bars that is better when you actually use it, and soon you'll start feeling like Batman himself. After a long night of crime fighting, you're going to need a strong soap to clean the criminal scum off you, and that's where this Bricc comes in with its medium grit. However, like with a lot of medium grit Squatch soaps, I find this description to be misleading as its grit level is very light. I don't think anyone will find it too rough, and some may not even notice it, but it is there and provides a mild, gentle exfoliation, clearing away any dead skin and providing a deeper clean. The bar leaves your skin noticeably smoothed and quite moisturized. I think the grit level and the ingredients make for a solid Bricc that's found a good middle ground. It's not too rough where many will find it harsh, but also rough enough where you're not missing out. Sort of like Batman when interrogating his enemies. It just knows the right amount of force to use. Now I think Batman violated his no killing rule with this Bricc, because it kills it. It's an all-around solid bar that has a nice exfoliation to it, and a nice leather scent to it, both of which are welcome to any Squatch lineup. I for one like the more mild scrub, and I love the smell of leather. Hopefully we'll get this one back. As for its ranking in our temporarily altered Batman tiers, it's a Robert Pattinson. As to say, this bar is something else entirely, and I enjoyed both of their performances. Sometimes things just have a way of working out neatly like that. It's not the best to ever do it, but easily one of the better ones. As for its Riddler counterpart, I'll show you its ranking for reference. It's rather nifty. Personally, I like both of these bars, even if neither is one of the absolute best limiteds released. I do prefer the Bat Boy, although you could make a case for the Riddler Boy, as both are very different. But honestly, who wants to be the Riddler when you can be the Batman? The Batman Bricc is one that took its risks, but in the end came out on top. While I initially wasn't completely on board, it soon won me over, and I now find myself defending Gotham's Defender. The leathery scent is one that makes a lot of sense in a Squatch bar, as well as a Batman bar, and I can see fans of both loving this Bricc. Speaking of which, if the smell of leather interests you in a soap, or you're a fan of Batman, I'd recommend nabbing this bar while you can, alongside its cool limited time box. If you do miss out, there are better bars out there, but it is very unique and may be the manliest bar Squatch has created so far, although I'm not sure when or if we'll see this Bricc or collection again. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the daunting Batman Bricc? Do you think it overcomes all those who oppose it, or do you think it falls flat? Let me know if you managed to get your hands on this justice-delivering Bricc. It's not easy to balance the smooth life of a billionaire and the rough life of a superhero, but this fearless Bricc is devoted to his pledge, and will do whatever it takes to see his city scrubbed clean. In the dark corners of Gotham City, there is a villain. While his goals and identity may be unknown, the most intriguing question about this madman is the riddles he leaves behind. Puzzles that stump the greatest of minds. What are his motives? Who is this criminal mastermind that dares challenge the fabled Dark Knight? Well, these questions are not meant for the likes of us. However, this green fiend of Gotham is known by an alias. He is a deviant genius, and his name is the Riddler Enigma. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Riddler Enigma, a bar that will have you feeling like Gotham's greatest intellectual. This is of course one of two bricks that are part of Squatch's collaboration with the Batman film, featuring Paul Dano as the Riddler, and this is his brick. Just a heads up, I'll be referring to the Batman counterpart throughout the video, but we of course have a separate sub-guide if you're interested in that bar as well. Now, it's time to see how Batman's latest nemesis holds up. Now, I must ask you, is your brain big enough to comprehend this elaborate concoction? Who am I kidding? You're watching the Frickcast. Of course it is. So this awesome looking green brick has a number of unique ingredients, the highlighted one being the sinister Devil's Plaything. This high IQ ingredient is otherwise known as nettle leaf, a plant that has been used medicinally since ancient times, as a remedy both ingested and topical. In the case of our bar and skincare, it's anti-inflammatory and full of vitamins and antioxidants. It treats skin conditions, heals, reduces pain and inflammation, as well as tightens and soothes. Next up in our felon brick, we have felon herb, known more commonly as mugwort. This herb is another long-used ancient medicine. For our purposes though, it is also thought to have skincare benefits such as healing and pain-relieving properties. Last but not least, we have goldenrod powder. This ingredient has a lot of benefits and is often used against skin ailments such as eczema, as well as joint issues. Goldenrod is known for its anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties. Altogether, we have a brick that seems designed to heal and relieve battered and bruised skin. Perfect for the Riddler after he gets the frick beat out of him by Batman. Now, as for the mysterious scent this brick has, what could it possibly be? Have you cracked the code? Well, if not, don't worry, neither did I. Though we do have the bar, and I can tell you that it's green apple. When opening the collection box, I found that the Riddler Boy's scent was stronger than the Batboy, though the dark brick did regain some ground when I actually used it. So in short, this bar has a strong, Granny Smith smell to it that's rather refreshing, much like having a villain that's finally not the Joker. Unlike the Bat Brick, the Riddler Brick has zero grit, so it's not as rough and lacks its exfoliation. However, you still get a nourishing bar, even if it's not one of the best out there. The ingredients do cleanse, leaving you with healthier, glowing skin, as bright as the Riddler's green spray paint. Now, I do think this bar makes for a worthy adversary to the world's greatest detective. Its strong, apple scent is one that has been long awaited by Squatchers, and hopefully one we'll see again. It's a great scent that carries the bar, but the soap itself also holds up quite well. As for its ranking in our temporarily altered Batman villain tiers, it's a Paul Dano's Riddler. Funny how that works out. For both, it's a good, refreshing performance. Even if it's not the greatest, it's certainly rather nifty. For comparison, I think the Batman, as he always does, edges out his riddle-spewing foe. It is something else entirely. I do prefer the Bat Brick personally, but that doesn't mean this green boy is bad, because it's not at all. It's just a middle-of-the-pack soap that has its gimmick, but doesn't stand out all that much. The Riddler Enigma makes for an intriguing bar that's not afraid to challenge those above it. However, despite its ambition, it just doesn't quite manage to win every fight it picks. Overall though, I really enjoy this bar, and could easily see many falling in love with its delicious apple scent. If you're a Batman fan or like the smell of apples, I'd recommend nabbing this bar while you can, as well as its pretty badass limited time box. Otherwise, I wouldn't say you're missing out on much, although I'm not sure when or if we'll see this brick or collection again. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the mysterious Riddler brick? Do you think it holds up against its adversaries? Or do you think it is a rotten apple? Let me know if you managed to get your hands on this brainiac brick. When faced with superheroes and great detectives alike, there are few that can go toe-to-toe with these observant and powerful authorities. But this cunning mind is willing to challenge the world's sharpest intellects. Flying across the rusted sand of the Red Planet, there is a Martian. an alien of unfathomable skills and unmatched intellect. The hunter can read the minds of us humans, and he can change his form to look just like us as well. He walks amongst us capable of great destruction, yet he uses his super strength and abilities to protect us lesser beings. He is a green, mean, fighting machine, and his name is Marsbar. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Marsbar, a volcanic brick with some alien qualities. Elon Musk has returned from Mars and brought with him a plethora of these rocks. The Marsbar is perhaps the most legendary of the Galaxy Bundle, a true fan favorite for Squatchers, and that's for good reason. The first thing you'll notice is how strong its cosmic smell is, but we'll get to that later. To start, let's reunite Mars with some water by taking this red-hot brick into the shower. The soap has a lot of unique ingredients, the two highlighted being volcanic ash and pumice. Now what's interesting about both of these ingredients is that they both come from volcanoes. Volcanic ash is, well, volcanic ash, no surprise there, but pumice is actually a stone or glass formed during eruptions. Now if you didn't know, Mars is known for its abundance of volcanoes that cover much of the surface. Olympus Mons, where I suspect this godlike brick resides, is located on Mars. This big boy is the largest volcano in the solar system and is about 2.5 times taller than Mount Everest. So that's why this Martian brick has such a volcanic theme to it. Let's start with pumice, as that is what gives the bar its medium grit. Now pumice is in a few Squatch bars and usually gives the bar a solid medium grit. This volcanic rock is formed when molten hot lava quickly cools and solidifies. It's known for its porous, foamy appearance, as well as being useful for both cleaning and even gardening. Still, it's also great in skincare. It is often used as an exfoliant, sometimes as a whole rock, and sometimes ground up, like with our brick. It clears away dead skin and leaves it smooth and refreshed. Volcanic ash has a long tradition in skincare. It's often used in its clay form, bentonite, which is basically the ash weathered in seawater. Now, volcanic ash not only provides good exfoliation, it also provides a number of other benefits. It's rich in minerals and is antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and antibacterial. It clears away excess oil and cleanses skin of impurities, and for that it's often used to fight against acne. All around a pretty solid ingredient. We also have mango butter, which comes from the mango seed being pressed into a creamy state. Now this boy contains vitamin A, C, and E. It basically helps repair skin by boosting collagen production. It makes skin more healthy and flexible, as well as provides added protection. It's a moisturizing and hydrated ingredient that leaves skin repaired and nourished. Activated carbon is a cleanser that helps to clear out pores, purify skin, and leave it smoothed and soothed. MSM is short for a word I'm not even going to try to say, but it's basically organic sulfur. It is known for its anti-inflammatory, pain-relieving, and ability to slow the look of aging. Last one for today is Camu Camu. Now this is actually a tree from the Amazon rainforest that bears a cherry-like fruit. It's known for its abundance of vitamin C and being antioxidant. It also slows the aging process, provides protection, and is antimicrobial. Altogether, these out-of-this-world ingredients give our brick its signature cleansing and restorative properties that will make you look like a whole new human being, if you even are a human being to begin with. This has to be one of the most unique scents of a Squatch brick. The smell is like cinnamon candy, much like Red Hots. It's also one of the strongest of any brick, and I can really only think of a couple that come close to its potency. If you get the Galaxy Bundle, this will be the first bar you smell, and there's a good chance the spicy scent clings to the other bricks like an alien invasion. Still, like Red Hots, it's probably not for everybody, but if you do like it, you'll probably enjoy smelling strong, like Martian Manhunter. Like other bricks, such as the Birchwood Breeze that use it, the pumice gives the brick a solid medium grit. It's a good all-around scrub, not too little, not too much, and combined with the scent, make you feel extremely clean. It's not the deepest clean Squatch has, but the ingredients leave your skin feeling cleansed, nourished, and healthier, all while not leaving your skin dried out like the surface of Mars. Now as for my thoughts, this is one of my all-time favorites, and I think it's one of the best bars overall. It has a powerful scent that is not only potent, but also smells awesome. It's a solid grit bar that hits a good middle ground and also provides a number of skin cleansing and repairing qualities. Plus, come on, it's a Mars bar, what more do you want? Overall, I have to rank this brick as, it might be some sort of god. It may even have to go above my beloved Chicka Wow Wow. No, I can't do that. Close though. The Mars bar checks every box out there and few bars can compete with it. The look of the brick definitely captures the surface of Mars and the smell, which thankfully does not smell like Mars, which is actually sulfuric, but its hot cinnamon vibe does fit well with it. And I'd rather imagine Mars smells like that anyway. In my opinion, it's easily the best of the Galaxy bundle, and I know that's not some controversial opinion either. Personally, the rest I like, but could do without. This one, though, is definitely worth nabbing if you can, especially if you could stock up on it when it's sold separately from the bundle. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Mars Boy? Do you agree that it's one of the best bricks in the universe? Or do you prefer one of the other Galaxy bars instead? Let me know if you get your hands on this red hot brick. Despite coming from a harsh hellscape, this super being is stronger, faster, and smarter than us. Don't fret though. Perhaps if you use this brick, you too will have alien powers and healthy green skin. Taking one giant leap for mankind, there is an astronaut, an adventurer of the stars, and conqueror of moons. He is the advancement of the human race and the victor of the space brick race. He flies through the universe searching for new planets. He will be the first to claim wherever his spaceship lands. He will slam his Squatch flag into the ground, and his name is Moonrock. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Moonrock, a pristine brick that leaves you as clean as a spacecraft. The moon has been mined for its bricks, and this rock of a soap is ready to hit the showers here on Earth. The third brick to be released in the fabled Galaxy bundle. It is the grittiest and perhaps most polarizing of the lineup. So let's find out if this space brick needs to be brought down to Earth by taking one small step into the shower. First, let's shine some moonlight on the ingredients. Our highlighted ingredients are moonflower oil and pumice. Let's go ahead and get pumice out of the way. Pumice is a volcanic rock formed when lava depressurizes and is rapidly cooled. It has a trademark foamy or porous look to it and is well known for many household things, but for our purposes, it's a great exfoliant. It's actually volcanic glass and helps to clear away dead skin and leave it cleansed and smoothed. This volcanic rock doesn't fit the theme of the Moon Boy as well as it does with the Mars Bar, but still it always provides consistent grit. However, in this case, it's not the usual medium grit, but heavy grit, giving this brick the feel of a literal moon rock, but more on that later. We also have evening primrose or moonflower oil. This is a great moisturizer that keeps skin hydrated and cleansed. It restores and repairs irritated skin. Next, we have Arnica montana, or wolfsbane extract. Now you may recognize wolfsbane as an extremely deadly poison. Don't worry though, Squatch isn't trying to kill you. There's actually two plants that use the name wolfsbane. One is aconitum. That's what you think of when you hear wolfsbane. It's your famed, highly poisonous boy. The other is Arnica montana, which is our boy. It's still toxic, but not as lethal as aconitum. Still, you have nothing to fear from your soap, unless you're a werewolf. Then you'll have another reason to fear the moon. So Arnica montana does have some benefits, and has been used in medicine for centuries. It's mostly known for its pain-relieving, healing, and anti-inflammatory qualities. When used correctly, it's a soothing ingredient, and your skin will need that after the grit of this brick. There's also sunflower oil, which also cleanses and moisturizes skin. It has a lot of vitamin E, so it not only helps to heal skin, but also to keep it young and healthy. Lastly, we have Terra Black Clay. This is a slightly exfoliating ingredient that clears away dirt and impurities. In the end, this brick looks to tear away your dead skin, while also being there to repair it after, so you won't end up looking like the surface of the moon. This is one of those scents that's hard to place and even harder to describe. It definitely smells clean, but the type of clean you may smell from like a disinfectant or something. It's not a bad smell, I would say, but it kind of pales in comparison to the other Galaxy Boys, especially since I find that it has a really weak potency as well. Using a bit of my imagination, I can kind of get a spaceship vibe, as those obviously have to be cleaned rather thoroughly, and honestly I'd probably imagine it to smell this way. It's a clean, pure scent that is sure to kill whatever alien life forms latched onto you. Truth be told though, I doubt you're using this brick for the scent, as it's all about the predator level arsenal this moon boy unleashes on your skin. The pumice here isn't like how it is in the medium grits you may know it from. It's much less fine or grounded up, instead it's much more harsh. It lives up to being literal volcanic glass, as this heavy grit brick leaves you looking like you just got mauled by a xenomorph. Well, maybe not quite that drastic, but this is definitely not for everyone. In fact, I would say it might be too much for most people, as I think many will find it to be too rough and unpleasant. If you do like heavy grits though, or have tougher skin, this bar may be a good option for you, as it certainly has its benefits. The extra grit allows for a deeper clean and leaves skin moisturized and refreshed. You'll feel like you just woke up from hypersleep and are ready to conquer the moon. Now as for my thoughts, I'm kind of in the middle with this brick. The moon rock is about what you'd expect a moon rock soap to be. The heavy grit is certainly not for everyone. Again, it's probably too much for most people. But the brick does have a good bit going for it and does capture the feel it's going for. So I think it should be ranked as a high-end, quite aight. The soap has a cool look to it, and the smell does, for me at least, remind me of a spaceship, even if it's not the best out there. Again, most people may not think too highly of this one, and personally I'm not a huge fan, but I try to rank the limiteds, partially based on what they set out to do and whether I think they reached that goal or not. The moonrock wanted to give off the vibe of a literal moonrock, or of an astronaut in space, and for the most part I think it did that, so I want to give credit where credit's due. Unless you just love the idea of space bricks or are a fan of heavy grits, this may not be one to go out of your way to get. I'd recommend getting the Galaxy bundle to at least try them all if you're interested, but otherwise I probably wouldn't be prioritizing this one like I would the Mars bar. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Moon Boy? Do you find it too inhospitable, or do you love its unique properties? Let me know if you get your hands on this rock of a brick or any other Galaxy bars. The suit is on, and his feet are on the surface once more. One step at a time, he makes his way to the destination. One step at a time, he transcends what was thought possible. He plants the flag, and now the moon is his.
Staking out the top secret government base, there's what they like to call a conspiracy theorist. Listen, there isn't much time. They are on to him. As you see, he knows too much. He knows what secrets they hide in their labs. Aliens, that is what is in there. Aliens. He's going to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. He's going to expose their lies to the people. He is the one brave soul who dares speak out, and his name is Area 51 Brick. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Area 51 Brick, a bar that isn't afraid to question what we've been told. This is of course one of the legendary Galaxy Bricks, a bundle that is loved by many Squatchers. But how does this green boy hold up against its fellow Celestials? This bar of course has a few unique ingredients, the highlighted being Nevada sands. Now this is a bit weird, as sand is usually used as an exfoliant in the medium or heavy grit bars, yet the 51 brick has zero grit. It's a very smooth bar. I guess they ground it up extremely fine or something. Still, sand is basically known as an exfoliant that clears away dead skin and impurities. Even though it's not all that noticeable, I think you still get some of the benefits in this soap. But it's clear the desert sand is mainly here for the theme of the brick. Next is shungite, a black mineraloid made up primarily of carbon. When used in skincare, the stone is noteworthy for its antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties, as well as healing and purifying benefits. Cosmos seeds are from a flower similar to sunflowers. It's known for its ability to fight against skin ailments such as eczema and even muscle aches, as well as other medical properties. It's also anti-inflammatory and antioxidant. Last, we have prickly pear cactus oil.
The prickly pear is one of the most recognizable species of cacti in the world, and is a healthy plant that is good when eaten, but also when used in skincare. It's antioxidant and antibacterial, known for both toning and soothing skin. It leaves skin softer and hydrated. Overall, we're looking at a brick designed to keep you nourished while you spy on Area 51, so that if you do get caught, your dry and disgusting skin won't have you mistaken for an escaped alien. The scent is earthy and floral. It's a very refreshing smell. The bar is going for a cactus scent, and I think that's probably the best way to describe it. It's also a solid medium potency. The scent isn't the most unique out there, but it does kinda grow on you. It's a clean smell that may not elevate the bar to the next level, but certainly doesn't hold it back either. I think the scent would work better as an OG, but I do like it here, and despite being a desert brick, it's quite refreshing. The bar has zero grit and is extremely smooth, gliding across your skin like those Death Valley rocks glide across the desert. It's a deeply restorative and hydrating soap that leaves your skin feeling clean and moisturized. All in all, just a very smooth, clean, gentle brick that keeps you hydrated as you stake out a government base in the unforgiving desert. Now, as for my thoughts, I like the Area 51 brick, but it's a relatively middle-of-the-road bar. It just feels a bit lackluster when compared to the other limiteds, let alone the Galaxy Boys. Honestly, I think it's a higher end, quite aight. It's not a bad bar, but there are so many great limiteds that are not only just better soaps, but are much more unique, creative, and just fun. It's just kind of a decent desert bar with a cactus smell. It's a good bar, but I think it's easily the most forgettable of the Galaxy bundle. I think the brick would work better as an OG as it is a solid bar, but as a limited, it just can't compete with the big dogs quite as much. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Area 51 boy? Is it the weak link in the Galaxy bundle, or do you think otherwise? Let me know if you get your hands on this alien brick, and let me know what you think went down in Roswell in 1947.
Listen, they're on to you. They must have moved their operations to make the truthers look crazy. But you aren't, are you? It's time to set your sights on Area 52.
Trapped within the infinite density of the stellar abyss, there is a scientist. He has discovered secrets older than the universe, and he harbors knowledge known only to him. He has been to the event horizon and looked into the void, only to have a curious gaze returned to him. Pulled into the mass, he is one with the anomaly. He is past the point of no return. He is a madman transcended into the stars, devouring all in his path, and his name is Black Hole. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Black Hole, a devoid of light brick, ready to explore the endless vacuum of the shower. A new addition to the famed Galaxy bundle, this black soap has some lofty expectations. So will it fall flat or engulf all the other space boys? Well, let's get into this supermassive brick. There are a few unique ingredients in this bar. Let's start with the highlighted apricot stone. Apricot stones, or apricot kernels, are of course the large seed you'll find in the middle of an apricot, similar to any stone fruit. I do believe this is what gives the bar its medium grit, clearing away dead skin and allowing the gravitational force of this brick to clean out your pores. Aside from that, there are a number of benefits worth mentioning. It's a highly moisturizing and soothing ingredient that is also known for its appearance-boosting properties, such as toning and brightening skin. It leaves skin soft and smooth, as well as fights blemishes, making your skin as radiant as a supernova before it collapses into itself. We also have another stone fruit ingredient, wild plum oil. This is similar to the apricot boy in that it's known to leave skin vibrant and radiant. It's hydrating and moisturizing, as well as has anti-inflammatory properties. It improves the look of skin by toning and brightening, and slows the aging process. Lastly, we have black tea. Now, I think you probably already know that tea is great for you when consumed, even having skin-boosting properties. But what about when used in a brick? While continuing with the theme, tea is known for toning and brightening skin. It reduces blemishes and slows the look of aging. It's antioxidant and anti-inflammatory, leading to a soothed feeling. It's healthy, healing, and a hell of an ingredient. Now with all of these, it's clear that this brick is aiming to have your skin as bright and glowing as possible. A bit unexpected for a black hole. Perhaps this bar is reminiscing of its younger days, when it too was a brilliant star, just like you. The brick smells like peach tea. Really, I think of peach tea when I smell this bar, but you can say apricot or some other fruit as well. It's a subtle scent, but also very potent. I was able to smell the brick through the package before I even opened it. It may not be as dominating a scent as the Mars bar, but it's certainly strong. You're getting a sweet, fruity tea smell with this bar, which will be one of the last things you'll notice before this brick's ungodly gravitational force sucks you in. When you do inevitably get trapped in the black hole, you at least won't be dirty, as this is a very clean bar. It does have medium grit, on par with the Birch Boy or Mars Boy, but aside from that it has a very smooth texture, which sets it apart from most other grit bricks. I find the lather is almost like a gel. It's a sleek, slick bar gliding across your skin, like the Silver Surfer glides across the universe. The soap leaves your skin feeling healthy and soothed. I find the texture on this brick to be rather ideal, as the black hole has enough grit to add exfoliation, but is still very smooth, and cleans deep as well as moisturizes. Overall, this brick will have you feeling ready to engulf the solar system. Just make sure not to eat the brick. Now as for my thoughts, I really like this bar. It's very well made and does everything quite well. It's one of the best cleaning limiteds out there, and its peach tea scent is a welcomed addition with a nice, strong smell to it. Overall, I think it's a high-end, rather nifty. As much as I'm hyping this brick up, that may seem like a low ranking, but look at the bars in front of it and around it. There's a lot of fantastic limiteds out there, and the rather nifties are no different. They're just ever so slightly edged out. I have zero complaints about this brick, and I think it's easily the second best Galaxy bar. It has a really ideal design to it, with a medium grit and smooth texture to go along with a pleasantly strong smell. The bar itself looks really cool, black as the void with cosmic streaks of purple. It may not be among the absolute best limiteds, but this brick has a lot going for it, and much like its big brother from Mars, I wouldn't be surprised to see this one become a fan favorite due to its peach tea smell and sleek feel. If you have not already, I would definitely recommend nabbing this one when you can, and it makes the Galaxy bundle much more attractive. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of this Einstein boy? Do you love this brick, or not so much? Let me know if you managed to get your hands on this dark brick. Let me know how you think it holds up against the other Galaxy bars. The black hole is beyond mere mortal understanding. Only the brightest of minds can attempt to comprehend its ways and choose to become one with it before we are all eventually consumed by the void. Be careful when using this brick, or else you may find yourself sucked in and adding to its soapy mass. Living in the land of liberty, there is an American. Beer, guns, bacon, and freedom is his creed. And should you disrespect his flag, he'll show you what it means to be a man. He ain't one to back down from a fight, especially if you insult his brisket smoking skills. He is the neighbor shooting off fireworks a week after 4th of July, and his name is Freedom Fresh. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Freedom Fresh, a bar that stands as a beacon of independence. This is, of course, the 4th of July special, and its beautiful design certainly has it stand out from the crowd. But how does this American boy hold up against its global competition? Well, let's get into this red, white, and blue brick. To start, let's take a look at the unique ingredients, our highlighted one being red root tea, a nice ingredient that turns your shower into a Boston tea party. Now, the inclusion of such an ingredient in this bar may seem a bit odd, but it actually has a rather interesting history. Redroot tea, or New Jersey tea, is a shrub native to North America. Its leaves were used during the American Revolution as a substitute for the imported tea that the British could frick off with. Aside from that historical side note, breadroot tea has also long been used by Native Americans for centuries, for its noteworthy medicinal properties such as healing and pain-relieving qualities. While it's usually consumed as a tea, it does have some benefits as well when used in skincare instead, such as with our Freedom Boy. Breadroot tea can be a great cleanser. It's an astringent that helps clear skin and fight conditions like acne. It's also antibacterial, antioxidant, and helps to treat minor wounds. Our other ingredient is jojoba seed oil. Jojoba is native to North America and also has a history of being used by Native Americans, the seeds often being crushed into a healing salve. Jojoba seed oil is antibacterial and antioxidant. It has deeply moisturizing, hydrating, and nourishing properties. It soothes skin and helps to reduce the look of aging, as well as brighten skin. It also helps skin heal and may even help with some allergies. Overall, this all-American brick has great potential, with some restorative properties and an independent attitude that just says, frick it. The bar has a very refreshing smell. It says Boardwalk Breeze, and I can kind of see that. I get more of a sweet, fresh smell that does kind of remind me of the beach. It also, to me at least, has a bit of a cotton candy vibe to it. The scent is about a medium strength, not as potent as you would maybe like from an American brick, but it's a nice smell that is reminiscent of throwing tea off the boardwalk and into the harbor. Just like its scent, the bar is a refreshing one to use. It's not the deepest clean out there, but it leaves skin moisturized and hydrated. It's a zero grit bar, but there are little specks of what I believe to be tea in it. It doesn't add much grit to it. I wouldn't even call it light, but it does give this otherwise smooth bar a bit more exfoliation. This patriotic brick will have your balls feeling so fresh and free that you'll think they just signed the Declaration of Independence. Now, as for my thoughts, I like the Freedom Fresh. I wish that it had a stronger, more in-your-face scent. I think that'd make it feel more American, but as it stands, it's a solid bar. So I think it should be ranked as a high-end, quite aight. It's not quite on the same level as a lot of other limiteds, but it is a fun bar. There's just a lot of good limiteds. This is a summer brick through and through. It's a very refreshing bar that pairs excellently with a shower beer, and one that leaves skin moisturized and feeling clean. Perfect for a day of grilling. I love the look of this brick and its box, as well as the vibe it has. It's a great American bar and really fits the theme of 4th of July. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Freedom Boy? Do you love this soap, or are you a commie? With a beer in one hand and this brick in the other, the freedom is overwhelming. The only thing left to do is let out a good old American frick yeah! Riding the digital wave, there is a crypto bro. His profile pic has laser eyes, so you know he's the real deal, bro. You're looking at the next billionaire. You keep working your cozy little job for someone else, bro, while he picks out the color on his new Lambo, bro. It's coming, bro, just you wait, bro. He is a bull in a bear market, and his name is Crypto Cleanse. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Crypto Cleanse, a digitally mined brick that's ready to make you rich. This bar is of course a cryptocurrency and NFT inspired limited. The release of this brick sparked a good bit of backlash from the Squatch community. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen people so upset about a bar of soap. If you're curious as to the reason why, NFTs or non-fungible tokens, as well as cryptocurrency can all be harmful to the environment, as they require serious energy depending on how they are produced. For a company that markets themselves on being environmental, this move was seen as hypocritical by many. Still, Squatch has teased and wanted to do a crypto brick for a while now, and with an interesting banana mint scent, the bar could very well be a good one. With the controversy of this digital boy behind us, let's get into this coin-based brick. There are several promising ingredients in this bar, the highlighted being Cryptomeria Fortunae. The name is obviously why it was chosen, but it's actually a solid ingredient. This boy is derived from the Japanese redwood, a tree known natively as the sugi, which is the national tree of Japan. This adds some exfoliation or grit to the bar while also strengthening and moisturizing skin. Next is 7 golden candlesticks, otherwise known as Cassia alata. This boy has a long tradition of being used medicinally to fight skin ailments. It's antimicrobial, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory, leaving skin smooth and soothed. There is also alumina, or aluminum oxide. Now in its crystalline form it's called corundum, and varieties of this include rubies and sapphires. When used in skincare, it's probably best known as an exfoliant. It clears away dead skin, leaving skin soft and smooth, as well as improving the texture and even color of skin. Overall, this crypto boy promises to cleanse your skin like Dogecoin cleansing your bank account. The scent is what carries the brick. When I first smelled it in the box, I thought I was going to hate it. It definitely had a banana scent to it, but it seemed almost unnatural. However, this is definitely one of those bars that gets much better in the shower. When it's used, you get a nice banana scent that's sweet, but also has a hint of mint. I had high expectations for a nanner-scented bar, and I don't think it disappointed in that regard. It's a really refreshing scent that is also as strong as a chimpanzee on cocaine. After a long day of working in the crypto mines, you'll need something to wash off with. That's where this teal boy comes in. Now the box says medium grit, but I wouldn't say that's accurate. I don't really even want to call it light because it's mostly just a smooth bar with some occasional grit, but I think that actually works better for the brick overall because it's a thick lathering and surprisingly deep cleaning bar, combined with the nanner scent, and you have one of the more refreshing limiteds out there. You'll step out of the shower feeling like Tarzan, chilling with those gorillas. Now as for my thoughts, I like this bar, but as far as limiteds go, it's not quite up there with the best. I think this bar was released a year too late. If they were going to drop a crypto bar like this, it should have come out when the markets were at their peak, not when they're tanking. Combined with the growing controversy surrounding NFTs, this was probably just not the time to make this brick. Regardless of all that, it is a good bar, and I think quite aight is where it belongs. It's far from the god tier or elite limiteds, and just behind the great limiteds, but it is very solid, and I think we'll keep it right behind the Galaxy Boys. To Squatch's credit, they've proven they can make a decent brick out of anything. They found an ingredient with the word crypto in it, and they made a scent that fits the theme of NFTs. However, the bar falls victim to Squatch having such an obnoxious collection of limiteds that are just hard to compete with. That being said, the Nanner Mint scent is a really interesting one that I hope we'll see some form of again. It's a great smell that pairs well with an overall refreshing brick. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the crypto boy? Are you in on the trend, or are you skeptical? Let me know what you think of this black chain brick. This boy's going to the moon, bro. Just keep riding the wave and praying to the one true God, bro. In a galaxy far, far away, there is a Jedi, a warrior both wise and strong, enforcing the Force while training the galaxy's heroes and villains. A slayer of Sith Lords and sayer of hello there. The galaxy needs his help, and his name is only Hope Soap. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Only Hope Soap, a brick to bring some righteousness to you in the shower. This is of course a part of Squatch's collab with Star Wars. It is one of 4 bricks in the first Star Wars collection. It is one of the light side soaps, inspired by the boy Obi-Wan Kenobi, the famed Jedi Master who trained Jedis like Luke and Anakin, as well as defeated Siths like Darth Maul and Anakin, all while personifying what an ideal Jedi should be. But is this brick worthy of such a character? Or is it as forgettable as R2-D2 is to Obi-Wan? Well, let's get into this devoted brick. The bar has a couple unique ingredients, including the highlighted bentonite clay. Now, bentonite is actually made from volcanic ash, perhaps a reference to Obi-Wan's duel with Anakin in the volcano. Bentonite is also the full version of the alias Obi-Wan, or Ben, uses when he meets Luke. Bentonite clay has a lot of benefits. It's antibacterial and anti-inflammatory, helping to cleanse and smooth skin, leaving it soft and glowing. Its most noteworthy quality, however, is its use as an absorbent. It soaks up dirt and oil, making it great for people with oily skin or that are prone to acne, as this ingredient is great for absorbing the excess sebum which can cause acne. The other ingredient worth mentioning is thyme leaf powder, which of course comes from the herb. It has a lot of benefits in skincare as well, including as a cleanser, helping to clear skin and fight off acne. It's also antibacterial and anti-inflammatory, so it's great for soothing irritated skin as well. Overall, this brick seems designed for oily or acne-prone skin with its cleansing and anti-inflammatory properties. Perfect for all the young Jedis who will be— oh, yeah, that's right. The bar has a very earthy scent, sort of like clay. The thyme also provides some herbal notes as well, resulting in a clean, refreshing smell. It reminds me a lot of the gold moss. It's not the strongest scent out there. I would say it's somewhere between weak and medium potency. It's a bar that gets stronger in the shower, but not one that will wow you with a powerful, intense smell. It's much more subtle. Unfortunately, when you strike this brick down, it does not become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. The brick is a zero grit one, so there's little exfoliation. Instead, it's a smooth bar. It's a little bit on the basic side of the Squatch Force, but it is overall solid. The ingredients make the brick feel deep cleaning while also not drying out your skin, so you won't wind up looking like Anakin when Obi-Wan has the high ground. Now as for my thoughts, I think this is a solid bar, but far from one of Squatch's best limiteds. It does nothing particularly wrong, it just doesn't do enough to make it really stand out, and as such, I think quite aight is where it belongs. While for now it's right behind the Crypto Cleanse, I would say there's actually a significant drop-off in quality between the two. Obi-Wan is my favorite Star Wars character, and while I wouldn't say this brick does a disservice to him, I would say that it doesn't seem to be all that unique and could certainly be better. The scent, while decent, is on the weaker side and is nothing really special. The clean is also decent, but feels sort of average for a Squatch bar. When you have so many limiteds packed full of cool ingredients and rocking powerful, creative scents, a brick like this, even if it itself is good, can quickly find itself low on the rankings. Despite its name, the bar leaves you hoping for more. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Only Hope Boy? Do you find it solid but kind of disappointing? Or do you think this is the best of the first collection? Let me know if you get your hands on this Obi-Wan brick or any other Star Wars bar. With the galaxy overrun with tyranny, a good shower is hard to come by. After a long day of battling Sith scum, this bar will be your only hope at a decent shower. In a galaxy far, far away, there is a Sith. With the power of the dark side and his double-sided lightsaber, there are few who can match him in combat. He is a killer of Jedi Knights and a criminal mastermind. He will have his revenge, and his name is Ruthless Rinse. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Ruthless Rinse, a bar that will show you no mercy in the shower. This is of course a part of Squatch's collab with Star Wars. It is one of 4 bricks in the first Star Wars collection. It is one of the dark side soaps, inspired by the Red Boy Darth Maul, the devilish Sith Lord who became Obi-Wan's nemesis after killing his master Qui-Gon. A badass character for sure, but is this brick worthy of it? Well, let's get into this Zabrak brick. There are a couple unique ingredients in this bar, including the highlighted black sand. This is of course what gives the bar its heavy grit. Sand exfoliates the skin, allowing for a deeper clean, and removes dead skin and impurities. It also increases blood circulation and leaves skin rejuvenated. More interestingly, we also have dragon fruit powder. Perhaps this was chosen because Darth Maul kinda looks like a dragon fruit. In any case, this is a soothing ingredient. It's rich in antioxidants and vitamin C. Dragon fruit helps fight against acne, as well as moisturizes and brightens skin. Overall, we have a bar that looks to provide a deep restorative clean with some heavy, sand-based grit, but also won't leave your skin as red as the Sith Lord himself. The scent has a certain spiciness to it, with a bit of a woodsiness to it as well. It's very similar to the Mars bar in my opinion, but is much weaker. I'd say it's about a medium potency. It's an interesting smell, but there are more pleasant ones out there. Still, it's a spicy and exotic scent that turns your shower into the blood-red planet of Dathomir. While its description is heavy grit, I would say medium is much more accurate. It's more like a wood barrel bourbon or Birchwood Breeze than a pine tar. That being said, it's a nice amount of grit and exfoliation. However, it's not quite as deep cleaning and moisturizing as you would like, but instead feels pretty standard for a Squatch brick, which isn't bad. Another nice thing about this bar, for those of you who like to increase the lifespan of a brick, is that it already comes cut in half. Now as for my thoughts, I do like this bar, but it definitely doesn't do enough to truly separate itself from most Squatch soaps. Overall, I have to rank the Ruthless Rinse as quite aight. And while the real Darth Maul could never overcome his old rival, I do think this bar is slightly better than the Only Hope soap. It's a bit more creative and fits the theme of Darth Maul in my opinion. The scent is an interesting one and a good one for the character, but not one of the best limited scents out there. I love the grit level of this bar as well as the inclusion of dragon fruit. It makes for a solid bar, I just wish it was perhaps a bit stronger. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Ruthless Boy? Do you like it more or less than the Only Hope soap? Did you know Darth Maul survived the Phantom Menace? Let me know if you managed to get your hands on this Darth Maul brick, or any other Star Wars bar. In a galaxy filled with ferocious beasts and powerful warriors, there are still few as bloodthirsty as this red, gritty brick. In a galaxy far, far away, there is a chosen one. A space Jesus turned cold-blooded Sith Lord. A dark side force to be reckoned with, and the most intimidating warrior in the entire Empire. He is a merciless commander, and his name is Dark Side Scrub. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Dark Side Scrub, a bar that's ready to scrub away your humanity. This is of course a part of Squatch's collab with Star Wars. It is one of 4 bricks in the first Star Wars collection. It is one of the Dark Side soaps, inspired by the iconic villain, Darth Vader. The chosen boy, meant to bring balance to the Force, but instead went to the dark side to become one of the galaxy's most powerful Siths. But is this brick worthy of its fearsome namesake? Well, let's get into this mass-murdering brick. There are several unique ingredients to cover here, the highlighted one being sand, imported from Tatooine. We've seen sand multiple times in Squatch bars, even in the other Sith boy, the Ruthless Rinse, and here it's much the same, providing the bricks heavy grit. It's an exfoliating ingredient that clears away dead skin and impurities, leaving skin smooth and allowing for a deeper clean. We also have activated charcoal, which is what Anakin looked like after getting dick slapped by Obi-Wan into a volcano. Charcoal is another great exfoliator that cleanses skin and cleans deep. It smooths, soothes, tightens, and tones skin. It's also antibacterial, helping to fight skin ailments. Lastly, we have chokeberry, or aronia berry powder, an obvious callback to one of Vader's favorite moves. Now these boys have a number of skin benefits, including being antibacterial and containing antioxidants. They are known for their anti-aging and healing properties, helping to fight and soothe ailments like acne or irritated skin. Overall, this brick looks to be one that cleans deep and leaves skin rejuvenated. A very enticing offer. But is the dark side of the shower truly as good as it sounds? Well, let's check her out. Much like Darth Vader during his kids' childhoods, the scent is practically non-existent. Even with the breathing apparatus, the smell is still very faint. It is a smoky scent, almost like charcoal, so you can smell like you're being burned on Mustafar. But if I'm being honest, it mostly just smells like the cardboard box it comes in. Hardly the dominating scent you'd hope for from a Darth Vader brick. What about the soap itself though? Does it live up to the hype? Well again, I find it disappointing. The heavy grit here I'm hesitant to even call medium. It's more on the lighter side actually, which is ironic. That itself isn't bad, although definitely not what you're expecting. Still, the bar has a solid exfoliation to it that feels nice, but that's about all with this bar. The brick doesn't feel as deep cleaning or moisturizing as you'd maybe like, but overall the clean is mostly your standard Squatch one. Still, that's probably not what you're looking for in a bar like this. And just like the prequels, it leaves a lot to be desired. As for my thoughts, I'm really not a fan of this bar. Of the first Star Wars collection, it's easily the weakest in my opinion, and I feel I have little choice but to rank it as
Oh God! Oh God!
The ranking may seem a little harsh, but putting it as a quite aight would be an insult to much better bars. While the ingredients on paper certainly fit with the Darth Vader theme, the bar just doesn't live up to the expectations that comes with it. You'd expect a powerful, heavy grit bar, but instead, you have this. Really, the only thing it has going for it is that it has Darth Vader on the box. Otherwise, this is one of the most forgettable Squatch Briccs. It does have some redeeming qualities. I like the smokiness of the scent when you can actually smell it. And while it's not as advertised, I like the grit of this brick, but in the end, it's an inferior Ruthless Rinse. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Dark Side Boy? Am I too harsh on this bar, or do you agree? Let me know if you've managed to get your hands on this Darth Vader brick, or any other Star Wars bar. With rebels plotting across the galaxy, the Empire needs someone to command with a cybernetic fist. Someone like the Dark Side Scrub. Far, far away, in a galaxy, a mentor there is. Generations upon generations have received his guidance and wisdom in the ways of the Force. A mysterious Jedi with mysterious origins. Yet there are few more powerful or clever. The Force is with him, and his name is Wisdom Wash. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Wisdom Wash, an insightful brick to enlighten you in the shower. This is of course a part of Squatch's collab with Star Wars. It is one of 4 bricks in the first Star Wars collection. It is one of the light side soaps, inspired by the Green Boy, Yoda. The little green boy who was one of the most well-respected Jedis, who helped ensure the Order's survival and mentored an Obi-Wan-less Luke. One of the most iconic characters for sure, but is this bar worthy of his wisdom? Well, let's get into this ancient brick. There is only one unique ingredient to cover here, the highlighted lotus leaf. Now, lotus leaf has a number of benefits, including being rich in antioxidants. It soothes and hydrates skin, leaving it brighter and more vibrant. Lotus leaf nourishes and moisturizes skin while also being anti-inflammatory and helping to fight skin ailments. While there isn't much at first glance, it's clear this brick has a lot of potential, and being that it's a Yoda boy, we'll just have to trust his wisdom. The scent is an herbal, slightly citrus scent. It almost reminds me of green tea. It's my favorite scent of the first Star Wars collection easily. It really captures that swamp vibe of Dagobah, but is also a really clean and refreshing smell. It's about a medium potency, maybe a bit on the stronger side, easily the strongest of the box, but not as strong as some other limiteds. You may assume this little green brick to be unimposing, but it can pack quite the punch. Although it is technically 0 grit, the bar does have more of a light grit to it. It's actually pretty similar to the Dark Side Scrub. It isn't too much, but provides some added exfoliation to an otherwise smooth bar. The lotus leaf goes a long way in this brick. It feels very hydrating and rejuvenating, providing the deepest clean of the collection. Using this boy, it's no wonder Yoda lived to be like 900 years old. As for my thoughts, I really like this brick. In my opinion, it's easily the best of the first Star Wars collection, and as such, I think the Wisdom Wash is rather nifty, on par with the Riddler Enigma. It's a great bar with little not to like. The scent is strong enough and is a very pleasant smell. The soap feels good to use, it's moisturizing and hydrating, and fits the Yoda theme quite well for a brick that only has one unique ingredient. It's not one of the greatest limiteds Squatch has released, but it's one of the better ones, and is the only Squatch brick I'll miss when the first collection eventually goes away. Best to stock up now, so like Yoda's Force Spirit, it'll always be with you. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Wisdom Boy? Do you think it's the best of the collection, or do you not like it? Let me know if you managed to get your hands on the Yoda brick or any other Star Wars bar. Jedis may come and go, but the Force always remains. It's ancient bricks like this one that must keep order and bring the Force into more showers. In a galaxy far, far away, there is a rebel, a survivor who came from nothing and a warrior who will face anything, even if it means being disinherited by her rich, evil family. She is the last Jedi, and her name is Resistance Rinse. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Resistance Rinse, a bar that's ready to rebuild the Jedi Order in the shower. This is of course a part of Squatch's collab with Star Wars. It is one of 4 bricks in the second Star Wars collection. It is one of the light side soaps, inspired by the new protagonist, Rey Skywalker, the orphaned scavenger turned powerful Jedi who saves the galaxy from the evil First Order and even defeats her own grandfather, Emperor Palpatine. Wait, so how is she a Skywalker again? In any case, the Resistance Rinse is the first Squatch chick brick, as well as just the second to feature light grit after the coconut Castaway. So it's clear this bar is already one that stands out. But like the new trilogy, is it all just hype? Well, let's get into this female empowering brick. The bar has a few unique ingredients, the highlighted being Electric Daisy, an obvious reference to actress Daisy Ridley. Electric Daisy, or Acmella oleracea, is what gives this boy, or I guess gal, its light grit and added exfoliation. But it also has a number of other benefits. It's mostly known for its appearance-boosting properties. It tightens and brightens skin, but it also smooths out skin tones and removes discoloration. There's also Ligusticum porteri root extract, otherwise known as Empress of the Dark Forest. This root has long been used medicinally by Native Americans, but has some benefits in skincare as well. It's known for its antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant properties, as well as its ability to treat wounds. Lastly, we have Resurrection Flower, or Selaginella lepidophylla extract. This desert boy is what's known as a resurrection plant, meaning that it can survive extreme dehydration for months or even years, making it look like it's been resurrected from death, a nod to Rey's own death and resurrection. Now, when used in skincare, it's actually deeply moisturizing. It has anti-aging and healing properties, as well as helps to protect and repair the skin's barrier. Overall, this bar looks to be one all about restoring and toning skin, leaving it bright and radiant. It's clear this brick is Rey's secret to looking nothing like her family. The bar has a really unique smell to it. It's mostly floral. It has kind of a feminine scent to it, sort of like perfume. It definitely smells clean, but perhaps not the most refreshing scent. It's about a medium potency, but it's got a good amount of strength to it. The Force is certainly strong with it, but can it control that power? The Star Wars bricks for some reason continue to lie about their grit level. I wouldn't call this bar light grit. It's practically zero, although there is some occasional exfoliation. There are 0 grit bars with much more grit than this one. Just look at the Wisdom Wash. It's disappointing that we don't have another light grit bar, but it definitely does not make the bar bad. It's a soft, smooth bar that feels nice to use. It may not be the deepest cleaning brick out there, but leaves your skin feeling clean. You'll step out of the shower with skin glowing like a yellow lightsaber. Damn, that thing's nifty. Is that like a limited edition color or something? Now, as for my thoughts, I like this bar. It has some uniqueness to it, but in the end feels kind of average for a Squatch bar. I think Quite Aight is a fair spot. I'll put it above the Only Hope Boy, but right behind the Ruthless Boy. While a lot of guys will like this gal, to me it's also a bar that I would definitely recommend to lady Squatchers. I'm not the biggest fan of floral bricks, but if you are, I would definitely say this is a nice addition to that subgroup. It's a soft, smooth bar with a strong floral scent to it. It's a clean feeling bar with some interesting ingredients added to it. While it's not one of Squatch's best limiteds, it's a good way to start off what looks to be a strong second collection. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Resistance gal? Are you simping for this brick? Can someone tell me how she has a yellow lightsaber? Let me know if you get your hands on this Rey brick or any other Star Wars bar. In the most desperate of times, the galaxy turns to the most unlikely of heroes. But it's bricks like this that ensure evil, generic soap will never rule the shower. In a galaxy far, far away, there is a supreme leader. One of the most fearsome warriors. Both sides of the Force desire his immense power, but only one shall receive it. He will end the Jedi Order, and his name is Suds of Darkness. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Suds of Darkness, a bar that's ready to take over the galaxy, starting with the shower. This is of course a part of Squatch's collab with Star Wars. It is one of 4 bricks in the second Star Wars collection. It is one of the dark side soaps, inspired by the First Order leader Kylo Ren, a powerful Jedi turned to the dark side who does the bidding of an evil regime while rocking a sick mask, who ultimately turns good in the end. Sounds familiar, but is this bar as dark and mysterious as... Wait a minute, this is the son of a bitch that killed Han Solo. Yeah, frick this guy. Let's see if this brick is as much of a joke as he is. This bar has several unique ingredients, including the highlighted rhyolite. Now, rhyolite is actually a volcanic rock. It is usually the composition of obsidian and pumice. You veterans of the channel out there will know all about pumice, as it's been used several times in Squatch bricks, such as the Birchwood Breeze and Moonrock, always adding some serious grit. And here, rhyolite is used in much the same way, giving our brick its medium grit. The rhyolite powder helps to clear away dead skin and impurities, while also allowing for a deeper clean and leaving skin soft, smooth, and vibrant. Our second ingredient is Love Lies Bleeding seed oil, which is a very interesting looking plant. It also has a lot of skin benefits, including being an astringent and having antioxidant properties. It's deeply moisturizing and helps to repair the skin's barrier. Our last ingredient is black choke bark, which is actually just bark from a black cherry tree. This ingredient is again an astringent that helps to cleanse and tone skin. It's very anti-inflammatory and is often used against skin ailments like eczema and acne. Overall, we're looking at a brick that does a bit of everything. It's gritty, it's moisturizing, and it's soothing. It sounds very promising, just like the character of Kylo Ren. At least, until he took his mask off. This guy's actually pretty badass. I'm kinda oh, what the frick? The scent is one that I like a lot, although it's really hard to place. To me, it has like a stone scent to it, like if you've ever been in a cave or a mine. It's earthy, it's musky, and it's refreshing in my opinion. I would actually say it's one of the more manly Star Wars scents. It also has some good strength to it, being around medium potency. The scent is mysterious, just like trying to figure out what this guy's problem is. Finally, a Star Wars brick with an accurate grit level description. The medium grit of this bar feels really nice to use. It's very similar in texture to the Birchwood Breeze, with grit that is definitely there but not overly rough. In addition to that, the brick doesn't dry out your skin, but instead cleans deep and leaves your skin feeling hydrated. This gritty but also moisturizing bar is certainly conflicted, much like the Sith wannabe himself. Now as for my thoughts, I really like this bar. I didn't have high hopes for it, but it is one of the better Star Wars boys out there. It's a great brick and deserving of rather nifty. It's not quite there with the Wisdom Wash, and I think we'll keep it right behind the Riddler boy. Although his character is a Darth Vader ripoff, the Vader brick feels like a ripoff of this one. The strong, musky scent is one we haven't really gotten a whole lot of from Squatch, but is certainly a welcome addition. It's sort of the perfect counterpart to the Resistant Rinse's more feminine and floral scent. The grit level is a great balance between light and heavy, providing a lot of exfoliation, but not being too much. Overall, there's not much bad to say about this brick. It's very well made. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Darkness Boy? Do you think this is one of the better limiteds? How would you describe its scent? Let me know if you get your hands on this Kylo Ren brick, or any other Star Wars bar. With the galaxy in disarray, someone must restore order and keep the masses in check. There is only one brick up to the challenge.
In a galaxy far, far away, there is an emperor, a dark presence in the Force, and an all-powerful master. Good. Given to your hate, boy. and harness true power. Join him. Take your place in the dark side of the shower. Your master demands it, and his name is Sinister Scrub.
Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Sinister Scrub, a bar that's ready to turn the lights off on you in the shower. This is of course a part of Squatch's collab with Star Wars. It is one of 4 Briccs in the second Star Wars collection. It is one of the dark side soaps, inspired by Emperor Palpatine, the evil mastermind whose dark side forces conquered the galaxy. And while he was defeated once, he's back in business now thanks to his Horcruxes, and ready to slam the dark side of the galaxy once again. Now let's see if this Force Lightning Brick is as electric as it sounds. The bar has several unique ingredients, including the highlighted black currant seeds. Now black currants are actually a berry, and their seeds have a number of skin benefits. Their main purpose here is to give the brick its heavy grit, exfoliating and clearing away dead skin. But these little bad boys are also full of antioxidants. They protect and repair skin. They're anti-inflammatory and deeply nourishing and hydrating. Our next ingredient is Immortal Leaf Water. This plant, the helichrysum, is often called the curry plant due to its leaves smelling like curry powder. Although it is unrelated, this ingredient heals and repairs skin. It's full of antioxidants and is antibacterial and anti-inflammatory, resulting in healthy, glowing skin. Our last ingredient is Blackheart Fruit Extract. Now this is more commonly known as the bilberry or European blueberry, and it's very similar to the American variety. Once again, this ingredient is slammed full of antioxidants. It protects the skin and cleanses with its astringent properties. Bilberries also boost collagen production and nourish skin. They also tone and tighten skin as well as have anti-inflammatory qualities. Overall, we're looking at a powerhouse of a brick that looks to clean deep and repair skin.
Oh, I'm afraid the Emperor Brick will be quite operational when the rankings arrive.
When I first opened the box, this brick was the one I smelled immediately, and at that point I already knew this boy was going to be nifty. The bar is surprisingly sweet and fruity with a sort of jammy scent to it, which isn't surprising given that black currants are often used in jams. To me, the bar also gives off an autumn vibe, with fall spices being a background note. The scent is one I like a lot, but it may not be what you're expecting from such an evil bar. The potency is very strong, like the pull of the dark side of the Force. Heavy grit is about where this brick is at, although it may lean medium. It's actually very similar to the medium grit Suds of Darkness. They feel pretty identical in grit, with the Emperor Boy maybe being a bit rougher. For grit lovers, this is one of the better heavier grit bricks out there. In addition to great exfoliation, the bar also feels very moisturizing and deep cleaning. As you feel the hate flow through you, you'll realize the unlimited power you now possess. Now as for my thoughts, I really like this bar. It's actually one of the better Star Wars bricks, and I think rather nifty is where it belongs. And I do think it edges out the Suds of Darkness. While I'm not sure it fits the theme of Emperor Palpatine all that well, it's still a great brick. The heavy grit of it makes for a great clean, and the strong, jammy scent is one I like quite a lot, although it's probably going to be a love it or hate it for a lot of people. In the end though, I'd say this is one of Squatch's better heavy grit bars, and a very solid limited. The Emperor may look like he uses 3 in 1, but he knows what he's doing. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Sinister Boy? Do you love or hate this brick? Are you joining the dark side? Let me know if you get your hands on this Emperor brick or any other Star Wars bar. Between the deep clean and sweet smell of this enticing brick, it's no wonder so many join the dark side of the shower. Long live the Emperor. In a galaxy far, far away, there is a legend, a savior of the Jedi Order, and a hero of the Rebellion, an incorruptible destroyer of Siths. He is the galaxy's second to last hope. He is one with the Force, and his name is legendary Lather. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the legendary Lather, a bar that will always see the good in you, no matter what war crimes you've committed. This is of course a part of Squatch's collab with Star Wars. It is one of 4 bricks in the second Star Wars collection. It is one of the light side soaps, inspired by Luke Skywalker, the Jedi who saved the Order and the galaxy from the Empire, defeating Darth Vader and ruining the Emperor's plans. It's clear this brick has some serious potential, but will it go on to do great things? Well, let's wait 32 years and find out. The bar has several unique ingredients, including the highlighted 5-finger grass, which are flowering plants in the rose family. The variety in our brick, Potentilla erecta root extract, is often called Tormental. It has a number of skin benefits, including being an astringent that absorbs excess oil and tightens skin, as well as being anti-inflammatory and antibacterial. Our second ingredient is monk's pepper fruit extract. This tree is often referred to as the chaste tree due to the ancient belief that it's an aphrodisiac. Nice. For skincare, the chaste berry is mostly known for its ability to fight acne. It's also antibacterial and contains antioxidants. The last ingredient is wild elder bark extract. This is a shrub also known as the Gelder rose or snowberry tree, which produces these little cranberry-looking things. The bark, often referred to as cramp bark for its ability to relieve cramps, does have some skin benefits as well. It's full of vitamin E and helps to moisturize the skin. This ingredient is again another one that fights against skin ailments, like acne. Overall, we're looking at a brick that aims to cleanse your skin of impurities and evil. No wonder Luke was able to turn Vader back to the light side. The scent is one of those that is perfectly described by the box. Grassy, yeah. Breezy, yeah. It's like freshly cut grass on a spring morning, like stepping outside after a squat shower and getting ready for a grill and chill. It sort of gives off the vibe of whatever that island was that Luke went to never be seen again, yet left a map to be found. It's a strong scent that gets even stronger when you use it, as if you're mastering the Force. And just like the Force, it's always with you after the shower. It's a scent that surrounds us and penetrates us. Just like Luke in A New Hope, the bar has 0 grit, but just like how Luke had Han Solo to carry the movie, this brick has some other nifty qualities. There's a reason this bar is called Legendary Lather, because the lather on this boy is thick as frick. It's a deeply cleansing but surprisingly hydrating brick that doesn't dry your skin out. It's a smooth bar that feels really fresh to use. You'll step out of the shower as cocky as Luke was when talking to Jabba the Hutt. Now as for my thoughts, I love this brick, and I think it's actually a lower end, something else entirely. This is in my opinion the best Star Wars bar, even beating the Wisdom Wash. Squatch really hit it out of the park with this brick, and the second Star Wars collection as a whole. The strong, grassy scent and cleansing qualities of this boy make for an excellent bar. There's really nothing to complain about here. This brick fits perfectly in the Squatch lineup. It's quickly becoming one of my favorite limiteds overall, and is the perfect way to end what turned out to be a very strong collection. Hopefully this one sticks around a while. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Legendary Boy? Do you agree with this being the bundle's best soap? How would you rank the second collection? Let me know if you get your hands on this Luke Skywalker brick or any other Star Wars bar. With a tyrannical empire oppressing the galaxy and a fallen order lacking in brave heroes, there is only one brick that can stand up to evil.
In the cemetery's darkest hour, there comes the necromancer. With a pile of bones and a rhythm of terror, his bop welcomes the skeleton dancers. A reanimated ball with a coffin dance floor. Come one, come all, we're just looking for the shower. The mausoleum wall shaking some and more. A chill runs through the air, right on through the ghoul's lair. A good old-fashioned Halloween scare. The 3-in-1s break and make their move. twisting in their unnatural soap groove. With no fresh falls and their dried up balls, they have no place at the monster's ball. Even the mummies look better than them all. Back to the ground is where they're led. The conductor of souls lays them to bed, and his name is Brick of the Dead. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Brick of the Dead, a bar with the power to bring you back to life. This is, of course, one of Squatch's Halloween specials, a fan favorite brick that is all treat and no trick. But just how great can a reanimated bar be? Well, let's get into this gothic brick. The spooky boy contains a couple unique ingredients. Let's start with the highlighted ground vanilla vine, which gives our brick its medium grit. Now it's important to note that this is not the vanilla bean or extract, it's the vine it grows on. So while you may not be getting the frick ton of benefits that usually comes with vanilla, you are getting some nice exfoliation. In fact, I'd say it's one of the better medium grits Squatch offers. Now they said they chose this ingredient because it reminded them of freshly turned earth, like a grave. And that's kind of what it feels like dirt. And not in a bad way. It provides a good amount of grit that ironically clears away dead skin, as well as allows the rest of the soap to clean deeper. Our other unique ingredient is purple boneset, or gravel root. The name of this plant, boneset, comes from its historical use in treating fevers, such as dengue fever, which, due to the pain it caused, was nicknamed bone break fever. The stimulating and therapeutic qualities of this plant apparently helped soothe the afflicted person. In the realm of skincare, however, we can expect some noteworthy benefits. Boneset is anti-inflammatory and helps to fight against skin ailments. It can help stimulate and detox the skin of impurities. Overall, this brick looks ready to revitalize your recently revived corpse. The scent is one of the most unique amongst limiteds. Now, a lot of people assume the smell will be vanilla because of the highlighted ingredient, and a lot of people do describe it that way. I do think the bar has some vanilla notes to it, but it's in the background. The main scent I get is earthiness, dirt. However, it somehow smells amazing. It has some sweetness to it, a bit of spiciness to it. It really somehow captures the vibe of a spooky graveyard. To me, the scent also really reminds me of burning incense. It's a complex smell that is also quite strong. It's perfect for spooky season and shows just how creative Squatch's fragrance team can be. It has such a strong presence in the shower, you'd think it was haunted. Not to be outdone by its scent, the brick continues its gimmick, while also being a fantastic bar. The medium grit is one of the best Squatch has. The bar cleans deep, but doesn't dry your skin out. It feels surprisingly clean and actually refreshing. With the restorative clean of this brick, you'll step out of the shower feeling fresh like a zombie breaking out of its grave. Now, as for my thoughts, I love this brick. When it was released, it instantly became a favorite of mine. I think the Brick of the Dead easily may be some sort of god. I'll even put it above the Mars bar, and it's hard for me to do this, but even above my beloved Chicka Wow Wow. Just like those two bars, it checks every box I look for in a limited. It perfectly captures the vibe and theme it's going for. The scent is incredibly unique, the ingredients are creative, and the soap itself is one of the better ones out there. It's a spooky bar that anyone who loves spooky season will enjoy. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Dead Boy? Do you love the spookiness of it, or are you more of a Christmas nonsense person? Let me know if you get your hands on this zombie brick. The foulest stench is in the air, the funk of 1,000 3-in-1s, and grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay clean, your body starts to shiver, for no mere mortal can resist the Brick of the Dead. Beneath the full moon, there is a beast. None are safe when it's his time of the month, and he's hungry like the wolf, hunting for all natural soap.
beware when you hear the howling in the night, when you see his beastly shadow in the trees, for there is no stopping this monstrosity. He is an untamable beast, and his name is Werewolf Wash. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Werewolf Wash, a bar that feels like showering in the moonlight. This is of course one of Dr. Squatch's Halloween specials, with a werewolf vibe, a monster of a brick that looks to add to Squatch's legendary lineup of spooky boys. But is this bar more of a Twilight kind of werewolf, or an underworld type of werewolf? Well, let's get into this lichen brick. This bar has a few unique ingredients, including the highlighted forget-me-not seeds, which give it heavy grit. The variety of flower used here is actually the Chinese forget-me-not, which is very closely related to the more recognizable variety. The seeds provide added exfoliation for the bar, which act like a silver bullet to dead skin, clearing it and impurities away, and allowing for the rest of the brick to clean deeper. Our next ingredient is charcoal, which is present in a number of Squatch bars. This exfoliates skin, removing impurities and excess oil. It also cleanses as well as smooths and soothes skin. Next we have another flower, orange eye extract. This boy is also known as the summer lilac. When used in skincare, it has antibacterial, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory benefits. It protects the skin from harmful UVA rays, helps to repair, as well as soothes and strengthens it. It also has anti-aging and moisturizing qualities. Our last ingredient is black wolfberry extract. Wolfberries, more commonly known as goji berries, have a frick ton of health benefits, even when used in a brick. They are full of amino acids that boost the appearance of skin, improving tone and color. They deeply hydrate as well as boost collagen production, leading to healthier, more vibrant skin. In the end, we're looking at a bar with some restorative and hydrating capabilities. Perfect after a long night of werewolfing. The bar definitely has a unique smell to it. To me, the main scent I get is like cola. It's sweet and has a bit of a cologne background to it. It's also quite potent. I would say it's one of the stronger ones out there. It may not have the spookiness or false spices to it you may look for in a Halloween boy, but the scent is definitely one that stands out from the other limiteds. It's a wild smell, strong enough to eliminate that wet dog smell. The bar has a nice heavy grit to it. It's not one of the stronger heavies, it leans a bit medium, but in any case, this is a brick that is made for grit lovers. It's not for everyone, but for those who can withstand the claws of this brick, you're treated to a very good soap. The bar cleans deep without drying your skin out. It feels hydrating and restorative. You'll step out of the shower transformed into an unstoppable beast. Now as for my thoughts, I like this brick. It's not the greatest spooky brick we've ever gotten, but it is certainly solid. I think the Werewolf Wash is rather nifty. We'll put it right behind the Sinister Scrub. The ranking may seem a bit low, but this is another Squatch bar that does nothing wrong except exist in a world full of great limiteds. I really like the feel of this brick. It's got a nice amount of grit to it. It's rough, but not too rough. The Coca-Cola scent isn't my favorite, but it's pleasant, something different, and I like how strong it is. The bar in general has a cool vibe to it, and a really solid lineup of unique ingredients. In the end, this is just a really fun brick that is a welcome addition to the spooky lineup. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Werewolf Boy? Let me know where you would rank it amongst the Halloween bars, and let me know if you get your hands on this beast brick. There are few bars capable of cleaning a werewolf after a hunt, but this brick, with its deep clean and powerful scent, will have you howling at the shower head. In the crisp air of fall, there is a harbinger walking amongst the fields of pumpkins. He waters his orange army with bourbon. The sight of him is a sign that the natural soap harvest will be strong and plentiful. He is an omen for the death of 3-in-1s. and his name is Drunken Pumpkin.
Ew, man!
Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Drunken Pumpkin, a bar that's all about reaping the benefits. This is, of course, one of Dr. Squatch's Halloween specials, a fan favorite brick that has unfortunately been discontinued, at least for now. Still, this bar is beloved for a good reason, and its lack of a re-release has only added to its legendary status. This is the only limited to never receive the new packaging, and as such, the bar I'm using for this guide is actually an older one. So with that, let's get into this autumn brick. The bar is slammed with unique ingredients, so let's start with the highlighted pumpkin seed oil. Now this boy is full of vitamins, fatty acids, and antioxidants that help to nourish and repair skin. It's hydrating and moisturizing, has anti-aging and soothing benefits, and promotes healthy skin. Now let's talk about pumpkin butter. This has basically the same benefits as pumpkin seed oil, but again, this ingredient is a very deeply moisturizing one. Another unique ingredient is yarrow, which is a flower and has historically been used to treat wounds. This boy is an astringent that helps fight against conditions like acne. Yarrow is anti-inflammatory and antimicrobial. It's a soothing ingredient that relieves irritated skin. And finally, we have charcoal, which is present in a number of Squatch bars. This boy has a lot of benefits, including being deeply cleansing. It removes excess oil and impurities, clears blemishes, and soothes and improves the appearance of skin. Overall, this bar looks to be a moisturizing and restorative one, perfect as you ditch summer and get ready for the brisk and chilly days of the spooky season. The scent of this brick is, of course, its biggest strength. Even though this bar I have is 2 years old, it's still got some good strength to it. It was around medium potency back then, and I'd say it still is now. The smell is a classic fall one that really gives off those autumn vibes. Famously, the Drunken Pumpkin scent was essentially repurposed into the wood barrel bourbon, and the scents are very similar. However, they are not entirely identical. I actually prefer the Pumpkin Boy as it still has that sweet fall scent, but also has a more earthy, manly undertone to it as well. It's a really unique scent with strong fall notes as well as a bit of bourbon ones as well. You'll step out of the shower smelling like an award-winning pumpkin whose secret is whiskey. To pair with the amazing scent, the brick also feels great to use. It has zero grit, instead it's a smooth one. Still, it's a moisturizing, surprisingly deep cleaning bar that feels restorative and rejuvenating to use. The pumpkin and other ingredients in this boy make this bar feel unique and help it stand out from other bricks. Paired with the scent, this bar is so good that someone may psycho you in the shower to steal this spooky brick. As for my thoughts, I love this bar. Ever since its original release, it's been a favorite of mine, and a favorite of a lot of fellow Squatchers as well. I'll rank the Drunken Pumpkin as it might be some sort of god. I'm willing to put it above the Mars bar, but not quite the Chicka Wow Wow. It's easy to get nostalgic about this brick, but there's a reason so many remember this bar fondly and keep asking for its return. As someone who loves fall, this brick hits right at home for me. I love the fall scent, it's one of my favorite Squatch has. The pumpkin ingredients are great and make for a really unique limited that perfectly captures that fall vibe and Halloween theme. It's a shame we'll probably never see this one again. It does say something about the legacy of a limited, that it was so good that Squatch quickly turned it into an OG in the form of the Wood Barrel Bourbon. And while I'll be the first to say they aren't the same bar, the Wood Barrel Bourbon is probably the closest we'll get to this Halloween boy, as it is sort of a medium grit version of the Drunken Pumpkin. And while the Wood Barrel Bourbon is a great Squatch bar, I do feel like it lacks that certain charm that the Drunken Pumpkin had. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Pumpkin Boy? Do you miss this brick, or do you think it's overrated? Let me know if you still have any left in your collection of this Harvest bar. Although this boy got axed like it's in a horror movie, there are some good times to be had with this bourbon brick, if you can find it, as its scent will have you feeling like being drunk in the pumpkin patch. Swinging across the streets of New York City, there is a hero with the power of a spider and the intellect of a nerd. No criminal is safe from his webs. He'll go to school, deliver pizzas, beat the frick out of bad guys, and still be home in time to shower. He is a young arachnid looking to protect his city, and his name is Spidey Suds. Yow, man! Welcome to the Frick Cast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Spidey Suds, a bar that's ready to rid the shower of crime. This is of course Dr. Squatch's first collab with Marvel, but more importantly with the amazing Spider-Man. Given how nifty the Batman collection was, this bar looks to be very promising, but as we know, not all Spider Boys are created equal. So let's get into this friendly neighborhood brick. The bar of course has several unique ingredients, including the highlighted red spiderling powder. Now this is actually a flower and has long been used medicinally. When used in a brick, it has a number of benefits, including being slammed full of antioxidants, being anti-inflammatory and antibacterial, and possessing anti-aging qualities. This ingredient moisturizes, soothes, and tones skin, improving color and complexion. Our next ingredient is blue poppy seeds. Now these are what gives our brick its grit. Here we have a medium grit. As well as being full of antioxidants and being anti-inflammatory, the grit these boys add gives the bar extra exfoliation, which removes dead skin and excess oil, allowing for a deeper clean. Finally, we have vegan silk extract. Basically what this means is the silk used here is from plants or trees, rather than the silkworms that normally die in the silk creation process. This has a number of benefits, but most noteworthy, it helps protect and nourish skin. It's restorative, has anti-aging qualities, and improves the health and appearance of skin. Overall, this is a bar that looks to protect and repair, having you feel invincible, like a superhero. The scent of this bad boy is best described as berry. That's clearly the smell they were going for, and the result is a brick whose scent gets better and better as you use it. It's not the greatest Squatch scent, but it's one that smells very clean, and is a bit of a cologne type of smell to it. It's probably how Spider-Man was able to get Mary Jane. It's around a medium potency, but maybe a bit on the stronger side. So it's a clean, strong berry scent that I'm sure many will love. With the powerful Spidey scents of this brick, you'll feel like the bar just gave you superpowers. To pair with the scent, the bar is also a refreshing one to use. It won't dry your skin out and instead will have you rejuvenated and ready to fight crime once again. The grit is around medium but more on the light side of that, so you won't feel like you're being bit by radioactive spiders. It's a good amount of extra exfoliation for an otherwise smooth bar. Overall, just a really solid Squatch clean. You'll step out of the shower, refreshed, and ready to go climb up the side of a building. Now as for my thoughts, I like this brick. It's a good bar. It's another brick that checks all of the boxes. And I think rather nifty is where it belongs. We'll slam it between the Sinister Scrub and the Werewolf Wash. The Spider Boy is kind of in that range of great but not fantastic bricks. Still, it's a bar that makes for another solid addition to the Squatch lineup of limiteds. The refreshing berry scent is one that I know many are going to love, and the brick with its restorative qualities and nice amount of grit makes for a nice clean. I think it does a decent job of fitting the Spider-Man theme with some really creative ingredients, and I think fans of the web slinger will enjoy this brick quite a bit. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Spider Boy? Do you love its berry scent, or are you more of a Batman kind of guy? Let me know if you get your hands on this superhero brick. After a long day of fighting octopuses and goblins, a good shower is vital to restore lost powers. Thankfully, this webbed brick will have you covered and ready to slam it once again. Working in the chocolate factory, there is a chocolatier, a nice, generous man, welcoming all who seek something sweet. He's created a paradise of magic and wonder for everyone to enjoy until the doors close and his factory of chocolate turns into a factory of horrors. No, he's a kind, gentle candy man, and his name is Choccy Milk. Yow, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Choccy Milk, a chocolate bar turned soap bar. This is of course a limited edition brick released from Dr. Squatch. Based on chocolate milk, the bar has an interesting idea. It's a rather divisive bar, with those who love it and those who hate it. I lean pretty heavily on one of those sides, as you'll soon find out. So with that, let's get into this sugar-infested brick. We of course have several unique ingredients, and where better to start than with the highlighted cocoa nibs. Now these boys are crushed pieces of the cocoa bean, which of course make chocolate. When used in a brick, they give our bar its medium grit, adding extra exfoliation and allowing it to clean deeper. We also have cocoa powder, which is great for repairing skin. It's full of antioxidants and fatty acids, it's anti-inflammatory, increases blood flow, and helps brighten and tone skin. There's also cocoa butter, which of course has many of the same benefits, being full of antioxidants and fatty acids. It deeply hydrates and locks in moisture. It's great for improving the appearance of skin, as it hides blemishes and has anti-aging qualities. And finally, we have oat milk. This boy again is very similar to those already mentioned. It has antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties, helping to protect and repair skin. It smooths and soothes, as well as hydrates and cleanses. It leads to healthier, younger looking skin. Overall, this brick looks to be one aimed at restoring your youthful appearance, helping you to justify using a bar called Choccy Milk. Now that the ingredients are out of the way, let's take a journey down the chocolate tunnel of hell. The scent the bar is going for is chocolate or chocolate milk, and it sort of does, although personally I don't think it works all that well. It's a weaker scent, and that may be a good thing, as the smell can be rather off-putting, if not downright nauseating. It smells as if the chocolate milk is spoiled, and that's probably one of the last things you want in the shower. While the scent of the bar is meant to invoke sweet childhood memories, instead it invokes a nightmare where you see your picture on the back of a chocolate milk carton. One of the big pluses about this bar is that the lather is thick as frick. Other than that, the bar is mostly your standard Squatch wash, although it's pretty lackluster compared to most. The grit in this bar is very light, almost zero. Definitely not the advertised medium grit, as the cocoa nibs are few and far between. It doesn't leave you feeling as moisturized and clean as you may like, and in fact, paired with the scent, you may feel like you need another shower. Now as for my thoughts, it's obvious I don't like this brick. This might be the worst Squatch brick ever made, and as such, I have little choice but to rank it as... Oh god! Oh god! I don't have anything against milk or chocolate, or even chocolate milk. Hell, I even like milk chocolate. In fact, I was kind of excited for this bar, I just don't think it works in soap form. But I know Squatch can make scents like this work. The Chicka Wow Wow remains one of my highest rated bars, and that's in part because of its strawberry chocolate smell. That bar's scent smells incredible. It makes you want to bite into it. The scent of the Choccy Milk, on the other hand, is just unpleasant in my opinion. I may be having some fun in trashing this brick. I mean, no Squatch bar is truly bad, but I'd rather use just about every other one, and I know I'm not alone in that. Still, it's a fun bar, and one I hope maybe gets reformulated somewhere down the line. For some of you out there, I'm sure you'll love this brick. It's not without redeeming qualities. It has a nice lather to it, a limited edition box, and a theme I find cool. I'd recommend trying any bar if you're interested, but for those looking for a refreshing, clean-smelling brick, I'd look elsewhere. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Choccy boy? Am I too harsh on this brick, or do you agree? Let me know if you get your hands on this candy bar. In the end, the bar won't so much as leave you feeling clean, as it does leave you feeling like that fat kid falling into the chocolate river. Watching over the shower, there is a protector, a gargoyle guarding against evil spirits and 3-in-1s. Under his watchful stone gaze, no shower will be without all-natural bricks, and no beer will be without the choicest hops. He is a guardian of the shower, and his name is Stone IPA. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast, and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Stone IPA, a bar that pairs excellently with your shower beer. This brick is of course a collab between Dr. Squatch and Stone Brewing, a craft brewery in Southern California. A brick and a brew is always a match made in heaven. But like an IPA, is this bar an acquired taste? Well, let's get into this arrogant bastard of a brick. The bar has several unique ingredients, including the two highlighted, menthol and hops. Menthol crystals are one of my absolute favorite ingredients out there, and that's because they have some really unique properties, namely the cooling sensation that is applied to your skin. It's an anti-inflammatory, soothing, cleansing, and moisturizing ingredient that leaves your skin feeling chilled. Hops give our brick its IPA flavor, but they also have a number of skin benefits. Mainly, hops are known for their anti-inflammatory, skin-calming qualities. They help lock in moisture, clear skin, and fight a number of skin ailments. Let's slam charcoal next. This boy is in quite a few Squatch bricks, and that's due to its cleansing and exfoliating properties. Activated charcoal removes excess oil and impurities. As antibacterial soothes and clears skin, and leaves it smooth and soft. And finally, we have the star of the show, Stone IPA beer. Now, beer is actually great for skin, as it contains a frick ton of antioxidants, amino acids, and B vitamins, thanks to the yeast present in beer. Beer is deeply moisturizing. It's a great cleanser, helping to exfoliate as well as remove dead skin and impurities. It fights against signs of aging and leaves skin brightened and youthful looking. In the end, this brick looks geared towards soothing skin and leaving it feeling relaxed and chilled, almost as if your skin is slamming back some cold ones. The scent of this bar is an interesting one. The main notes I get are citrus, hops, and menthol. It's a refreshing scent, but it is on the lighter side, so it's maybe not quite as strong as you would like. Still, it's a pleasant smell for anyone who likes a sort of citrusy beer scent. You'll smell as if your shower head turned into a beer tap. The bar feels pretty good to use, with a nice turquoise-colored lather to it. The menthol carries the brick, providing that trademark cooling sensation to your skin. Other than that, the bar has zero grit. It's a smooth brick, and it feels basically like a standard Squatch wash. It's got enough moisturizing and exfoliation to it to make it a decent brick, paired with a Stone IPA shower beer, and you'll be feeling real nifty. Now, as for my thoughts, I like this brick. It's got some interesting things going on, even if I don't think it's one of the greatest limiteds out there. I think Rather Nifty is about where it belongs. It's a solid bar, but it gets beat out by a lot of other great limiteds. It's one of the coolest looking bricks out there. I really like the color of it, and it has a lot of positives going for it. The scent is pleasant, I just wish it was maybe stronger, and the bar itself feels good to use. Menthol is always a great ingredient in a brick, and paired with the other ingredients, like beer, it does leave you feeling pretty clean. I just think that other Squatch bars do a lot of the same things a bit better. This was an interesting collab between Dr. Squatch and Stone Brewing, one I hope we'll maybe see again somewhere down the line. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Stone IPA boy? Are you shotgunning this brick, or do you hate the taste of IPAs? Let me know if you got your hands on this intense bar. Just like a dank IPA, this brick isn't for everyone, but for those who can handle it, you'll make a new gargoyle friend watching over you from the soap saver. Saving humanity, there is a Spartan, a legendary warrior, feared by all in the universe. No covenant and no flood can stop this elite super soldier. He is the demon to his enemies, and his name is Spartan Scrub. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Spartan Scrub, a bar to command the power of the shower. This is of course a collab between Dr. Squatch and Halo. With the release of Halo Infinite came the Spartan Scrub to encourage those sweaty nerds to put down the controller and take a shower. But is this bar all gimmick, or is it worthy of Master Chief himself? Well, let's get into this infinite brick. The bar has several unique ingredients, including the highlighted 7-bark root. This boy is full of antioxidants and has anti-aging properties. It hydrates, improves the appearance and feel of skin, as well as fights against skin ailments. There's also Little John root, which is antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory. It helps to calm skin and relieve irritation, as well as fight against conditions like acne. Next is Bishop's wort, or wood betony. This herb is actually known for its soothing and pain-relieving properties when it comes to bruises, wounds, and headaches. It's an astringent, anti-inflammatory ingredient that, like the others already mentioned, helps fight against a number of skin ailments, such as acne and psoriasis. And finally, we have pumice, which gives our brick its grit. This finely ground up volcanic rock helps to clear away dead skin and impurities, as well as provides extra exfoliation to the bar, allowing it to clean deeper. In the end, this bar looks crafted to heal a Spartan after a long, grueling day, perfect to recharge for the next battle for the shower. The scent is just as powerful as you'd expect a Spartan boy to be, being one of the stronger limiteds out there. The smell is an interesting one. I think the best way to describe it is if you've ever been in like a sawmill or like a shop class. It has metallic, woody notes to it. The vibe the fragrance team were going for was weapons and armor, and I think they nailed that. I wouldn't call the freshly forged scent unpleasant, but I think most probably won't care for it, although I think some will love it. You'll step out of the shower, smelling like a Spartan, fresh out of combat. After a long day of slamming grunts, you'll need something strong to wash off with, and that's where this bad boy comes in. The grit is around medium, it feels pretty good, and if you've used a pumice-based grit brick before, you know what to expect. It leaves you feeling clean. It's not the most deeply moisturizing brick, but it won't dry your skin out. It has enough restorative qualities to make it a decent choice. You'll feel invincible, like wearing freshly forged green armor. Now, as for my thoughts, I don't mind this brick. It's far from one of my favorites, but I think it's well made. I think quite alright. It's about where it belongs. I'm actually going to put it above some of these Star Wars bricks. There's a lot to appreciate about this bar. The scent is strong, which always gives it bonus points, and it is unique, although it's not exactly the most refreshing one out there. The grit is nice, and the bar feels pretty good to use. I'd also say it does a decent job of fitting the Halo theme. I'm not much of a Halo fan personally, but this brick's really grown on me. In the end, it's a solid bar, but I think in the grand scheme of limiteds, it's not quite up there. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Spartan boy? Are you going into battle with this brick? Let me know if you've gotten your hands on this combat evolved bar. There are a few bricks capable of cleaning and healing a Spartan, but this freshly forged brick is ready for war. Catching the gnarliest of waves, there is a surfer dude. No matter how big the breaks get, he'll always remain chill like the Pacific at night. It doesn't matter if it's fall or winter, because it's always summer, and even a tsunami is just another day for him, bruh. Those killer bombs need shredding, dude, and his name is Summer Citrus. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Summer Citrus, a bar with the power to turn your shower into a tidal wave. This is Squatch's latest OG, the replacement for the fallen Cedar Citrus, which was of course discontinued. The Cedar Boy lacked a lot in the citrus department, but does the hot new Summer Boy remedy that? Well, let's get into this lemon bar of a bar. The brick has a few unique ingredients, including two highlighted ones, lemon oil and pumice. Let's start with pumice, because this is what gives the bar its light grit. Now, many of you veterans of the channel will already know about pumice, as it's been used many times in Squatch bars for the grit it adds. Now, it always adds good grit to a brick, although the grit level may vary. In the case of the Summer Citrus, it's a light grit, making it just the second OG and third brick overall to officially have that label. Now, pumice is basically volcanic rock, and its porous appearance has led to it being long used as an exfoliant. It helps to clear away dead skin and impurities, allowing for the brick to clean deeper. Lemon essential oil is perhaps the most noteworthy unique ingredient. As with many essential oils, there's a frick ton of benefits here. Lemon oil is antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, and cleansing. It helps fight against skin ailments like acne and relieves irritation. It's an astringent that is full of antioxidants. Lemon oil also hydrates, clears, brightens, and tones skin. Our last ingredient is annatto powder. Annatos are seeds that are often used to flavor and color food, being very similar in taste to paprika, but being known for adding a yellow or orange color to whatever it's added to, even soap. When used in skincare, annatto powder cleanses and calms skin, helping to soothe burns or any other skin irritation. It's full of antioxidants and is antibacterial, antifungal, and anti-inflammatory. With all these soothing qualities of this brick, it looks like showering, while sunburned has never been better. The first impression I got from the scent when I opened the package was like a lemon-scented cleaner, like Consuela from Family Guy and her lemon pledge. However, once I hit the shower, the scent became more pleasant. It ended up reminding me more of like a lemon pastry or a lemon bar. It's not a bad scent. I'd hoped it would be a bit stronger. It's around medium potency. It's a bar that smells like it cleans your shower while it cleans you. Speaking of that, I love pumice-based grit and squash bars, and in this case it's very finely ground up and provides a nice, light grit. It gives the bar a bit more added exfoliation that is noticeable but not all that rough, and lets the rest of the brick clean deeper while not drying your skin out. It adds another layer to a solid bar that leaves you feeling clean and refreshed, like that cold glass of hard lemonade after a long day of squatching. Now as for my thoughts, I like this brick. It's hardly on the level of some of the other bars that released just before it, but it's solid. I think the Summer Citrus is a lower end, rather nifty. And while we're here, it's time to move the Cedar Citrus to the limited rankings, where it'll be a lower end, quite aight. The Summer Citrus is certainly a step up from the Cedar Citrus, but it's nothing spectacular. I would have rather seen other flavors get the attention the Summer Boy has, with the Dio and hair kits launching alongside it. Coconut Castaway, the most recent OG, is much better in my opinion, and I still think the Grapefruit IPA remains underrated, and I'd say is a much better citrus flavor than the Summer Citrus. All that being said though, this Summer Brick is still a solid one. The grit from the pumice is one of my favorite lighter grits out there, and works very well. The lemon scent isn't my favorite, but it's not bad. It is very refreshing. The bar overall feels very clean, and for citrus lovers out there, I think this is a brick that many of you will enjoy. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Summer Boy? Are you rocking with the new OG? Do you like it more or less than the Cedar Citrus, or even Grapefruit IPA? Let me know if you get your hands on this sour brick. There are few bars so extreme, yet so chill. But as the lemon-scented ocean breeze hits you, all you'll be able to say is, Shaka brah. Ruling over the prehistoric world, there is a tyrant, a king who knows no bounds and knows no mercy. Even the water shakes in his presence. The ferocity of his roar and the rumble of his steps are enough to make the toughest dinosaurs run in fear. His reign is one of terror, and his name is the King of the Briccs. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the King of the Briccs, an apex bar with a powerful bite. This is of course a part of Dr. Squatch's collab with Jurassic Park, celebrating their 30th anniversary. This bar is the T-Rex edition, designed after the fear-inspiring dinosaur. King of the Briccs is quite the lofty title, but does it deserve that name? Well, grab some dino nuggets, and let's get into this nostalgic brick. Let's start with the unique ingredients, the highlighted being amber granules. Amber, fossilized tree resin, is of course iconic with the movie, but it has its uses here as well. Now, amber powder is mainly used here as an exfoliant, helping to smooth skin, as well as clear away dead skin and impurities. The same can be said about yellow rhyolite, as rhyolite is basically pumice, volcanic rock that's used in bricks for the grit it provides. In this case, a heavy grit. Sawtooth oak or acorn extract is an anti-inflammatory ingredient that is used to soothe irritated skin. Now, fossil powder, diatomite or diatomaceous earth, is a pretty interesting ingredient. It's the fossilized remains of a microalgae. Now, this boy is full of silica, boosting collagen production and leading to healthier skin. It's also similar to pumice powder in that it's mainly used as an exfoliant. Activated charcoal is a deeply cleansing ingredient that clears blemishes, soaks up excess oil, brightens skin, and relieves irritated skin. And finally, we have Dragon's Blood extract. Now, Dragon's Blood is a bright red resin and is surprisingly beneficial when used in a brick. It's an astringent with healing and anti-inflammatory qualities. It's antimicrobial, slammed with antioxidants, boosts collagen production, is anti-aging, leading to soothed and protected skin. Overall, this boy seems slammed full of dino-related ingredients, with a powerful scrub and rejuvenating abilities. Now we know why the T-Rex is always so pissed off. His arms are too short to even use his own brick. The scent of this bar is an interesting one. The first thing I thought of, as well as a lot of other people, is that it smells like the Batman brick. They're not exactly the same. Whereas the Batman brick is a more peppery leather scent, the King of the Bricks is more of an earthy cologne scent. I have to be honest though, they are pretty similar, close enough where you're constantly making the comparison. And personally, I feel like this bar's scent is an inferior version of the Dark Knight's, which really hurts the overall appeal of this bar. In my opinion, it's not a bad scent at all though. I'd say it's a little less leather and more musky and earthy. I don't really notice any amber, but there is some spice to it and a bit of woodiness as well. It's a fresh, manly scent that's probably not for everyone. It's also around a medium potency. Overall, it's an intimidating scent that will have you feeling like the king of the shower. The grit of this brick is the most noteworthy quality here. It's a heavy grit that feels like a T-Rex biting into you. Actually, it leans somewhat medium. Personally, I think it's a good amount that really lets the rest of the bar shine. It's not the deepest clean, but the scrub is nice and it lathers pretty well. It's kind of standard for the most part as far as Squatch cleans go, but the grit and exfoliation here is consistent. And for Squatchers who like a medium to heavy level of grit, you'll probably enjoy using this fearless brick. The bar is rough, like Dr. Grant to unwanted children. Why are you looking at him? Look at the dinosaur. Now, as for my thoughts, I'm kind of in the middle with this brick. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. Hold on, let me just adjust this real quick. That's better. As for the King of the Bricks, I think rather nifty for now. When you look at this bar in a vacuum, there's a whole lot to like, but in the grand scheme of Squatch, it's nothing spectacular. I do really like the musky Jurassic Earth scent. It's just not very original. And they did slam this boy full of relevant dinosaur-themed ingredients, which I appreciate. The grit is good and the bar overall is solid. Also, the box design is on point as well. It looks the part. I also like how you can see the yellow grit in this bar. It all looks nice. Still, to me this brick just really doesn't feel like anything new. It was a bit too similar to the Batman brick for my liking, mostly in regards to the manly, musky, leathery scent. Which, while I love the Batman brick, I do think the King of the Bricks could have had a more unique scent. I mean, this is the T-Rex boy, the self-proclaimed King of the Bricks. If you're going to try and sit atop the soap chain, you gotta bring more to the table than that. The grit is nice, the lather is nice, the theme is awesome, and the bar has some of the coolest unique ingredients we've seen in a while. If it just had a more original scent, or if the Batman brick just didn't exist, it'd be ranked a lot higher. I just kept feeling like it's best described as, we have Batman brick at home. Still though, in the end, it's a solid and really fun bar overall. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the T-Rex boy? Are you a fan of the Jurassic bricks? Let me know if you get your hands on this prehistoric bar. In the dawn of time, an era before man, there was still manliness. There was the tyrant of the shower, the king of the bricks. On the hunt in the nocturnal forest, there are predators. Even massive monsters fear their signals in the night. The call of the pack. These cunning hunters will not abandon their pursuit, and they will not let the prey escape. There is no hope against these savage killers, and their name is Raptor Rush.
Ew, man!
Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Raptor Rush, a furious brick that will have you cowering in the shower. This is of course a part of Dr. Squatch's collab with Jurassic Park, celebrating their 30th year anniversary. This is the Raptor edition, designed after the nightmare-inducing dinos. But is this clever bar more of a, you did it you crazy son of a brick, you did it? Or more of a, your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should? Well, let's get into this extinct brick. Let's start with the unique ingredients. First up, we have the highlighted fossil powder, also known as diatomaceous earth. Now this boy is also present in the king of the bricks. It's the fossilized remains of a microalgae. It's full of silica, boosting collagen production, and leads to healthier, protected skin. It's also very similar to pumice powder, in that it's often used as an exfoliant, providing our brick here with its medium grit, clearing away dead skin and impurities, as well as allowing the bar to clean deeper. Dinosaur plant extract is a very interesting ingredient. The dinosaur plant is another name for the resurrection plant, which is notable for its ability to survive severe droughts, being almost completely dry for sometimes years before coming back to life. This boy is also present in the Resistance Rinse. It is a deeply hydrating ingredient with anti-aging and antioxidant properties. It leads to healthier, more flexible skin. And last, we have dinosaur egg extract, which is actually a melon that resembles a dino egg. This boy tones and cleanses skin. It's also full of vitamins and antioxidants. It improves the appearance and feel of skin. Overall, this brick looks to be a rejuvenating one, designed to bring you back from extinction. You may think it impossible, but natural soap finds a way. The scent of this bar is another interesting one. Now, just like its King of the Bricks counterpart and the Batman brick, this Raptor boy is often compared to the legendary Lather. And while they do look similar and do smell somewhat similar too, this one is more unique, I'd say, than the T-Rex boy. It's a fresh scent, but while the Luke Skywalker boy is breezy and grassy, the Raptor is much more sour and citrusy. It's a sour melon type of scent, but it's more like a candy than actual fruit. It reminds me a lot of the Cedar Citrus and Summer Citrus deodorants. I also noticed that the scent changes a lot when used in the shower. The sour, fruity candiness was replaced in part by more earthy and musky notes, drastically changing the smell of the bar. It was still a mostly refreshing scent, but now had a more woody, outdoors scent as well. It may sound strange, but it kinda reminds me of the zoo, with like a jungle vibe, which I guess fits the whole dinosaur park theme, but that's just me. The earthiness and muskiness in the background do round out the scent, making it, in my opinion, much more balanced. It's also quite strong potency-wise as well. Not one of the strongest out there, but in my experience it was more noticeable than the King of the Bricks. It's a fresh scent that will have you feeling the thrill of the hunt in the shower. The bar is labeled as medium grit, but that's misleading. It's more light grit, and even that's being kind of generous. Still though, the bar doesn't need to feel like raptor claws are tearing into your flesh for it to be a decent clean. The brick feels solid enough. It's a nice bar with a little bit of exfoliation. There's better bars out there, but it's overall refreshing and won't leave your skin dried out like a giant lizard. The bar has some grit, but it's mostly smooth. Like Dr. Malcolm, hitting on other guys' girlfriends in front of them. Come on, man! My boy's right there. Now, as for my thoughts, I do like this brick. I did find myself somewhat enjoying this bar a bit more than the King of the Bricks, which I kind of hoped wouldn't be the case, but I do feel it's the more noteworthy bar overall. And as such, I think rather nifty is a fair spot for now. I don't have a whole lot to complain about with this bar. I did find the sour melon scent to be decent, especially when the more earthy notes came out in the shower. The lighter grit and the brick overall were solid enough, and I of course did like the whole vibe of the bar. The box design looks great, love the overall look of it. I also did really like the dinosaur themed ingredients. It's all perfect for the Jurassic Park theme, but nothing quite elevated the bar to the next level. I didn't find it too similar to the legendary Lather like many others have. It did at least feel like its own unique bar, but at the same time, I also didn't really find it to stand out all that much. Just kind of a standard Squatch brick with a cool package. This bar seems to be meant to be what the Riddler Enigma is to the Batman brick, whereas the King of the Bricks is manly and musky with a lot of grit. This was meant to be the more refreshing, lighter bar, and in that regard I think it does its job. Just like the King of the Bricks, the Raptor Rush is a fun bar, but maybe not a spectacular bar. Although I'd argue it's much more unique than its counterpart. You're buying these Jurassic bricks for the theme, and that's fine. I liked these bars overall. I'd probably never buy them again, but I had fun with them. And the whole Jurassic Park collab was very nostalgic, and gave me an excuse to go watch movies I hadn't seen since I was a wee little lad. I'm not against collabs like this in the future. Once again, I thought the ingredients and the box design were all on point. However, I do hope that Squatch can maybe come up with more creative scents going forward. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Raptor Boy? Are you slamming the Jurassic bricks? Let me know if you get your hands on this vicious bar. The nocturnal forest is full of danger. While you may fear the gigantic beasts the most, it's the swift hunters that you won't even see coming. Bright and early, there is a lone wolf. With his Sigma male grind set, he's already well on his way to starting the day. A morning workout and a light breakfast, complete with an energizing shower, all while the rest of the world sleeps unproductively. He is no tool bag. He is a king, and his name is Energy Bar. Eow, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today we have the Energy Bar, a brick to start the day off right. This is a limited time bar offered by Squatch. It is a part of the Boosted Briccs duo, along with the Bliss Bricc, and together they form a sort of contrasting morning and night theme. The Energy Bar, of course, is our morning brick, but will this bar actually give us that extra boost in the morning, or leave us feeling groggy? Well, let's get into this energetic brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients, the highlighted being garnet powder. Garnet, of course, being the red stone. This boy's mainly here for the grit, in this case a heavy level of grit. This is going to provide some exfoliation, clearing away dead skin and impurities, and allowing the bar to clean deeper. There's also inulin extract via sunroot, also known as the Jerusalem artichoke. This boy is full of prebiotics, which act as food for a healthier microbiome, leaving skin smooth, protected, and hydrated. Then there is also red iron oxide. Now this is mainly a colorant, giving the brick its rusty pigment. It's generally seen as safe. Overall, the sunroot looks like the most interesting thing here. I don't recall prebiotics being in a bar before, but this boy looks to get a head start on its peers. Just like they say, the early bird gets the brick. The scent of this bar is mostly a citrus one, described by the box as morning zest. I mostly think of orange when I smell this bar. However, I don't find it all that refreshing, and it kind of smells artificial. It reminds me of like some sort of orange flavored powder that you mix with water to get a workout drink or something. While it is the stronger of the two boosted bricks, it's not as potent as you'd maybe think. It's around medium. The bar is meant to energize you, but the scent at least isn't giving you any sort of jolt of energy. The scent is like going to bed early, excited to wake up early and be productive, only to actually wake up and be met with the reality of morning. The clean of this brick is mostly your standard Squatch wash. The grit feels nice, sort of like a pumice-based grit, although I would say it leans somewhat medium, as it's not quite one of the heavier grit bars out there, but it is consistent. Still though, it results in a nice, albeit bloody lather. And by bloody, I mean blood colored, because the red pigment really comes off of this bar, but that doesn't really affect the actual wash. Overall, it feels pretty good to use. It won't dry your skin out. Although I also didn't notice much of a energy boost when using this. Just a routine brick that always gets the job done, even when you're running late for work, but aren't skipping the shower. Frick 'em, they can wait. Overall, I don't mind the energy bar, but I'm not all that impressed with it either. For now, I'm going to put it as a quite aight, although a re-ranking is very much needed. Like most energy-based supplements, this Bricc is a little overhyped. The orange scent, while decent, is not as good as many other citrus ones out there, including Squatch's own Grapefruit IPA and Summer Citrus. The grit feels nice and consistent, and the bar overall feels solid, but it's not exactly breaking new grounds or anything like that. It's just another decent Squatch bar that's quickly outshined by its less energetic peers. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Energy Boy? Is this part of your morning routine? Let me know if you get your hands on this inspiring bar. It's all about the hustle, the grind, and the bread. With this Bricc, you'll be well on your way to being the next Patrick Bateman. In the quiet tranquility of night, there is a deep sleeper. Pajamas, a cup of tea, and reading some classic Bricc tales is all he needs to catch some Z's. Dreaming of the serenity of the shower and the chillness of a good Bricc, he is napping away in a state of cleanliness, and his name is Bliss Bricc. Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today, we're sleeping with the Bliss Bricc. This is a limited time bar offered by Squatch. It is a part of the Boosted Bricks duo along with the Energy Bar, and together they form a morning and night combo. The Bliss Bricc being our nighttime Bricc. But is this bar more of a chill dream or an unsuspecting nightmare? Well, let's get into this sleepy Bricc. We'll start with the unique ingredients, the highlighted being date seed powder. Dates of course being the sweet fruit, somewhat like a fig. This is what's going to give our Bricc its exfoliation, in this case a light grit that clears away dead skin and impurities, allowing for a deeper clean. In addition, date seeds are antioxidant and antimicrobial. They also have anti-aging and anti-inflammatory properties. Next we have gamma aminobutyric acid, or GABA. This boy is an amino acid known for its anti-aging abilities and relaxing properties. It's often used to relax tense muscles and reduce wrinkles, leaving skin smooth. It's a soothing, nourishing ingredient that may also reduce anxiety and improve sleep. And last we have indigo powder. Now this is mainly used as a colorant, providing that nice purplish bluish pigment. You may recognize it from the fresh falls, and that's why the two bars do look so similar. However, indigo powder is also an antibacterial, anti-inflammatory ingredient that soothes and brightens skin. Overall, we're looking at a pretty interesting bar with some chill ingredients. It looks to leave you feeling relaxed and put you in a deep sleep, like a hibernating teddy bear. The scent is a surprisingly complex one that's kind of hard to describe. It's mostly an earthy, mineral scent, but there's some other notes here, including floral, sweet, pepper, sour, and medicinal. It kind of reminds me of some type of aromatherapy, like something you'd smell at a spa. It's a fresh, rocky smell. It's also a pretty subtle scent, especially when compared to the Energy Bar, but it's still got some potency to it, around medium I would say. It is a pretty relaxing scent as well, although I find most Squatch scents relaxing. And I wouldn't say it's more so than the legendary Lather or Wisdom Wash, but it is a nice, chill scent that will have you falling asleep in the shower. While it's listed as light grit, it's 0. This is a smooth Bricc. The calming quality of the scent does translate to the shower as well, as the bar feels relaxing. It's mostly a standard Squatch wash, but it's a nice restorative, soothing clean that won't dry your skin out. Instead, it will leave you feeling as chill as the other side of the pillow. Now as for my thoughts, I like the Bliss Bricc. It's maybe not a favorite of mine, but I think it's a really interesting bar. I'm going to put it as a rather nifty for now. The scent, while maybe not spectacular, is unique, and it's a relaxing, earthy one with some complicated notes. It has no grit, but a solid lather and a surprisingly deep clean. I do find myself liking this Bricc much more than the Energy Bar. It's just a peaceful Bricc, and you can never go wrong with that vibe. The box design may be my favorite of a limited, and I love the whole sleepy time theme. It's a cool bar, a solid bar, and it makes for a good addition to the lineup. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Bliss Bricc? Is it a part of your nightly routine? Let me know if you get your hands on this bedtime Bricc. At the end of a long day, there's nothing better than a relaxing shower and a good night's sleep. With this bar, you'll do both at the same time. Climbing to the peak of the world, there is an explorer, an adventurer who lives without fear. He journeys to the ends of the shower and ascends to the summit of cleanliness. He is an absolute mad lad, and his name is Free Solo Scrub.
Ew, man!
Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today, we're scaling mountains with the Free Solo Scrub. This is a collab between Dr. Squatch and renowned rock climber Alex Honnold, known for his free solo ascents, climbing some of the largest cliffs without ropes or harnesses, just sheer frick-it energy. And now that daring mentality has been transformed into a brick. With some nifty natural ingredients and an outdoorsy scent, this boy looks to be a return to Squatch's roots. But will this bar reach new heights or fall flat? Well, let's get into this ambitious brick. We'll start with the unique ingredients, the highlighted being white rhyolite. Rhyolite is a volcanic rock similar to pumice, a Squatch favorite, and we've actually seen rhyolite before in the Suds of Darkness. This boy is of course here for the grit, in this case a medium level of grit. This is going to add some extra exfoliation, helping to clear away dead skin and impurities, allowing the bar to clean deeper and leave skin smooth. We also have Oregon Pine or Douglas Fir Needle essential oil. This is a deeply cleansing and soothing ingredient that is antibacterial and fights against skin ailments. The scent also has benefits as it helps ease breathing and may improve mood, as it's a pretty calming ingredient. Last, we have watercress extract. This boy helps to increase collagen production, fighting against signs of aging and improving elasticity. It's also an anti-inflammatory ingredient that relieves skin ailments. Overall, this mountain of a brick doesn't look to just bring the Squatch menu back down to earth, but to elevate it to new heights. It's a bar that refuses to stay put on the soap saver, instead climbing to the top of the shower head. The scent is a very unique one of the most unique in a while. To me, it kind of reminds me of a cross between the Snowy Pine Tar and the Area 51 brick. There's that woodsy pine smell, as well as a fresh, breezy smell. And like those two aforementioned bars, the Free Solo Scrub almost feels and smells more like an OG than a limited, with main notes of pine and cedar, as well as some freshness. It is in some ways that outdoorsy scent many Squatchers have been waiting for, but it's more complex than that. The bar reminds me a lot of the Fresh Falls as well, in that it's kind of like a more generic body wash type of smell, but you know, actually being good. Kind of like Squatch made a woodsy version of the Fresh Falls. It's also a pretty strong scent potency-wise. I was able to smell the brick as soon as I opened the mailbox. It's not the most in-your-face scent on the Squatch menu, but it is more noticeable than most. It's a calming scent that smells like shower rain atop the Sierra Nevada mountains. The bar is also better cleaning than many others. The medium grit is nice and consistent. I always love a rhyolite or pumice-based grit because you get a lot of consistent grit that really helps exfoliate without flaying yourself. Here it's a good balanced amount, with the rhyolite being small and ground up, sort of like a fine sand. The lather is also above average, and it's deep cleaning without drying your skin out. The brick just really feels consistent and does everything pretty well. You get a nice grit, good exfoliation, a thick lather, and a solid clean. Even while braving the harshness of the wilderness, this brick will still keep you feeling fresh. As for my thoughts, I like the Free Solo Scrub. I think it's a very well made bar, and as such, I think I'm going to put it as a rather nifty for now. Stay tuned for some much needed re-rankings. The scent is a fresh one, with some pine, but also just a nice outdoorsy cologne scent. It's also pretty strong, which I always like. The grit is a nice medium grit, a good amount in my opinion, and the wash overall is above average. It checks pretty much every box, a strong, unique scent, a solid clean, and it's a pretty interesting theme and collab. I didn't know who Alex Honnold was before this release, but I think the collab fits Dr. Squatch much better than whoever that dope soap guy was. It isn't quite one of my favorite bars, but I definitely see this one becoming a fan favorite. With the most recent releases of the Jurassic Briccs and the Boosted Briccs being seen as somewhat disappointing for many Squatchers, the Free Solo Scrub really feels like a return to form for Squatch. I think going back to the more natural, woodsy, outdoors vibe was definitely a good decision, and hope to continue to go in that direction. Don't get me wrong, I love how creative a lot of Squatch bars can be, and those are some of their best soaps, but sometimes you just want a more simple, classic brick, so this is just really a refreshing bar to see. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Free Solo Scrub? Are you ascending to the heights of cleanliness with this bar? Let me know if you get your hands on this daredevil brick. Few bars can reach the sky-high peaks of a mountain, but this bold brick is not afraid of leaving the comfort of the shower and going where no bar has gone before. In lavish mansions and advanced laboratories, there is a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist, an entrepreneur pushing the boundaries of invention and using his intellect to save the world from his own weapons. He is smarter than you, richer than you, and his name is Stark Cleanse. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today, we're bringing innovative technology to the shower with the Stark Cleanse. This is a part of the Avenger collection, a collab between Dr. Squatch and Marvel. It is of course the Iron Man edition. But is this cocky bar all talk, or is it ironclad? Well, let's get into this confident brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients, the highlighted being Blazing Star Extract. Also known as False Unicorn, this is an herb that is, oddly enough, mainly known for aiding in female fertility. It isn't really known for skin benefits necessarily, but probably its most notable skin-related quality is increasing estrogen production. Now, estrogen and men's soap may not sound like the most likely pairing, but there are some benefits here, mainly in the realm of anti-aging properties, including hydration, collagen production, and smoothness. I'm not sure why they chose this ingredient, especially since there are other plants out there that also have Blazing Star as a nickname. But in any case, we also have ironwood flower extract. Now this comes from a tree, sometimes known as the Ceylon ironwood. This boy is used to heal wounds and fight against skin ailments, including some major ones like leprosy, but it's also beneficial against acne and blemishes. Last is red pepper extract, which of course comes from a chili pepper. This spicy boy has a number of skin benefits. In addition to being antimicrobial and antioxidant, it also helps stimulate blood circulation. This is going to protect skin, fight against skin ailments, boost collagen production, and result in healthier, brighter, smoother, and younger looking skin. Overall, we have an interesting bar, one that's been tinkered with to protect skin and provide it with anti-aging benefits. A brick that's both feared and respected. Now forget everything we just discussed with spicy pepper and estrogen, because the scent of this bar reflects none of that. Instead, it's mostly a cologne scent with main notes of amber. So it's a sweeter smell, like vanilla and honey, yet also manly, as there is a touch of musk in the background. Really though, it's best described as an amber cologne scent, and it's pretty good, one of the better of its kind, and it's pretty unique as well. It's not as strong as I would like, but it's standard for a Squatch bar, around medium potency. It's perfect for relaxing after a day of crime fighting, and when you're starving for a scotch. The clean of this bar is not its strong suit. It does feel a bit basic in the grand scheme of Squatch. It is a zero grit bar, very smooth with a nice lather, but not much exfoliation. It doesn't feel like the deepest cleaning or most moisturizing brick on the menu, but it is solid, better than most out there. Just not one of the better cleaning Squatch bars. Still though, like Iron Man's repulsors, it's good enough to blast away any filth. As for my thoughts, I like the Stark Cleanse, but I don't think it's one of the better Briccs. I think Quite Aight is a fair spot for now, but I will put it at the top of the tier. It's a bar that is definitely carried by its scent, a nice amber cologne smell that manages to be manly and very pleasant. I found the ingredients here a bit odd, and the wash itself felt pretty average, but it's still a solid bar overall. Iron Man is a cool character, and the brick overall, especially the scent, fits well enough with the billionaire superhero theme. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Iron Boy, and the Avenger collection as a whole? Let me know if you get your hands on this invincible brick. Whether he's furthering technological discoveries or fighting alien invaders, this powerful, genius bar always comes out on top. Smashing and crashing, there is an angry boy. A giant who just wants to be left alone. But should he get dirty, there is little that can stop his wrath. In his blind rage, he'll destroy cities, kill thousands, but he'll still protect the world and save the shower. He is a mean, green, fighting machine, and his name is Scrub Smash. Meow man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today, we're absorbing gamma radiation with a Scrub Smash. This is a part of the Avenger collection, a collab between Dr. Squatch and Marvel. It is of course the Hulk edition, but is this pissed off bar just throwing a tantrum? Or is it an unlikely hero? Well, let's get into this indestructible brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients, the highlighted being gamma amino acid, also known as GABA. Now we actually just saw this in a more recent release, the Bliss Bricc. This is an anti-aging ingredient that smooths skin, boosts collagen production, and improves elasticity. It is also used to reduce anxiety. Next we have All Heal extract. Now I wasn't sure what exactly this was, since Squatch decided to stop listing what the unique ingredients actually are. Instead, they just put the nicknames on there. So shout out to Evan2255's Avenger review, because thanks to him showing what I believe is the Canadian boxes, which not only have a lot more things listed, but actually list the real names of the ingredients, I was able to find out exactly what the unique ingredients are for the Scrub Smash and the other Avenger bricks. So go check out his channel if you want some more quality reviews. But yeah, it's valerian root, which again is another relaxing ingredient, used against anxiety and insomnia. It protects as well as soothes and smooths skin. It's also an anti-inflammatory ingredient that helps against minor skin irritations and has calming properties. There's also green rhyolite, which is of course going to give us our grit, in this case a heavy level of grit. Rhyolite is a porous volcanic rock often used in Squatch bricks, similar to pumice. It's going to provide that extra exfoliation, clearing away dead skin and impurities, as well as allow the bar to clean deeper. Overall, we have a pretty promising bar with some really beneficial ingredients, including ones with relaxing qualities that can calm even the angriest Hulk. But let's look a bit deeper before we decide if we should Scrub Smash or pass. Now the scent is going to be its most polarizing quality. I'll be honest, when I first got the bar I was prepared to rank it in the bottom tier, as I was not a fan of the spicy cucumber scent. It literally smelled like a spicy cucumber or a spicy pickle, and it's not very pleasant. However, this all changed when I actually used the bar in the shower, as the spicy, sour notes basically all but disappeared, giving way to a fresh cucumber scent that was quite pleasant. It kind of reminded me of the legendary Lather, but instead of grass, it was cucumber. It's a really refreshing and surprisingly peaceful scent. I went from hating it in the box to liking it a good bit in the shower. It kind of reminds me of like a cucumber cocktail. It's also easily the strongest scent of the Adventure collection, which wasn't necessarily great at first, but that potency is certainly nice when it's actually used and the better notes come out. It's not going to be a scent for everybody, but if you ever wanted to smell like the Hulk's spicy cucumber, then here you go. The clean of this bar also shines in the shower. The grit feels nice and consistent. It's more medium than heavy, but it's a nice amount in my opinion. It feels deep cleaning, moisturizing, and restorative as well. Coupled with the scent, and you have a brick that feels very refreshing to use. It's similar to the Bliss Bricc in that it seems to also try to relax you, and in that regard it's a pretty chill brick. The ingredients shine here, and with the power of this bar's clean, you'll be telling the captain, I'm always clean. As for my thoughts, I like the Scrub Smash a lot more than I thought I would, and as such, I think I'm going to put it as a this brick be bussin' for now. I'm going to put it between the Irish Creamed Whiskey and the Bliss Bricc. The scent turned from one of the worst to a really nice one once it opened up. A fresh cucumber smell that has some strength to it. The more medium grit feels good and consistent, and the bar overall feels great to use. The ingredients fit the Hulk, even if the Hulk is my least favorite character from the collection. I also like their green color, even if it's maybe not the most natural looking. Overall, it's a refreshing, deep cleaning brick that may not leave a good first impression, but that's why you can never judge a brick by its cover. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Hulk Boy and the Adventure collection as a whole? Let me know if you get your hands on this Angie brick. While he's slamming through everything in his path, it's easy to see this bar as a villain. But once given a chance, you may just find yourself liking this brick when it's angry. Leading the charge, there is a super soldier, a selfless patriot armed only with a shield and freedom. Whether the battle is against Nazis in the 40s or against aliens in space, you can always count on America's hero to be there. He is a beacon of loyalty, and his name is Liberty Lather. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today, we're heading into battle with the Liberty Lather. This is a part of the Avenger collection, a collab between Dr. Squatch and Marvel. It is of course the Captain America edition, but is this devoted bar truly capable of saving the shower from its enemies? Well, let's get into this valiant brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients, the highlighted being water shield extract. This is an aquatic plant that helps to hydrate. It's a conditioning ingredient that is antibacterial and soothes irritated skin. Next is service berry extract, and yes, that's a real berry. These boys are full of antioxidants. They're also anti-inflammatory and have anti-aging benefits. Last, we have pumice. This volcanic rock is what gives our brick its light grit, adding a bit more exfoliation and allowing the bar to clean a bit deeper. Overall, we have an interesting looking bar with a nice trio of hard-working ingredients that let you know that this is America's brick. The scent of this bar is not Cedar Citrus, like many may have expected. Instead, it's a sporty scent, similar to like the Fresh Falls with that body wash type smell. It's not a bad scent, it's mostly a fresh, sporty scent with notes of berry, and a little bit of cedar in the background. It reminds me of the Spidey Suds, as it's part sporty berry scent and part musky, but I do think that the Liberty Boy does a better job of layering those notes. But I do think the Spidey Boy is probably the better scent overall. While the scent is not all that unique, I think the biggest issue it has is that it's relatively weak potency-wise. It's not the weakest bar on the menu, but it's the weakest of the Avenger collection. And for this type of scent to work, I feel like it really just needs to have some strength to it. That being said though, it is a refreshing, clean smell. Not bad for a brick from Brooklyn. The clean of this bar is also pretty generic in terms of a Squatch wash, and that's to say it's solid. You may not get the deepest clean, but you'll definitely get clean. It has a nice light grit to it. It's noticeable, but it's not rough or anything, so I think that's a nice touch. Other than that though, there's not much else to say here. It's just a solid brick that can do this all day. Now as for my thoughts, I'm not that high on this bar. I think I'm going to put it as a quite a height for now. I'll put it right above the other American boy, the Freedom Fresh, as I feel they both are similar and also share the same main issue, that being the weakness of the scent. Still though, the Liberty Lather has a fresh, sporty scent with some fruity and woodsy notes. It's not the most unique or potent though. The light grit is a nice touch, and that helps the bar feel solid enough to use. The ingredients fit well with Captain America and are interesting, but I just feel like this is the weakest bar overall in the collection. In the end, we got ourselves a solid brick, but just not a spectacular one. Will I be buying this bar again? No, I don't think I will. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Captain Boy and the Avenger collection as a whole? Are you following this bar into battle? Let me know if you get your hands on this reliable brick. He may not be the strongest, he may not be the fastest, but when the going gets tough, there is only one bar that even heroes turn to lead.
There's a storm coming, Ari. We'd all best be ready when she does.
Can you feel it, mortal? The wash of a hurricane and the maelstrom of the shower. The thunder god lies in the eye of the storm. The showerhead spewing forth a gale of wind and water. The lather like bathing in Valhalla's rays of gold. Can you withstand the thundering power of the shower? Will you bask in its celestial cleanliness? Will you bow before the god of thunder and embrace the divine storm? Yow, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Limited Soap Guides. Today, the shower forecast is calling for a divine storm. This is a part of the Avenger collection, a collab between Dr. Squatch and Marvel. It is of course the Thor edition. We've saved the best for last. But is this bar more Ragnarok or more Love and Thunder? Well, let's get into this mighty brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients, and we actually have a lot here. First up is the highlighted ingredient, Stonebreaker powder. Also known as Gale of the Wind, this is a tropical plant that has long been used to break down kidney stones, hence the name Stonebreaker. In the realm of skincare, however, there's not a whole lot of apparent benefits, but it's mainly here to provide some exfoliation, allowing for a deeper scrub and clean. It isn't the only ingredient providing exfoliation here though, as white rhyolite makes up much of this bar's medium grit. This ground up volcanic rock is again going to add some roughness, some grit, making the brick exfoliate more, clear away dead skin and impurities, allowing for the rest of the bar to work its magic. Perhaps more notably, we have cool tankard extract, also known as the star flower. This boy is very nifty looking. This is a hydrating ingredient that locks in moisture, helps to heal minor wounds, and helps improve the health of the skin's natural barrier. It's also known for being anti-inflammatory, helping to relieve against skin ailments like acne. Next is golden apple or June plum extract. This is a tropical fruit that apparently is like a mix between a mango, a pineapple, and an apple. These boys are full of vitamins and antioxidants. It's an antimicrobial ingredient that helps stimulate collagen production and improve the look of skin. And lastly, we have activated charcoal. Charcoal isn't just good for grilling, it's also good for your skin. It helps to exfoliate as well as cleanse, absorbing excess oil and impurities. It also slows signs of aging by tightening pores, improving elasticity, tones, and relieves irritation. Overall, we have a pretty stacked and jacked bar, at least by modern Squatch standards. But we must look deeper to see if we are worthy to wield such a hammer of a brick. The scent of this bar is one of the more complex ones in recent releases. The doc's notes of fresh spices and a musky undertone are accurate here, but don't tell the full story. To me, it reminds me a lot of the Suds of Darkness, which you may know is a scent I really like. However, this isn't just a copy and paste. If you took the earthy muskiness of the King of the Bricks and combined it with the steamy, stormy cologne scent of the Suds of Darkness, you'd get the Divine Storm. It's a manly smell with many different notes. The potency isn't quite as strong as I would prefer, but it's noticeable enough it's around medium. Overall, it's a stormy scent that transforms the shower into a torrential downpour. With the shower raining niftiness upon you, you will still need a thick brick to bring the lightning. And that's where this bar and its medium grit come in. The grit here is nice. It's basically your standard medium level pumice or rhyolite based grit, so it's rough but not too rough, and is very consistent, providing a good amount of exfoliation and a nice lather. As for the rest of the bar, it's pretty deep cleaning as well, helping to hydrate and not dry your skin out. It's not one of the best cleaning Squatch bricks, but it's above average and is a good addition to the medium grit lineup. This brick I like. Another! Now as for my thoughts, I do like the Divine Storm. To me it's the best of the Avenger collection, but not one of the best overall. I think I'll rank it as a lower end, rather nifty for now. The stormy scent may not seem all that unique, and may not be the most potent, but it certainly fits with Thor, and is fresh, musky, and manly. The medium grit is nice here, and feels great for anyone who likes some grit in their brick. The bar overall feels moisturizing and solid enough to use. While not one of the most stacked bars out there, it seems Squatch put the most effort into this brick's design, as it has more ingredients than the other Avenger bars. And personally, I feel like it is the best of the collection. But I may be biased, since Thor is my favorite superhero. Like its fellow heroic soaps, it's not the most unique bar we've seen, but it fits its theme well enough, and brings some Asgardian power to the shower. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Thor Boy and the Avenger collection as a whole? Is this bar worthy of the soap saver? Let me know if you get your hands on this God brick. There are few who can withstand both the blast of a supernova and the divine storm of the shower, but that is what makes this almighty hero deserving of true glory. In the harsh, untamed rainforest, there is a survivor. The jungle is no match for his sheer tenacity, slashing through vines, exploring, searching for the great lost shower, the fabled wash of riches, the downpour of wealth. Some call him a madman, some call him a visionary, but his true name is Rainforest Rapids. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frick Cast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Rainforest Rapids, a bar that's not afraid to venture into the unknown of the shower. This is a new OG offered by Dr. Squatch, a replacement for the now discontinued Eucalyptus Greek yogurt. While not the biggest shoes to fill, this rainy boy certainly has some high expectations for it being a new OG. So let's pack up the survival gear, open up the treasure map, and get into this spirited brick. As always, we'll begin with the unique ingredients, and we have quite a bit of nifty ones today, starting with the two highlighted ones, eucalyptus extract and pumice. Let's look at pumice first. This is what's going to give our bar its grit, in this case a light level of grit. Pumice is volcanic rock, finely ground to add some exfoliation, clearing away dead skin and impurities, as well as allowing the rest of the bar to clean deeper. As for eucalyptus extract, this boy protects and soothes skin. It's anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and antioxidant. It helps stimulate blood circulation, lock in moisture, and lead to healthy, youthful looking skin. We also have sunflower seed oil. This is full of antioxidants and vitamins, helping to protect skin. It also has anti-aging and anti-inflammatory properties. It's hydrating, moisturizing, tones skin, and leaves it relieved and soothed. Next is licorice leaf extract. Now this boy is another anti-inflammatory one that soothes and calms skin. It's also known for its appearance boosting properties, relieving blemishes, as well as toning skin, and reducing hyperpigmentation. There's also lemon fruit extract. This is a great astringent and cleanser, helping to clean pores and clear away excess oil. It's again another ingredient known for its toning properties, improving the look and feel of skin. It fights against acne, has anti-aging qualities, is full of antioxidants, improves elasticity, and brightens skin. And finally we have chromium oxide green. This is a natural pigment, giving the bar its green color, and is generally seen as a safe ingredient. Overall, we have ourselves a bar slammed with anti-aging, skin toning, and appearance boosting properties. With your skin glowing and radiating like gold, you'll feel like the shower, transformed into El Dorado. The scent of this bad boy is a refreshing one, both in the scent itself and when compared to more recent Squatch releases. It reminds me a lot of the Free Solo Scrub, and while I don't think it's a direct copy of that bar's scent, it wouldn't surprise me if it did help inspire it. It's what I consider a more sporty scent, like a body wash or cologne, but actually smelling good and fresh, in the vein of something like the Fresh Falls. It does have an outdoorsy rainforest vibe to it, but it's a pretty complex scent, with contrasting notes that pair well together. You can smell the extracts of lemon, licorice, and eucalyptus, which sort of gives it a minty, medicinal undertone. If you were wanting the eucalyptus to take center stage here, like it did with the eucalyptus Greek yogurt, you may be a bit disappointed, but personally I think it works better here as a more secondary note. It's also around medium potency. It was much more noticeable when I first opened the box, but this is just not an overly powerful scent, but it's certainly noticeable enough. Overall, the scent is just very fresh, and I think it fits in really well with the OG lineup, but is unique enough to make a name for itself, just like you'd expect from a great explorer of the shower. The bar is also strong when actually used. It was one of the best cleaning Squatch bars I've seen in a while, with a nice pumice-based light grit that leans a little medium. To me, it's a pretty nice amount of exfoliation, more so than something like the Summer Citrus. The lather is also one of the thickest of a Squatch bar as well, and the wash itself was also solid. It felt deep cleaning and hydrating, considering this bar is one that seems more designed around cleansing and restorative properties. It was surprisingly moisturizing as well. It doesn't leave your skin dried out. It was again a refreshing bar to use. I do feel like some menthol crystals would have been nice to pair with the somewhat minty scent, but overall I can't complain. It's a solid brick that feels like discovering untold riches in the shower. As for the initial ranking, I really like the Rainforest Rapids, and I think Rather Nifty is a fair spot for now. We'll put it between the Werewolf Wash and the Cool Fresh Aloe. I think it's a great brick, maybe not top tier, but it does everything well. The fresh, sporty scent with outdoorsy, minty, and medicinal notes is a nice one, and something of a return to form for Squatch. The bar overall feels great to use with a nice amount of grit and a thick lather, resulting in one of the better cleaning bricks overall. It's a cleansing type of clean with a lot of soothing qualities, but one that's still hydrating. It may not be for everyone, but it's in my opinion, a very well made bar. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Rainforest Boy? Are you braving the unknowns with this bar? Let me know if you get your hands on this persistent brick. It may only exist in myth, but that will not stop this determined bar from relentlessly searching for the great lost shower. In the vast valleys and flourishing forests of Transylvania, there resides a count, unable to take in the natural beauty of the landscape, for he is a creature of the night. For centuries he has dwelled in the shadows, preying upon the unsuspecting, longing to quench his everlasting thirst for new bricks. To some, it is a curse, to others, a blessing, but to him, it is nothing but power, an insatiable desire to clean. Beware of his charms and seduction, and beware of his castle of showers, for should you join in his cold embrace, you just may find yourself a blood-sucking vampire as well. He is an immortal, shrouded in mystery, and his name is Count Sudsula. Yo, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Count Sudsula, a bar made exclusively for those who shower at night. This is a Halloween limited offered by Dr. Squatch as part of the growing lineup of monster bricks. It has some high expectations for it, but is this bar all talk and no bite? Or is it a truly transformative experience? Well, sharpen the stakes, grab the holy water, and let's get into this vampiric brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients, and these are all ones we've seen before, but thankfully they are nifty ones. We do have the highlighted black currant seeds. These are what's going to be giving our bar its light grit. They are of course going to add some exfoliation, clearing away dead skin and impurities, as well as allow the bar to clean deeper. And one of those deeper cleaning ingredients is Resurrection Plant. This boy is seen in several Squatch bricks, and it's always a very nifty one. This plant is known for its ability to seemingly come back to life after extended periods of dryness. In terms of skin benefits, we have quite a lot here. It's a deeply hydrating ingredient, known for locking in moisture, as well as its soothing, anti-inflammatory qualities. It protects skin from harmful things like UV rays. It has anti-aging benefits due to its antioxidant properties, helping to add radiance and increasing elasticity. And the last one of note is red iron oxide. This is a colorant that gives our brick that reddish-orange pigment, which we've seen before in the energy bar, and which this boy also closely resembles. It's not a particularly harmful ingredient, it's generally seen as safe, but the biggest issue, at least that I have, is that it bleeds a lot. Overall, this bar looks to be one designed to hydrate and nourish your skin, helping to maintain that youthful look, no matter the lack of sunlight and centuries of age. The scent of this bar is a surprisingly complex one. The first thing I thought of was fruit punch, which kind of fits, I think, with the vampire theme. However, while I think that's an accurate first impression, the scent's a lot more complicated than that. It's fruity with some berry notes, but also has some musky and even leathery undertones, making for a pretty unique scent that is both refreshing and somewhat manly as well. Personally, I was impressed with this scent. It smells good, it's unique, and it fits the theme well. It's around a medium potency, and I did find it slightly stronger than the Headless Rinse when they both arrived in the same box. The scent just really captures that vibe of like a dark banquet in an ancient castle with bloody fruit punch and old leather furniture. You'll step out of the shower feeling as refreshed as waking up from a nice coffin power nap. Just as I was impressed with the scent of this brick, I was also impressed with the clean as well. This was a surprisingly deep cleaning bar with a blood-soaked lather. And I say blood-soaked because unfortunately, just like the energy bar, that red pigment does really come off and stain, which I guess in this case actually kind of fits with the bar's theme, as it's like the bar itself is biting you. But still, that's really my only negative thing to say about this bar, and it's to me at least mostly just a minor inconvenience. The lather though was one of the thickest in a while from Squatch. The wash felt hydrating, nourishing, and deep cleaning. The grit was also very nice. It's in that light to medium range, leaning more light. I think in the last few Squatch releases, they've really nailed the ideal amount of grit, and the black currant seeds are another great exfoliant here that complement the rest of the bar well. My skin felt rejuvenated, as if this brick held the secrets to immortality. Now as for my thoughts, I really like the Count Sudsula. It was a bar I was admittedly not overly optimistic for, but it certainly proved those doubts wrong. I think it's a mid-ranged, rather nifty. I don't know that it's quite on the level of the Werewolf Wash, at least not yet, but it's a worthy adversary and a welcome addition to the Halloween lineup. The scent that I can only describe as fruit punch meets dark leather is a refreshing one that I think perfectly fits with the Dracula theme. With notes of berry and musk, it's one that's perfect for a man of particular tastes. The lighter grit is a nice touch, complementing the thick lather and deep hydrating clean of this brick quite well. Overall, this is a bar that I'm very pleased with. I could see it becoming a fan favorite of the community, as well as a personal favorite given more time. As the more I use and smell this brick, the more I want to move it up the rankings. This is probably my favorite new Dr. Squatch release in a long time, and it's a great addition to the spooky lineup of monster bricks. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Count Boy? Are you enticed by its alluring aroma, or put off by its grotesque hunger? Let me know what you think of this blood-sucking brick. He may lurk around any corner, clinging to the shadows, like a bat to a cave's ceiling. Before you can even sense his presence, it'll be too late. Perhaps, though, this brick will show mercy upon your puny soul and allow you to join him for all eternity, basking in the darkness of the shower. Galloping in the night, there is a rider, a horseman whose mere sight brings dread and fear. For he is the embodiment of hell itself. Flames spark from his horse's hooves. Dark chains chime in the night's echo as his shoulders bear no head. Instead, the brick he now calls his skull, he carries in his skeleton hands, throwing it at the unclean with supernatural strength. He is the harbinger of cleanliness, a one-man stampede, and his name is Headless Rinse. Yow, man! Welcome to the Frick Cast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Headless Rinse, a bar that everyone's losing their head over. This is a Halloween limited offered by Dr. Squatch, one of their latest expansions to their monster-themed lineup. However, this one comes with a twist, as it seems to be heavily based on the fan favorite and long-lost Drunken Pumpkin. But is this cruel bar truly the Pumpkin Boy brought back from the dead, seeking revenge and bursting forward in a fiery blaze? Or is it merely trotting along, hoping to be taken seriously as a spooky bar? Well, let's get into this vengeful brick. We'll start with the unique ingredients, the highlighted being pumpkin seed oil. This is a stacked boy. It's deeply hydrating, moisturizing, and nourishing, making it great for dry skin. It's also great for irritated skin, as it's soothing and anti-inflammatory. Pumpkin seed oil helps protect and repair skin, as well as fights against acne. It also has anti-aging benefits, improving elasticity and complexion, as well as toning and brightening skin. There is also pumpkin enzyme. This is mainly known as a natural exfoliant. Despite the bar being zero grit, it helps to clear away dead skin and impurities, and work up that thick, nourishing lather, and in turn, leading to radiant, smoother skin. In addition, it does reinforce some of the same benefits as pumpkin seed oil, including toning, brightening, and anti-aging qualities, as well as helping the bar in general to clean deeper and more thoroughly. And finally, we have activated charcoal. This boy's biggest benefit is its cleansing properties, helping to draw out impurities, dirt, and toxins from the pores, as well as its ability to absorb excess oil. This helps result in smooth, soothed, clearer skin. Overall, we have a bar designed to clean deep without the grit, one that looks to improve complexion and the appearance of skin, leaving it as smooth as a pumpkin bourbon cocktail. Now, the biggest question many squatchers are going to have is whether or not this brick has the classic drunken pumpkin scent. Well, the answer to that is yes, but not entirely. Just like how the Woodbarrel Bourbon has a similar yet different scent to the drunken pumpkin, the same could be said about this Headless Boy. At its core, it's much the same, but it does have its own unique undertones. There is that nice pumpkin bourbon scent, a full spiced cologne type of smell reminiscent of the drunken pumpkin. However, when I first got the bar, I noticed this strong pineapple scent that kinda overtakes it. It really smelled like the drunken pumpkin was trapped behind it, which was a bit of a bizarre scent. However, once I let it sit out for a while and started using it, the pumpkin really mellowed out, but the sweetness and freshness remained to pair with the warm autumn scent, and the two conflicting scents of pumpkin bourbon and tropical fruit sort of merged into one. The result is a very pleasant drunken pumpkin style scent with a light fruity undertone. I don't know that I like it quite as much as the drunken pumpkin or even the Woodbarrel Bourbon, which has some more oaky and musky notes, but it's certainly a good scent that I think fans of this type of flavor will enjoy. It's around a medium potency, maybe a little on the fainter side of that. It's not overly strong. I did find the Count Sudsula to be the more potent of the two new releases. It may not be an overwhelming scent, but it's a nifty one that hits you like a thrown pumpkin head to the face. This is mostly your traditional zero grit brick, so a smooth, gentle bar. It's got a good lather to it that feels moisturizing to use. I think pumpkin ingredients tend to work well in bars, and this one's no exception. Just like its predecessor, the Drunken Pumpkin, I feel it's an above average Squatch clean, even if nothing crazy. I don't know that I'd say it's one of the absolute best, but it's one of the better washes, especially for a limited. For those that like zero grit, this is a great addition to the Halloween lineup, as it's a smooth brick that glides effortlessly, like the Headless Horseman through the night. Now, as for my thoughts, I do like the Headless Rinse. Like its vampire counterpart, it's a bar that's growing on me, and for now at least, I'm going to put it as a mid-ranged, rather nifty, right behind the Count Sudsula, which I do prefer. The scent is reminiscent of the Drunken Pumpkin, a perfect fall scent with warm notes, and now with some sweet fruity ones as well. It's not quite the strongest scent, but it is a pleasant one. The bar is a smooth, zero grit grit, but has a nice moisturizing lather to it, making for an all-around solid brick. Overall, I think this bar is a worthwhile successor to the legendary Drunken Pumpkin. It's hard not to compare the two, and I do feel the Drunken Pumpkin may have had the better scent, but the new Headless Boy isn't bad by any means. It's different. I think the Headless Horseman was a great choice for the new pumpkin flavor, as it fits with both the pumpkin theme and their new monster lineup, so this was a clever addition in my opinion. And the box design is one of my favorite packagings Squatch has released as well. Aesthetically, this is a really nifty brick, and one that hopefully satisfies all those who have been waiting years for the return of the Drunken Pumpkin. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Headless Boy? Are you riding into the shower with this bar, or running as far away as you can? Let me know if you get your hands on this Sleepy Hollow brick. It doesn't matter how quaint your shower is, how peaceful it is. This brick is a trailblazer, and you best avoid its jack-o'-lantern gaze, for it just may take your shower head. Braving the dangers of the Forbidden Forest, there is a Gryffindor, a natural-born leader, one unafraid to explore the perilous forces of the wizarding world, one unintimidated by a heavy grit, bold, determined to succeed as a hero. Trolls, werewolves, dragons, nifflers, dark wizards, they are not to be feared, but they should tremble before the red and gold. He is a chivalrous warrior, craving victory, and his name is Bricc of the Brave. Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Bricc of the Brave, a bar that carries courage in every bubble. This is a part of the Harry Potter collection, a collab between Squatch and the Boy Who Lived. It is of course the Gryffindor edition, with a heavy grit and a scent reminiscent of the Gryffindor common room. It's a bar that dares to be challenged. But is this bar all talk, or does it put its galleons where its mouth is? Well, let's get into this chivalric brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients. Now, a big thank you to Evan2255 for sending me the Canadian ingredient lists for all of the Harry Potter bars. These contain a lot more detail than the American versions, including the actual names of the vague, unique ingredients Squatch likes to list. So shout out to him. Go check out his channel for some more great reviews. We won't run through all of these, but we'll cover the main, unique Gryffindor ones. Starting with the highlighted ingredient, Lion's Tooth Granules, which turns out is dandelions. Makes sense. This is an anti-inflammatory ingredient known for its ability to relieve irritation. It's soothing, antibacterial, and antioxidant, helping against various skin ailments. I believe this is also where the majority of the grit comes from, exfoliating, clearing dead skin and impurities, and allowing this mighty brick to clean deeper. Next up we have Graphonia Seed Extract. This is a West African shrub mainly known for its benefits in improving the texture of skin, including tightening, boosting collagen production, and protecting skin with its antioxidant properties. And last we have Sword Grass Root Extract, also known as Kogon grass. Now, I'm not sure if this was intended or not, but Kogon grass is a pyrophyte, meaning it is highly flammable. It encourages strong wildfires, killing all the nearby competing flora, including trees, and using the opportunity to rise from the ashes like a phoenix and claim the land for itself, basically burning and conquering the affected area. Now, if you didn't know, the 4 Hogwarts houses each represent one of the 4 elements, Gryffindor being fire. So an interesting little side note for you. As for skin benefits, it isn't widely used, but it seems to have some moisturizing and hydrating qualities. Overall, we have a brick that looks to imbue you with the power to defeat any foe, promoting healthy skin and a big dick mentality. The scent of this brave boy is one that's hard to place. I'm not quite sure how to describe it. However, a crackling fire ain't it. It's not really all that smoky, earthy, or musky. Instead, I'd say it's more of a rich, warm, woody scent, with notes of balsamic, and to a lesser extent, amber and charcoal. It also kind of reminds me a bit of berry, or more so, grape, in sort of a cologne form, as it's somewhat sweet, with a touch of spice, similar to something like burning incense, and that's about the level of smokiness I get as well. It's gentlemanlike and a relaxing scent. It's just very rich with with a lot of warmth, but with some sweetness as well. Personally, I found it to be a pretty unique scent, and one that was refreshing. I don't think Squatch has any other bar that directly compares to it. It's around a medium potency, maybe on the stronger side of that. I found it to be one of the more potent of the Harry Potter collection. With a scent so fresh and warm, you'll feel like you're chilling in the Gryffindor common room, talking to your convict uncle through the fireplace. However, to truly get a feel for this brick, we need to leave the Gryffindor common room and hit the showers. Wait, does Hogwarts have showers? Or are they all just bathing with Moaning Myrtle? Regardless, this is a bar with a nice grit to it. I would say it is more of a medium grit than a heavy grit. Much of the grit that is there is bigger chunks, and they aren't overly rough, but add a good amount of exfoliation. It's an above average Squatch clean, as is much of the Harry Potter collection. And overall, I found this to be a very fresh bar to use. It was hydrating, refreshing, and left me feeling ready to go slay a Hungarian horntail. Now, as for my thoughts, I enjoyed using this bar. I think it has a lot going for it, but it's not quite one of my favorites. We'll rank it as a rather nifty for now. The scent is a very unique one that I found to be both good smelling and potent, although I wouldn't say it's the crackling fireplace as described. The more medium grit adds a nice exfoliation to an already deep cleaning bar. It really just does everything quite well. Like the other bars from the Harry Potter collection, I love the box and theme. I found the Gryffindor boy to fit the vibe overall. The ingredients were clever and beneficial, and the look and scent of the bar I think work as well. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. Do I got any Gryffindors out there? What do you think of the Lion Boy? Let me know if you get your hands on this determined brick. In the heart of the action, the Gryffindor walks with thunderous strides, each step a symphony of valor, as the lion's roar echoes in his veins, emerging as a beacon of audacity, worthy to wield the legendary brick of Gryffindor. Excelling in the classrooms of Hogwarts, there is a Ravenclaw, a student of the craft devoted to the pursuit of knowledge. There is no test too hard, no task too challenging, for this genius soars past the competition like a bird in the sky, carried by wind and wings. New spells, new potions are the domain of the intellectual, rising to the top, draped in blue and bronze. He is a devoted scholar, and his name is Grit of the Genius. Yow, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Grit of the Genius, a bar that raises the bar of shower academic standards. This is a part of the Harry Potter collection, a collab between Squatch and the boy who lived. It is of course the Ravenclaw edition, with a breezy scent like standing at the peak of Hogwarts. It has literal sky-high potential, but is this bar truly a genius? Well, let's get into this inquisitive brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients, and again, shout out to Evan for sending me the Canadian list, which is more detailed. It has all of the true names, as well as those not listed on the American box. So here's that for those interested. As for the Ravenclaw themed ingredients, we first have the highlighted Blue Crown Passion Flower Extract. This is an antioxidant ingredient, helping to protect skin from harmful things like UV rays. It's also soothing, calming, and anti-inflammatory, being used to relieve against ailments like burns. Next up is pumice, a Squatch staple. This is going to provide some of that light grit, helping to exfoliate, clear away dead skin, and allow for a deeper clean. Much of the same can be said about coconut shell powder, as it is another exfoliant, gently smoothing skin. And last is crownwood fern extract. This is an anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and antibacterial ingredient. Ferns in general seem to be known for their anti-aging, skin toning properties, but as for this specific species, it seems to have some benefits in fighting against acne, and something tells me the nerds of Ravenclaw could certainly use that. Overall, we have a brick that looks to protect, soothe, and smooth skin, perfect for turning the bullied into the bully. The scent of this smart boy is very straightforward. It is 100% a sporty cologne smell, As described, it is very breezy. It's a very airy scent that does help capture that sky-high, top-of-the-tower feeling. To me, it just really reminds me of like a cheap cologne you'd get at like Ross, which is kind of fitting because that is something a nerd would wear. I wouldn't say it's a bad scent, but it is my least favorite from the collection. It just smells very artificial and cheap. Like I swear I can smell the rubbing alcohol in this brick. That being said, I do think this scent has a place in the Squatch lineup. It's around a medium potency, but in true Ravenclaw fashion, it has some unsuspecting strength, since it's not at all a subtle scent, and in my experience, the strongest of the Harry Potter collection. Overall, it is very breezy, very airy, very fresh, and if you're a fan of the more sporty style cologne scents, then you may like this one. It's ideal if you ever wanted to smell like the Ravenclaw locker room. Like the rest of the Harry Potter collection, I found this bar to be an above average Squatch clean, although not as much as its Gryffindor and Slytherin counterparts. While listed as a light grit, it may as well be 0. It's very light. There's basically no noticeable grit here, which is ironic but also fitting, as the Briccs called grit of the genius. But as we all know, nerds have no grit. That doesn't hold this bar back though, as it is a nice moisturizing clean, combined with that breezy scent that really does grow on you in the shower. It leaves you feeling as fresh and free as a soaring raven. Or is it an eagle? I don't care what anyone says, it should be a raven. As for my thoughts, I do like the grit of the genius, but it is my least favorite from the collection. We'll rank it as a "this brick be bussin'" for now. The scent is a simple yet strong one. It's a sporty cologne scent that just smells windy and airy, pretty accurately fitting that Ravenclaw tower vibe. While more so a 0 grit bar, it is still one with a nice clean to it, resulting in an overall fresh feeling brick. The box and theme are again on point. I think the scent really fits with Ravenclaw, which is supposed to represent the air element. It really does smell like you're high up in the sky. That being said, this bar just felt very artificial to me. The blue color, the unnatural, kinda cheap cologne scent hold this bar back a tier for me. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. Do I got any Ravenclaws out there? What do you think of the Eagle/Raven Boy? Let me know if you get your hands on this intelligent brick. Scouring the ancient archives, the Ravenclaw seeks to learn, to innovate. The allure of knowledge, drawing them forward, the chance to discover limitless wisdom, emerging as a beacon of passion, worthy to wield the clever brick of Ravenclaw. Slaving away in the castle's kitchens, there is a Hufflepuff. Hard work, dedication, and a medium grit is the recipe to success. The makings of a devoted companion. You may not expect much ferocity from this mild-mannered and humble friend, but they are willing to do whatever necessary to see their colleagues thrive, shining in yellow and black. He is a dependable ally, and his name is Lather of the Loyal. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Lather of the Loyal, your new best friend in the shower. This is a part of the Harry Potter collection, a collab between Squatch and the boy who lived. It is of course the Hufflepuff edition, with a scent of freshly baked treats. It is a relaxing smell for Hogwarts' most chill house. But just how good is this shower dessert? Well, let's let them cook and get into this tasty brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients. And again, shout out to Evan for sending me the Canadian list, which is more detailed, including the actual names of the ingredients. So here's that for those interested. As for the Hufflebrick themed ingredients, we first have the highlighted Badger Yellow Oats. This is of course essentially oatmeal. Now, oatmeal is one of the more beneficial ingredients out there. It's blue collar and doesn't frick around. For one, it is exfoliating, but it is also moisturizing, soothing, and conditioning. It's anti-inflammatory, helping to relieve irritated skin, and is full of antioxidants, helping to protect and slow signs of aging. Next up is pumice, and you probably already know the drill by now with this volcanic rock. It is what is going to be providing much of our medium grit today. helping to clear away dead skin and impurities, allowing the rest of the bar to clean deeper. And last we have cup plant extract. This is a yellow flower that is one of those ingredients that doesn't seem to really be used in skincare outside of Squatch, but it does seem like it may have some antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant properties. Overall, we have a brick packed with nourishment, designed to get you through the grind. It is an unassuming bar, but like a badger cornered in the shower, it's not afraid to get its hands dirty and then clean. The scent of this humble boy is certainly a unique one. In fact, it is the most unique Squatch scent in quite some time. It is described as freshly baked pastries, and that's basically what it is. It's a sweet, appetizing scent that has delicious notes mainly of butterscotch, but also of vanilla, honey, and maple syrup, giving it the vibe of morning pancakes or some other sweet treat. Although I would say it's less so second breakfast at Bilbo Baggins' house, and more so a 12 a.m. grand slam at Denny's. And I say that because I think it doesn't quite reach its full potential. That being said, it is a delicious scent that works very well here. It's a bit more niche than most, but if this sounds like a smell that appeals to you, then I think you won't be disappointed with the Huffle Brick. It's around a medium potency, subtle enough where you won't get tired of it, but strong enough where it leaves a pleasant aroma. Overall, I love this type of scent, and I'm glad Squatch attempted something like it. It's a warm, buttery scent, as wholesome as a niffler running rampant through a kitchen. After a long day's hard work, every Hufflepuff needs a good wash, and that's where this bar and its medium grit come into play. However, I wouldn't call this brick medium grit, it's more so light. Honestly, I wish they would have just ditched the pumice and cranked up the oatmeal here. I like pumice, it gives a nice consistent grit, and it works well enough here. It just gets a bit overused though. The oatmeal and the other ingredients maybe don't quite shine as much as you would like. Again, I think more oatmeal as the grit would have made the bar feel better and more unique to use. Despite that, the brick feels solid and is again another above average Squatch clean, even if not quite as deep as a bar like this perhaps could be. Still, it lathers well and won't dry your skin out. It gets the job done, no questions asked, just dependable like a true Huffle Brick. As for my thoughts, I really like the lather of the Loyal, and I think it's well deserving of being a higher end rather nifty. We'll put it right between the Halloween boys for now. The freshly baked scent is a very chill, relaxing one that's warm, cozy, and smells like a tasty breakfast, or honey-baked treats with butterscotch and maple. The grit, while more so light, doesn't stop this brick from being a nice cleaning one. It may not reach its full potential, but this ain't Slytherin, so let's give credit where it's due. This is, in the end, a very nifty bar. Again, I love the box and theme here, and I think the scent is not only one of the most unique we've gotten in a long time, but one of the better ones as well. It perfectly fits the vibe of Hufflepuff. I imagine this will be one of the more popular of the Harry Potter collection, but I also see it being somewhat niche or divisive, as the scent is very different than most bricks. That being said, it is my personal favorite from the collection, as well as one of my favorite collab bars Squatch has made. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. Do I have any Hufflepuffs out there? What do you think of the Badger Boy? Let me know if you get your hands on this steadfast brick. Behind every hero, every king, is a Hufflepuff, the stalwart companion that shares the burden, but not the glory. However, that is not the concern of a loyal friend, whose unwavering support will see others succeed, and in turn, see themselves emerge as a beacon of devotion, worthy to wield the faithful brick of Hufflepuff. Opening the Chamber of Secrets, there is a Slytherin, a cunning mind with a sharp tongue and a dangerous amount of ambition, sleuthing through the shadows, uncovering old, lost mysteries, ancient artifacts, cursed relics, forgotten prophecies, all tools to bend fate to his will. There is no choice other than victory, the complete conquering of one's own potential. Through relentless sacrifice and dedication, he has proven himself deserving of the green and silver, and his name is Suds of the Sly. Yeah, man! Welcome to the Frickcast and to the Dr. Squatch Soap Guides. Today we have the Suds of the Sly, a bar that brings some pure soap supremacy to the shower. This is a part of the Harry Potter collection, a collab between Squatch and The Boy Who Lived. It is of course the Slytherin edition. We've saved the best house for last. With a refreshing Black Lake inspired scent, it is a bar that is undoubtedly ambitious. But is it too arrogant for its own good? Well, let's get into this resourceful brick. We'll begin with the unique ingredients. And again, shout out to Evan for sending me the Canadian list, which is more detailed, including the actual names of the ingredients. So here's that for those interested. As for the Slytherin themed ingredients, we first have the highlighted snake grass extract, also known as horsetail. This boy is rich in silica and boosts collagen production. It's antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory, helping to relieve skin ailments, as well as contains anti-aging properties, tightening skin and leaving it more youthful looking. Next we have skullcap leaf powder. This is a member of the mint family. It is known for its appearance boosting and astringent properties such as toning and brightening skin. It is full of antioxidants helping to protect as well as calm and relieve with its anti-inflammatory and antibacterial qualities. And last is necklace pod extract. This is a shrub that again seems to be known for its skin relieving and appearance boosting properties. It's antioxidant and anti-inflammatory, helping to fight against skin ailments like acne and eczema. Overall, we have a bar stacked with anti-aging, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory qualities, designed to leave you feeling as refreshed as a snake shedding its skin. It is a restorative brick, powerful and indestructible, like a Horcrux, resurrecting you. The scent of this superior boy is an interesting one. It is described as having refreshing herbal notes of a Black Lake inspired scent, and I think that's a fair way to describe it, although it's not exactly an aquatic scent. Instead, it is more of an herbal, medicinal scent. I find it somewhat comparable to the Bliss Bricc, as it is very medicinal. It's just got this sweet earthiness to it, with a touch of mint and eucalyptus. Personally, I found it to be a pleasant and very clean smell. If you're someone who likes a more subtle, relaxed scent, then this one may be for you, as it is, ironically, the least ambitious scent of the Harry Potter collection. Still, it's one I like quite a bit, and I think it has a unique spot in the lineup. It is more around a medium potency. Again, it is a more subtle style scent though. However, it is one that is cocky, with a freshness so pronounced. It's like when Malfoy says the P in Potter.
Potter.
However, in true Slytherin fashion, there's a lot more than meets the eye, or I guess nose, when it comes to unraveling the secrets of this hexed brick. It is a 0 grit, yet it is one of the deepest cleaning Squatch bars released in quite some time. It has a thick-ass lather. It is as smooth as Voldemort's nose, gliding across your skin like a basilisk, slithering around Hogwarts, killing the mudbloods. It is the best cleaning, most moisturizing, and nourishing bar in the collection. It is one that strives for excellence in the shower, and it achieves it using its prowess for the dark arts. As it says, Avada Kedavra to dirt and grime. Now, as for my thoughts, I really like the Suds of the Sly. I think it's a well-made brick and deserving of being ranked as a rather nifty, and I do think I slightly prefer it to its Gryffindor rival. The scent is a fresh, clean one that is sweet and herbal. It's more subtle, but fits with the Slytherin lurking behind the scenes. The bar also feels amazing to use. It has 0 grit and is instead a smooth bar, with a nice lather and a deep, nourishing, and restorative clean. Overall, a very nifty bar. Once again, the box and theme are on point. The ingredients are cool ones that fit the snake vibe, and are also beneficial. They're not as obscure as many recent drops. The scent may not be the most Slytherin-esque, and I don't really get the Black Lake vibe with it, but I do think it works well enough. And the bar being the best cleaning of the collection, despite probably being the last one you'll notice, is also fitting. I would consider myself a Slytherin, and I think this overall does an adequate job of repping the house. That's only my opinion though, and I'd love to hear yours in the comments. What do you think of the Snake Boy? Do I have any Slytherins out there? Let me know if you get your hands on this slick brick. In the pursuit of ancient conspiracies, the Slytherin glides gracefully through the serpentine corridors. Every movement a sleek dance of cunning ambition, the promise of perfection like a lantern glowing off of emerald scales, as they emerge as a beacon of the unrestrained, worthy to wield the proud brick of Slytherin. And there you have it, mains. The ultimate guide to every Dr. Squatch brick. If you enjoyed this, I suggest you check out my latest rankings video so you can hear my current thoughts on each one. Or, if you've had enough of me, I suggest you check out the community rankings video, where the community, you mains, voted and decided on the order. Regardless of where I see you next, I need you to do me a favor and stay nifty.
Yeah, man!